Chapter 33. The youth smiled evilly. The long blade in his hand was like a rainbow, bursting with a dazzling light. It cut through the darkness and slashed towards Lin Xian. This was a strike from a rank 6 Meridian stage martial artist. His spiritual energy surged and wrapped around the blade, forming a solid blade aura. Die! The youth's face was ferocious. Bastard, be careful. Tang Yu did not have time to stop him. She could only use all her strength to remind Lin Xian. The members of the blood-red mercenary group saw this scene and revealed a tragic expression. Du Ping roared and shook off the rank 6 spiritual knight that was fighting him. Brother Lin, get out of the way. How can a rank 4 Meridian stage brat dodge? Young leader is a genuine rank 6 spiritual knight. Du Ping, you are too naive. The next one to die will be your blood-red mercenary group. The solid blade aura instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. The violent force made one's skin hurt. In the dark night, Lin Xian was unusually calm. He used the shadow step and his body was like a ghost. He moved horizontally by 1 meter and dodged the ferocious strike. Boom! The place where Lin Xian was originally standing had a crack. The entire ground caved in. The strike from a rank 6 Meridian stage martial artist was indeed terrifying. He dodged it. The youth was slightly surprised. Interesting. Brat, your Qigong is not bad. I wonder if you can dodge my second strike. The youth laughed like a cat playing with a mouse. On the bright blade, the blade aura condensed again. The youth held the blade with one hand and aimed at Lin Xian. Whoosh! 3 silver needles as thin as a cow's hair flew out and aimed at the back of the youth's head. Humph! The youth snorted. He turned around and grabbed with his hand. A bright spiritual energy wrapped around his hand and the 3 silver needles were caught in his hand. The young man's lips curled into a sinister smile as he looked at Tang Yu wickedly. Little beauty, I'll let you have your fill in a moment. Lin Xian saw the youth turn around and his eyes lit up. Now is the time. He gathered all the energy in his body on the tip of his sword and soared up. Like a meteor, he flew across the dark sky. Flying star. A flash of light seemed to tear the void apart, illuminating the boundless darkness. There was still an evil smile on the young man's face. The wildness in his eyes was gradually replaced by fear. He raised his hand with difficulty. He wanted to say something, but he could only make a trickling sound. His entire body twitched as he clutched his throat with all his might. However, blood continued to flow out. You. The young man couldn't believe that he would die at the hands of a rank 4 pulse condensation cultivator. Plop! The young man's body fell to the ground, blood instantly staining the ground red. Tang Yu opened her cherry lips and stared blankly at Lin Xian. After a long while, she blushed and whispered, "Too handsome. Young regiment commander is dead." A cry of alarm rang out in the night, echoing in the forest. What? This is impossible. Every member of the Viper mercenary group cried out involuntarily. The young leader was a 6th rank spiritual knight, who could kill him. However, the corpses on the ground were so eye-catching that they had no choice but to accept this fact. At this moment, the battle had already entered a white-hot stage, and both sides had suffered injuries. However, the young man's death still caused the members of the Viper mercenary group to panic. Du Ping and the rest were deeply shocked. Lin Xian's move was too fast, so fast that they couldn't react in time. Brother Lin, good job. Du Ping's body was covered in blood, but his eyes flickered with excitement. Once the young man died, they would be saved. Boom! The bearded man and Du Ping exchanged a punch, then quickly rushed to the side of the young man's corpse. You actually killed the young regiment commander. Our Viper mercenary group will not let you off. The bearded man's face was sinister. Now that the young regiment commander was dead, he would be severely punished when he returned. The head commander would go crazy. 3rd Regiment Commander, what should we do? The members of the Viper mercenary group surrounded him. Oh whoa! The sound of the battle had already alerted the nearby wild beasts. Now that the smell of blood permeated the air, it stimulated the wild beasts even more. Pairs of dark green eyes lit up in the surroundings, as if balls of will-o'-the-wisps were floating around. Damn it, it's the dark demonic wolves. Du Ping supported his injured brother, his face full of anxiety. The members of the Viper mercenary group also had faces full of fear, as if they had encountered something terrifying. Brother Lin, don't bother about these people. Let's break out of the encirclement. These dark demonic wolves are bloodthirsty by nature, and they are stimulated by fresh blood. Moreover, they appear in packs, so normal cultivators wouldn't be able to handle them. Du Ping said as he carried his luggage. He waved at Lin Xian and said, Brother Lin, let's break out together. Humph. We, the Viper mercenary group, will remember what happened today. The 3rd Regiment commander gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Lin Xian, then ignored the corpse on the ground. 3rd Regiment commander, the young regiment commander's corpse, shut up. Now that we're surrounded by the dark demonic wolves, it's not certain if we can make it out alive. You're still carrying a corpse. Raise your spirits, let's break out of here. The 3rd Regiment commander yelled, then charged in a direction. Brother Lin, let's go. Du Ping urged. Lin Xian glanced at the members of the Viper mercenary group. Since he had killed their young regiment commander, he had no intention of letting these people go. He didn't want to be hunted down in the future. However, the appearance of this pack of dark demonic wolves forced him to retreat. Let's go. Lin Xian pulled Tang Yu and followed closely behind the bloody mercenary group, preparing to break out of the encirclement. Whoosh! When Lin Xian and the rest moved, the pack of dark demonic wolves immediately moved as well. Hundreds of black demonic wolves bared their fangs and pounced on the corpses on the ground. However, even more of them chased after Lin Xian and the rest. Puff! Puff! The long sword in Lin Xian's hand had completely turned into a blood sword. Every time he swung his sword, a dark demonic wolf would fall. The other members of the bloody mercenary group were shocked. They didn't expect a rank 4 psychic to be so powerful. On the other hand, the Viper mercenary group was screaming miserably. There were people constantly falling. It would be good if a third of them could make it out alive. Lin Xian quickly opened up a path. The long sword in his hand turned into lightning, releasing an endless amount of energy. After running for a long time, they finally shook off the dark demonic wolves. This time, it's all thanks to Brother Lin. Du Ping wiped the cold sweat off his face. If you need our help in the future, Brother Lin, feel free to ask. Brother Du, you're too polite. Lin Xian smiled. The cold look from before had completely disappeared. Let's find a place to spend the rest of the night. It's almost daybreak. If everyone stays together, we should be able to get through it. Du Feng looked around and said. The 7 of them found a clean place to rest until the sun appeared in the east. Early in the morning, Lin Xian and Tang Yu parted ways with the bloody mercenary group. The 2 of them quickly headed towards the Devil's Abyss and finally reached the periphery by noon. At this moment, there were already some figures nearby. Lin Xian even saw the disciples of the Black Heaven sect. You go and meet up with them. Lin Xian pointed at the people in front of him and said with a smile. What about you? Tang Yu curled her lips. I still have some other things to do. Lin Xian placed his hands behind his head. I'll go look for opportunities. You just wait for your brother obediently. Lin Xian waved his hand and quickly disappeared into the forest. Little bastard, you always run so fast. Tang Yu stomped her feet in anger. Chapter 34. The bald man's face was filled with impatience. He said to his underlings, wait for another hour. If Old Third and the rest still don't come, we will make a move first. Just as he finished speaking, one of his underlings hurriedly ran over. Second master, it's not good. What's wrong? The bald man glared and said slowly, look at you, you have wasted your time following me for so long. That underling's chin was trembling. He said intermittently, Third master is back, young regiment commander. What's wrong with him? Did he cause trouble again? Damn, it's all because Big Brother spoiled him. The bald man said angrily. He's dead. The underling finally finished his sentence, and then he collapsed. Boom. The bald man suddenly stood up. The spiritual light on his body was like a burning flame. He grabbed that underling and asked sternly, what the hell did you say? Young regiment commander is dead. You dare to make such a joke with me? Brat, you don't want to live anymore. That underling was tightly held by a pair of big hands. His eyes rolled back and he was about to faint. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a full beard walked over with a tired face. Second brother, let him go. He didn't lie. The middle-aged man sighed. When the bald man heard this, his body trembled. He loosened his grip and the underling who was floating in midair fell down. Old Third, what happened? Jixing is a 6th-level spiritual knight. Including you, there are 2 6th-level spiritual knights in the group. What kind of enemy could kill him? Don't tell me you met a young expert? Second brother, it's like this, the middle-aged man told the story. When the bald man heard that the young regiment commander was killed by a 4th-level spiritual knight, his face was filled with disbelief. What? 4th-level spiritual knight? Are you sure he's a 4th-level spiritual knight? The bald man did not believe it. That's right. He's an outer disciple of the Black Sky sect, a 4th-level spiritual knight. The bearded man said, that brat seems to know a sword technique. It's very powerful. Jixing was careless and fell into his hands. Damn it, we must catch that brat. Avenge Jixing. The bald man's face was ferocious. Little ones, search for him. We must find that brat. Second brother, the other party is from the Black Sky sect. There are many of their experts nearby. We should be careful. The bald man nodded. Find him first, but don't attack him. Then report to us as soon as possible. Anyone who can provide accurate information will be rewarded with 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. 1,000. The mercenaries' eyes suddenly lit up. This was equivalent to several years of their income. What was the point of being a mercenary? Wasn't it to earn some money and live a good life? Now, a piece of information could be exchanged for 1,000 spirit stones. This was simply a pie falling from the sky. At that moment, the members of the Viper mercenary group moved out one after another, searching according to the clues provided by the third leader. After Lin Xian and Tang Yu parted ways, Lin Xian went to the periphery of the demon abyss alone to investigate the situation. This allowed him to discover many people from other powers, but he didn't alert them. Instead, he quietly circled around them. Uncle Drunkard, give me some pointers. Lin Xian didn't want to continue searching aimlessly. Didn't you say that there's an opportunity for me here? Where is it? Tisk, would I lie to you? Wine Lord shouted. But those people are a little strange. It seems like they're waiting for something. Why don't you go and ask them? Lin Xian's face darkened. Ask them. Ask your sister. Do you think they'll tell you? Hee, young man, you're too impatient. They're waiting, so we'll wait and see. Do you understand? Wine Lord lectured. Lin Xian gnashed his teeth in hatred. He jumped onto a big tree and secretly observed those people. These people were divided into 8 or 9 groups, each occupying a different position. Among them were disciples of the Black Sky sect and people of the Zixia sect. Will there really be stones coming out later? Someone asked. The person who asked was a disciple of the Black Sky sect's Godly Might group. He looked into the depths of the mountain forest with a puzzled expression. Yes, there will be stones coming out these few days, but most of them don't have anything inside. We can only try our best to collect as many stones as possible to avoid missing out on treasures. Be careful in a while. Although the inner sect disciples are waiting for an opportunity in another place, we can't let our guard down. This time, besides our Godly Might group's genius disciples, other factions have also sent young geniuses. It can be said that all of the 4 heroes of the outer sect have come. Speaking up to here, many people looked at a figure not far away. It was a handsome youth sitting cross-legged on a large rock, resting with his eyes closed. He was the Godly Might group's young genius, Jiang Yulong. He was only 16 years old, but his cultivation had reached the 6th stage of the meridian condensing stage. He was one of the strongest in the Godly Might group's outer sect disciples and was also in the top 5 of the outer sect rankings. The 4 heroes of the outer sect referred to the 4 genius youths. They were as dazzling as comets, pressuring the other outer sect disciples to the point that they couldn't raise their heads. The outer sect rankings was created according to the inner sect rankings, and its purpose was to rank the strength of the outer sect disciples. The outer sect rankings only recorded the top 500 disciples. Many outer sect disciples were already on the rankings. After all, there were several tens of thousands of outer sect disciples. To be able to enter the top 500 was enough to prove one's strength. People like Yan Kong, Hua Yangping, and the others were ranked very high. Even Liang Hong and Xing Lifeng, whom Lin Xian had defeated, were also in the top 500. Although many people were at the 6th stage of the meridian condensing stage, the difference in strength was very large. Aside from experience, the most important factor was the realm of martial arts. If there were 2 6th-stage spiritual knights, and one of them practiced a high-grade yellow-level martial art to the large success stage, and the other was at the foundation stage, then the difference between the two would be very large. For example, the young leader of the Viper group who had died. Although his saber skills were swift and fierce, in reality, he hadn't even reached the small success stage. This was also the reason why Lin Xian could easily kill him. The disciples of the Godly Might group looked at Jiang Yulong with eyes full of worship. Some of the young girls were even infatuated with him, but Jiang Yulong didn't even open his eyes. However, this didn't affect everyone's worship of him. It could be seen how important the 4 heroes were in everyone's hearts. Suddenly, a black cloud rose from the depths of the mountain forest. It was rolling like black ink, eerie and terrifying. Immediately after, 3 black shadows flew out. Each of them was the size of a watermelon. "It's out!" It was unknown who shouted from the crowd. Everyone looked towards the sky. Even Jiang Yulong opened his eyes and stared at the flying stone. His eyes revealed a trace of passion. Many people held their weapons, ready to attack at any time. At the same time, they secretly called for their own people to prevent others from destroying it. The 3 stones flew in 3 different directions. One of them was flying towards the direction of the Godly Might group. The disciples of the Godly Might group were overjoyed and cheered happily. Jiang Yulong stood upright. His palm was suffused with a faint light as he prepared to receive the stone. Senior brother Jiang is indeed powerful. Even the mysterious heaven stone was attracted. A disciple of the godly might group said. That's right. Senior brother Jiang is also a genius. Even the heavens will favor him. The group of disciples were chattering, discussing how mighty senior brother Jiang was. At this moment, the stone was flying at extreme speed and was about to fall. Jiang Yulong's handsome face revealed a trace of a smile. He stretched out his hand and was about to grab the mysterious stone. However, just as he stretched out his hand, there was a sudden change. Chapter 35. Jiang Yulong was originally full of confidence, with an insufferably arrogant smile on his face as he prepared to receive the mysterious brown stone. But who would have thought that the duck in his mouth would suddenly fly away? The stone drew an arc in the air, avoiding Jiang Yulong and flying towards the back. The disciples of the Divine Might group were also at a loss. They were just praising senior brother Jiang for being blessed by the heavens, but in the blink of an eye, the treasure flew away. Whoosh! The watermelon-sized stone drilled into the forest and stopped moving. Just as everyone was puzzled, a figure darted out of the forest and quickly fled into the distance. A moment later, the Shinwei group's crowd burst into curses. Fuck, the stone was stolen by someone, quickly chase. That person must have used some demonic arts to change the direction of the stone. Find him and break his limbs. Let him know the power of our Divine Might group. The group of disciples' eyes were burning with anger as they chased in the direction of the fleeing figure. Jiang Yulong sneered and turned into an afterimage as he quickly chased after the figure. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Xian used all the spiritual energy in his body and desperately ran into the forest. Just now, he and Wine Lord used the suction force of Devour and successfully sucked the brown stone over. This caused the stone to change direction in front of Jiang Yulong. Fuck, this is too exciting. Lin Xian's heart was pounding. Snatching the stone from under the noses of so many people, and it was the Divine Might Group stone. This feeling was too great. Wine Lord, what's inside? Lin Xian asked. I can't tell. There's a layer of mysterious energy on the surface of the stone that prevents me from probing. I can only know what it is after cutting it open. It's different from the last time. Lin Xian was surprised. Even Wine Lord couldn't see through it. Maybe this stone has been contaminated with the demonic nature of the Devil Abyss. But that's not important. You'll know once you cut it open. Wine Lord was also looking forward to it. I don't have much wine left. I really hope it's a 10,000-year spiritual wood. Just as Wine Lord finished speaking, he suddenly frowned. Little Xian, let's go. Someone's following us. Damn, so fast. Lin Xian was shocked. He was already running as fast as he could, but the other party still caught up to him. He couldn't help but be shocked. With this kind of speed, the person chasing after him must be an expert. It probably wasn't someone as easy to deal with as the young commander. Lin Xian was anxious. With a flash of his body, he changed his direction again. However, the sense of danger behind him did not lessen. It was still like a sharp sword hanging over his head. Chi! Suddenly, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out behind Lin Xian, followed by a resplendent sword ray. Boom! Lin Xian stepped on the tree trunk and moved his body horizontally, narrowly avoiding the sword light. What a terrifying sword! Lin Xian's heart palpitated. Not only was this sword rich in spiritual energy, but it also carried a kind of aura, as if it could cut through everything. Is this sword force? It's really powerful. Lin Xian was no stranger to sword force. His heaven's falling stars had a sword force, but he couldn't use it casually. Humph. You can actually dodge it. You do have some skills, but that's all. A disdainful voice came from the front. Be obedient and hand over the stone. I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll regret being born into this world. Lin Xian looked at this figure vigilantly. This was a handsome young man. He seemed to carry a natural sense of superiority and didn't put anyone in his eyes. However, he did have the qualifications to be arrogant. The flaming spiritual energy on his body showed his cultivation as a rank 6 Meridian Stage 6 spiritual knight. In addition to the sword just now, this young man was much stronger than the average rank 6 spiritual knight. Don't resist. You won't even have the chance to attack. Hand over the brown stone and I'll let you go. Jiang Yulong ordered. He originally wanted to kill Lin Xian immediately, but he didn't find any trace of the stone. That's why he threatened you. Seeing that you're also a disciple of the Black Sky sect, you must have heard of the 4 heroes of the outer sect. Don't worry, as long as you tell me where the brown stone is hidden, I'll definitely guarantee your safety. Lin Xian secretly sighed in relief. He knew that Jiang Yulong was trying to trick him. Luckily he handed over the brown stone, or else the other party would have already made his move. However, what made him fearful was that the other party was actually one of the 4 heroes of the outer sect. This was definitely a monstrous existence. If you want the stone, then follow me. Lin Xian had no choice but to stall for time. He used Flash Shadow Step and ran towards a direction. Jiang Yulong sneered behind him and followed him unhurriedly. Wine Lord, quickly cut open that stone. Lin Xian urged in his heart. If he could cut out some godly weapon, he could still fight Jiang Yulong. You better not play any tricks. I know your route. If you take a wrong step, I'll cut off one of your arms. Jiang Yulong's voice was as cold as the Grim Reaper's. Damn it. Lin Xian was furious. He originally wanted to trick him, but he didn't expect Jiang Yulong to be so shrewd. Due to Jiang Yulong's pressure from behind, Lin Xian had no choice but to speed up. He secretly walked back along the original route and saw a group of people rushing towards him. Lin Xian recognized them as the Divine Might group. Crap! Lin Xian saw Xing Lifang and the others. These people knew his identity and definitely wouldn't let him go. He couldn't help but tighten his grip on the long sword at his waist. Little Xian, I've cut it out. It's a talisman, Wine Lord said. Talisman? What's it used for? Is it an attack type? Lin Xian asked happily. A talisman was a talisman that used a special method to seal energy into a piece of paper, so that it could be used in times of crisis. These talismans were abnormally powerful, and could be said to have endless uses. In fact, he had long wanted to make a few, but they were too expensive and he couldn't afford them. It's not an attack type. Wine Lord said, it's a wind escape talisman. Escape talisman. Lin Xian almost laughed out loud. He needed this too much. This was definitely a useful tool to escape from adversity. But this talisman is incomplete, only half of it. Just as Lin Xian was secretly happy, Wine Lord poured a bucket of cold water on him. Lin Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. After all this time, it turned out to be a half-broken talisman. His luck was too bad. At this moment, the Divine Might group arrived in front of him. When they saw Lin Xian, they were shocked. It's you. You know him. Jiang Yulong frowned. Senior brother Jiang, this kid is the one who went against our Divine Might group. He's the one who killed Zhang Bin. Someone said. Kid, you're too arrogant. You actually dared to snatch our senior brother Jiang's divine stone. you're simply courting death. Senior brother Jiang is mighty. He subdued this kid with one move. Jiang Yulong frowned and looked at Lin Xian. Suddenly, he said in a deep voice, "Stop arguing." The stone is still in his hands. What? The Divine Might Group's disciples were stunned. Then, they glared at Lin Xian fiercely. "Kid, quickly hand over the divine stone." "You want the stone?" "Sure, let me think about it first," Lin Xian said with a smile. "But you're not allowed to make a fuss in front of me. If you make me forget where I put the stone, then it's none of my business." "Kid, you're courting death." The Divine Might Group's disciples were furious. They couldn't wait to pounce on him. Chapter 36. All of the Divine Might Group's disciples were shocked. They didn't expect Jiang Yulong's reaction to be so big. "I'll give you one last chance. Say it and live. Or else, die." Jiang Yulong pointed his sword at Lin Xian. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and had a lazy smile on his face. In his heart, he asked Wine Lord, "Is what you said true?" "That's right, little Xian Zi. I said you're young but you didn't believe me. You can't even finish listening." Wine Lord lectured, "Even though this wind escape talisman is broken, it can still be used once more. Your life is saved. Uncle Wine Lord, wait for me to exchange a move with him before you use the wind escape talisman," Lin Xian said. "Oh, you want to make a move?" Wine Lord was stunned. Hee, little Xian Zi, I'm not trying to discourage you, but you're 2 realms apart. Be careful not to get killed in an instant. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Start preparing. Under Jiang Yulong's gaze, Lin Xian didn't have a trace of fear. He smiled. "I've heard of the 4 heroes of the outer sect. I wonder if they are the same as the rumors. Why don't we exchange a few moves?" Jiang Yulong frowned. He really couldn't understand where a 4th-rank spiritual knight got his confidence from. "Brat, you're courting death. How dare you speak to senior brother Jiang like that?" Finally, the Divine Might Group's disciples couldn't take it anymore. "That's right. Don't you know who you are? How dare you challenge the 4 heroes of the outer sect? Don't forget, your life is still in our hands." Lin Xian didn't care about these people. Instead, he pulled out his steel sword. He knew he only had one chance to make a move, so he had to use his strongest move. He couldn't use the outer space meteor. That was his trump card to save his life. The only move he could use was the first level of the Thunderous Sword Art, 13 swords in one. In an instant, Lin Xian raised his power to the strongest state. All of his strength was concentrated on this sword. A cold light flashed and the sword slashed across. There wasn't any earth-shattering sound, not even a ray of light. This sword was so fast that the rest of the Divine Might Group's disciples couldn't even see the sword's trajectory. Jiang Yulong did not expect that Lin Xian would actually dare to make a move. Moreover, this sword technique was beyond his expectations. "I'll let you know what a genius is and what the gap between us is." Jiang Yulong had an evil smile on his face. The long sword in his hand shot out like a swimming dragon with a shocking aura. Clang clang. The 2 swords clashed, emitting a dazzling light. Lin Xian's attack did not injure Jiang Yulong. After all, the difference between the 2 was too great. However, this strike still managed to change the direction of his opponent's sword. The long sword that was originally aimed at Lin Xian changed direction and brushed past him. This is the strength of the 4 heroes of the outer sect. Lin Xian was not disappointed at all. He was not worse than anyone else. The only thing he lacked was time. One must know that he had only cultivated for 3 months. Boom! Wherever the sword light passed, everything was reduced to ashes. However, there was a trace of anger on Jiang Yulong's face. His sword had been shaken by his opponent. This was a humiliation to him. Humph. Jiang Yulong snorted coldly. His long sword danced again. The materialized sword light was breathtaking as it charged towards Lin Xian with violent energy. The 4 heroes of the outer sect are only so-so. The next time we meet, I'll use the sword in my hand to defeat you. Lin Xian laughed loudly as a gust of wind rose around him. I've given the brown stone to the Viper mercenary group. I hope you're not too late. The gust of wind wrapped around Lin Xian and swept him far away. Whoosh! Jiang Yulong's long sword landed, but it only cut through the air. Lin Xian's laughter still echoed in the forest, lingering for a long time. Jiang Yulong's face was cold. An ant-like disciple had played him for a fool and then left. This had never happened to him before. Brat, the next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you with my sword. Jiang Yulong had already made up his mind to kill. The surrounding Shenwei group's disciples looked at each other, not daring to say a word. Lin Xian's actions had once again given them a resounding slap in the face. What are you all standing there for? Go find the Viper mercenary group. Jiang Yulong said in a deep voice. That Lin Xian, the Shenwei group's disciples wanted to say something, but when they saw Jiang Yulong's face that was colder than an iceberg, they could only swallow the rest of their words. All of you, follow me. Search for the Viper mercenary group. Once you find them, immediately report back. The Shenwei group's disciples immediately split into countless small groups and entered the forest. Lin Xian was wrapped in the gust of wind and couldn't see the scenery outside. However, he could feel himself flying. This feeling is so wonderful. Lin Xian couldn't help but cry out. Once you reach the spirit transformation realm, you'll be able to rely on your own strength to fly. Wine Lord said. I'll definitely reach the spirit transformation realm. Lin Xian's gaze was firm. Above the meridian condensing realm was the spirit sea realm. At this realm, one could release their spirit energy and kill people from 1,000 miles away. After the spirit sea realm was the spirit transformation realm. At this realm, cultivators could break free from their body's shackles and achieve flight. Just as Lin Xian was thinking about the future, the gust of wind around him gradually weakened and finally disappeared. Lin Xian safely landed on the ground. Lin Xian steadied himself and looked around. Suddenly, his little face became very ugly. Eerie and cold. This was Lin Xian's most direct feeling. He vigilantly looked around. There were some trees and vines growing around him. Most of them were gray and black in color. What was even more strange was that there was no sound at all. Yes, other than the sound of Lin Xian's heartbeat, there really was no other sound. What the hell is this place? Lin Xian's scalp went numb. It can't be that we're in the Devil's Abyss, right? Little Xian, you really jinxed it. Wine Lord leisurely said. What? It really is the Devil's Abyss. Lin Xian involuntarily said, it's over this time. I just escaped from the jaws of a tiger, and now I'm in danger. I've been really unlucky lately. Lin Xian's little face fell. Suddenly, his expression changed. That's not right. Didn't they say that everyone who approached the Devil's Abyss died? Why am I fine? Could it be that this isn't the Devil's Abyss? With this thought, Lin Xian suddenly became happy. This is indeed the Devil's Abyss. It's just that you've come inside the Devil's Abyss. Wine Lord sighed and poured a bucket of cold water on him. Inside the Devil's Abyss. Lin Xian took a deep breath. No one has ever been able to come inside the Devil's Abyss. I want to see what's so special about this place. Uncle, there aren't any restrictions here, right? Lin Xian cautiously asked. There aren't. You can go without worry. If I'm not wrong, this is also the outer area. Wine Lord concluded after observing for a while. Lin Xian gripped his long sword, stepped over some vines, and carefully walked inside. Gradually, there were fewer and fewer trees. Instead, they were replaced by ice-cold stone tablets that stood upright like trees. Most of these stone tablets were broken, as if they had been through countless years. As soon as he approached, Lin Xian felt a sense of vicissitudes. AI. Wine Lord sighed when he saw these stone tablets. His voice was filled with helplessness. Chapter 37. There were runes engraved on these stone tablets, but the marks were very faint. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be noticed. This is... Lin Xian looked carefully, but he didn't recognize these runes at all. This should be ancient text. It shouldn't be common nowadays, Wine Lord suddenly said. Uncle Wine Lord, you can recognize ancient text. Lin Xian was shocked. You can't be from ancient times, right? Wine Lord didn't answer Lin Xian's question. Instead, he said in a low voice, the text is only a means. The true essence is the spiritual intent. Study it carefully. Hearing Wine Lord's words, Lin Xian stopped smiling and focused on studying the information on the stone tablet. Suddenly, a ghastly coldness emanated from the stone tablet and permeated the area. Lin Xian felt his soul tremble. It was as if he were a weak ant kneeling before a supreme king. In the next moment, the scenery around him changed drastically. There was a boundless sea of blood and mountains of corpses. There were dragon skeletons thousands of feet long, human skeletons thousands of feet long, and a giant roaring into the sky. It was as if he had returned to ancient times. Whoosh! Lin Xian's body trembled and he retreated with a pale face. Illusion, it must be an illusion. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. What did you see? Wine Lord asked. A boundless sea of blood and a vast expanse of bones. Lin Xian's heart was still palpitating. Sigh, no matter how powerful you are still just a pile of bones. Wine Lord was a little sad. These should all be supreme beings. Why are they all dead? Lin Xian was confused. Within the mysterious sword, Wine Lord sat lazily under a withered tree. He held a red wine gourd in his hand. His black hair danced in the wind like an immortal, but his eyes were full of vicissitudes. Who in this world can live forever? It's just a lie. Wine Lord's voice was a little lonely. Lin Xian moved and changed to another stone tablet. He placed his hand on it again. This time, he didn't see any illusions. He didn't give up and continued to touch the stone tablets. Finally, when he reached the 7th tablet, he felt an ancient aura again. A figure as tall as a god-fiend. His face couldn't be seen clearly. He was fighting a group of demons with wings on their backs and a single horn on their heads. These demons held blood-red spears. They stirred the wind and clouds, covering the sky, as they surged towards the god-fiend. The god-fiend, Ant's god-fiend's tea. All the demons were sliced in half by this strike. Whoosh! Lin Xian's SSSS, the sword he saw just now was too shocking. He felt that it was the true sword Dao. Teet teet, STSS, teet teet, teet teet, teet SS, SSS. Teet teet, teet teet, teet teet, teet teet, teet teet, teet. Lin Xian did as he was told. The next moment, he felt a boom in his head, and his surroundings changed drastically. Countless terrifying fissures crisscrossed the land that was filled with vicissitudes. The sky was like broken glass. Black cracks appeared in the sky, and behind them was endless darkness. Tens of millions of demons were sliced in half at the waist, and 4 mysterious black-armored figures appeared in the surroundings, slowly walking towards the tall man in the center. These 4 people were too terrifying. Every step they took left a black hole in the void. In the end, the entire sky collapsed. As for that tall man, he was still standing proudly. The light on his body pulsed like an invincible immortal king. Yes, he was invincible. The tall man still only swung his sword once. He didn't put the 4 terrifying mysterious people in his eyes at all. When he swung his sword, everything in the world became blurry. Lin Xian's body kept retreating, as if he couldn't withstand this sword will. Within the mysterious sword, Wine Lord's face was solemn. Stars flickered in his eyes as he continuously replayed that sword strike. After a long time, everything returned to normal. Lin Xian regained his consciousness. Although he didn't break through, he felt that his strength had increased by a lot. This feeling was very mysterious and difficult to describe with words. This sword will? Lin Xian couldn't think of any words to describe it. That's right, it's sword will. Wine Lord returned to his previous state. Little Xian, you're quite lucky to have encountered such a sword will. Comprehend it well and don't waste this good fortune. Lin Xian's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. It was indeed sword will. This was much more profound than Jiang Yulong's sword force. If he could comprehend sword will, his future achievements would definitely be limitless. Since Lin Xian couldn't get out now, he drew out his steel sword and began to practice the second stage of the thunderclap sword art. Each stage of the thunderclap sword art had a sword technique. For example, the first stage was the one sword. The second stage also had a move called Thunder God's Fury. In fact, the most difficult stage of the thunderclap sword art was the first stage. This was because one needed to control that power. Once a martial artist mastered it, the later stages would be much easier. Lin Xian brandished his long sword with the force of thunder. He didn't know if it was because he was affected earlier, but he felt that his sword movements were much smoother than before. Moreover, when he tried to imitate that godlike man, the power of the long sword in his hand actually increased. This change made him extremely happy, so he decided to experience it again. However, when he placed his hand on the stone tablet, there was no change. Don't waste time. This sword will isn't complete, and it's already imprinted in your mind. Wine Lord explained. Lin Xian closed his eyes and recalled. Sure enough, he could clearly see the scene of the tall man's sword. He recalled it over and over again. In the end, all the sword moves disappeared, leaving only the tall man. Lin Xian only had one feeling at this moment: invincible. Invincible belief. Lin Xian muttered, with a sword in hand, I'm invincible. Without a long sword, I'm still invincible. I didn't think that you would be able to comprehend this. Wine Lord smiled cheerfully. Sword moves are secondary. The most important thing is to have an invincible heart. An invincible heart. Lin Xian's eyes gradually shone. He still didn't know how much today's experience would affect his future. Concepts were mysterious and abstruse. Some people could comprehend them in an instant, while others might not be able to comprehend them for the rest of their lives. Lin Xian had gained something, but he couldn't fully comprehend it. However, as he grew, this invincible seed would one day sprout in his heart. Like water flowing naturally, he mastered the second stage of the thunderclap sword art. Everything seemed so natural. Lin Xian's cultivation was still at the 4th level of the meridian stage, but his strength had almost doubled. Chapter 38. Lin Xian sat on the ground with his back against the stone steel. The secret art of long life surged within his body, quickly opening his fifth spirit vein. His aura instantly soared, and an invisible wave of air swept out in all directions. The secret art of long life was very special. After Lin Xian cultivated it, the spiritual energy within his body was abnormally strong. His current spiritual energy was no weaker than a 6-stage meridian condensation cultivator. If he really broke through to the 6th stage, he would be able to sweep away all 6-stage cultivators with a single hand. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes. His long and narrow eyes flashed from time to time, and a lazy smile hung on his face. My cultivation has increased, but I only found 1 stone. Looks like I have to hurry. Lin Xian was full of enthusiasm. I want a spirit root. Wine Lord also shouted at this time. I want a treasure sword. Lin Xian was not to be outdone. Carrying the fine steel sword, he walked inside. Not long after, a faint fog appeared in front of him. Lin Xian felt dizzy from far away. Not good, there's poison. He quickly retreated. His shadow step was now at the small success stage, so his speed was absolutely amazing. Leaving behind afterimages, Lin Xian arrived at a safe place in the blink of an eye. Going in deeper was not feasible. It looked like he could only go outside. Lin Xian made up his mind and rushed outside. The more he went outside, the more frightened Lin Xian became. When he approached the outside, he felt the spiritual energy in his body rapidly drain away. This made him very frightened. Damn! It's dangerous inside, it's dangerous outside. Only the middle is safe. What kind of broken place is this? Lin Xian's face was full of helplessness. Unable to think of a way for now, he could only stay near the stone steel. The night was incomparably dark. Lin Xian chopped down some black trees to use as firewood. But not long after, he found that he had caused trouble. From the chopped trees, a black whirlwind rose up and swept towards Lin Xian. The fire that had just been lit was extinguished in an instant, and a huge suction force pulled at him. Lin Xian's body flickered with light. Green spiritual energy formed a thin layer around his body to resist the black wind. At the same time, he dug his feet into the ground and resisted with all his might. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not long after, black whirlwinds came from all directions, quickly moving towards Lin Xian. At this critical moment, a black spirit energy gushed out from his body. Half of his body was covered with black lotus patterns, and 2 black lotus leaves wrapped around Lin Xian, blocking all the black whirlwinds outside. A moment later, all the black winds disappeared, and the lotus patterns on Lin Xian's body also disappeared. He felt that the mysterious black spiritual power in his body was gradually disappearing, and his face was extremely solemn. In the past, it was this force that prevented him from cultivating, but now it was protecting him. This made Lin Xian a little confused. Little Xian, there are quite a few brown stones behind you. Wine Lord's voice interrupted Lin Xian's thoughts. Wine Lord's current state couldn't provide Lin Xian with any substantial power, so he couldn't do anything in the previous scene. Lin Xian also knew this, but this guy was always unwilling to mention the Black Lotus, which made him feel a little annoyed. He helplessly turned his head, and was immediately shocked. 7 or 8 brown stones were scattered on the ground. The largest was the size of a millstone, and the smallest was the size of a fist. So many. Lin Xian was slightly stunned. They must have been blown here by the strange wind. Using the light from his spiritual energy, he placed the stones together, and then lit the firewood again. Fortunately, there was no strange black wind this time. Lin Xian knocked on the stones, preparing to cut them open one by one. His palm was like a knife, and with a wave, he cut open the brown stones. In the end, there were 7 stones, but only 2 things were cut out. One was the spirit root that Wine Lord needed, and the other was a black tile the size of a palm. Wine Lord smiled as he put away the spirit root, while Lin Xian put away the black tile with a dark expression. "Where's the promised sword?" Lin Xian angrily hammered the stone tablet next to him. Boom! Half of the stone tablet collapsed, making Lin Xian jump. "So weak," Lin Xian muttered. "All right, little Xian Z. Since you've helped me find a spirit root, I'll give you a sword," Lord Alcohol suddenly said. "What, you have a sword?" Lin Xian angrily stomped his feet. "If you had a sword, why didn't you give it to me earlier, young man? You're too impatient," Wine Lord said unhurriedly. "Giving it to you now is a bit of a stretch. If you don't believe me, you can try." As he spoke, a black whirlpool appeared in front of Lin Xian. Immediately after, a dark red large sword flew out from it, and with a clang, it stabbed into the ground. Unlike a normal 3-foot-long sword, this was a large sword. The body of the sword was very wide, but not thick. The hilt was long enough for Lin Xian to hold it with both hands without any difficulty. Lin Xian looked at the dark red large sword covered in rust, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Although he liked the appearance of the large sword, it was too old. Many parts of it were covered in rust, and it was obvious that it was an antique. "This is the treasured weapon you gave me," Lin Xian said worriedly. "It won't break once I use it, right?" "Humph, even if you break it, it won't break." Wine Lord snorted coldly. "I originally wanted to give this sword to you after you became stronger. Giving it to you now is too much of a stretch." Lin Xian was unconvinced. "What do you mean by, too much of a stretch?" He walked forward and grabbed the hilt. "Comfortable, extremely comfortable." Lin Xian didn't want to let go once he held it in his hands. It felt as if he was holding the hand of a goddess, and it was extremely comfortable. With a slight force, Lin Xian prepared to pull out the dark red large sword and use it to practice the lightning eclipse sword technique. However, the dark red large sword didn't move at all. "Humph." Wine Lord snorted softly, and then said faintly, "You're indeed too young." Lin Xian's face darkened, and he pulled harder, but it still didn't budge. He was stunned, and with a low roar, he used all his strength. Finally, the dark red large sword slowly rose, and gradually left the ground. "Damn, it's so heavy. What material is it made of?" Lin Xian couldn't help but curse in a low voice. "Not bad, to be able to lift it with just the strength of your muscles. It seems like you're stronger than I thought." Wine Lord didn't hold back. Lin Xian's face darkened, and he finally understood why Wine Lord said it was too much of a stretch. He activated the art of long life, and green spiritual energy jumped out, and a surge of power surged out of his body. His arms finally stopped trembling, but with the support of his spiritual energy, he still felt very heavy. Lin Xian tried to swing it twice, and found that his spiritual energy was quickly consumed. Clang! Lin Xian stabbed the dark red large sword into the ground, and stood with it in hand. "I say, Uncle Wine Lord, are you deliberately messing with me? How can I use the lightning eclipse sword technique with this sword?" Wine Lord drank a mouthful of wine. "You'll get used to it, and conquering it will definitely bring you unexpected benefits. Think about it, if you can wield such a heavy sword like an embroidery needle, how strong will you be?" Lin Xian obviously knew that he was just saying a few words. From the moment he held the long sword, he fell in love with it. "From now on, I'll walk down the path of martial arts with you," Lin Xian muttered. "I'll call you Hong Yan." Chapter 39. Early in the morning, the surroundings were quiet. A slender young man wielded a dark red greatsword and waved it in the forest of steels. If one looked closely, they would find that he wasn't practicing some profound sword art, but the most basic sword art in the Lingwu continent. Although it was a basic sword art, the young man didn't show any perfunctory expression. He used all of his strength in every move and executed it perfectly. Hack, stab, lift, sweep, these basic movements appeared in the young man's hands again and again. After 100 times, the young man put away his sword and stabbed it into the ground, then slowly exhaled. Chi! Like stabbing into tofu, the dark red greatsword was easily inserted into the ground. The young man moved his arms and whispered, "Now I've basically adapted to the weight of this red flame greatsword. My spirit energy has increased so much, I'm afraid I'll break through to the 6th stage soon." Of course, your spirit energy is now more than twice as fast as before, right? Another voice sounded. Don't you find this place strange? This young man was Lin Xian. He laughed, of course it's strange. Other than the steels and black plants, there's nothing that can move. You're still too young to feel the power of the rules. This place seems to be a world of its own, different from the rules outside. Wine Lord said in a deep voice, at least in terms of time, this place is different from the outside. Seeing Lin Xian's confusion, Wine Lord continued, this demon abyss should be in an independent small sealed world. The place you are now in is a buffer zone between the small sealed world and the outside world. If you go inside, you'll find another world, which you can't enter. If you go outside, you'll find the outside world, which has a distorted space in the middle. What's the point? Lin Xian curled his lips and asked. A few days here is equivalent to a few hours in the outside world, and the closer you are to the demon abyss, the more obvious this effect is. Wine Lord directly gave a conclusion. Little Xian, this is a rare opportunity. You can use it to fully master this great sword. Wine Lord said. Really? Lin Xian was originally a little worried about the upcoming inner sect test, but now it seemed that all his problems were solved. But will I starve to death? Lin Xian worriedly said, I am only a little spiritual knight in the meridian's condensing stage. I am simply unable to absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth. I have a way to ensure that you won't starve to death. Wine Lord said, but it might consume some of my energy. Little Xian Z, you have to continue looking for spiritual herbs and help me brew good wine. Don't worry, Uncle Drunkard. As long as I can enter the inner sect, I guarantee that I'll find you a bunch of spiritual herbs. Lin Xian promised as he patted his chest. Just like that, Lin Xian picked up the crimson flame greatsword, walked closer to the devil abyss, and began to cultivate again, outside the Taihang Mountains. A group of people wearing silver light armor were fleeing in the forest in a sorry state. Damn it, the people of the Black Sky sect are too ruthless. They actually killed so many of our brothers. A bald man said. Second brother, let's retreat. They are from the Divine Might group, and they even have the help of the 4 heroes of the outer sect. We can't fight them at all. The bearded middle-aged man said with hatred. Damn it, we didn't even take the brown stone, yet these people are chasing after us. We won't be able to avenge Xixing for the time being. Let's retreat. The bald man clenched his teeth and said. Thus, the surviving members of the Viper mercenary group quickly retreated, in another direction, at the exit of the brown stone. Members of various forces were gathered here. There were disciples of the Black Sky sect, and there were also disciples of the Zixia sect. Senior Marshal Brother Jiang, according to our calculations, a batch of brown stones will be ejected in about an hour. Jiang Yulong nodded. This time, he must get the brown stone. After being in the Devil Abyss for 5 days, he only obtained 1 brown stone. However, there was nothing inside. In other words, he wasted these 5 days in vain. Humph. Duan Fei from the battle group obtained 3, Shenlong from the Tsing-Yi Association obtained 2. The inner sect disciples aren't sure. Jiang Yulong calculated and realized that he was the only one who obtained the least. Don't worry. I'll definitely snatch a brown divine stone for you. A fawning voice entered Jiang Yulong's ears. He frowned and glanced at it, then snorted coldly. Not far behind, a purple-clothed youth was pestering Tang Yu with a shameless expression. It was the second young master Ding from the Zixia sect. Ding Xiang, stay away from me. Be careful or my brother will beat you when he comes back. Tang Yu said with an annoyed expression. Hee, your brother has already been invited by senior martial brother Lu Qing to spar. But don't worry, I'll protect you. The purple-clothed youth, Ding Xiang, said as he flicked his hair. Duan Fei's face darkened. He was handsome and was one of the 4 heroes of the outer sect. He thought that Tang Yu was his woman. However, this purple-clothed youth in front of him actually shamelessly pestered Tang Yu for an entire morning. He had long wanted to slap him to death. However, this youth's brother, Ding Hao, was a top expert of the younger generation. He was known as Yunzhou's swift blade. With such a strong brother, Duan Fei naturally didn't dare to make a move. Just as he was gnashing his teeth in hatred, someone suddenly shouted, "The divine stone is coming out." Duan Fei hurriedly turned his head and stared straight ahead, ready to attack at any time. The others also looked eager to give it a try. Jiang Yulong's hand clenched his long sword tightly. Chi. Suddenly, the sound of something tearing through the air came from the front. Everyone tensed up. A brown stone the size of a fist flew over. No one moved because there was a huge shadow behind it. This shadow must be an incomparably huge stone. This was the first time it had appeared. Jiang Yulong licked his lips. He had to get his hands on this stone. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. Not only him, but everyone else also noticed the abnormality. There was actually a person standing on this stone. How can there be a living person in the pit? Could it be a demon? Many people turned pale with fright. If a supreme demon king really jumped out, they would all die here. No, it's a youth. Someone discovered a new situation. These clothes, he's a disciple of the Black Sky sect. Everyone's eyes widened. They couldn't figure out why a disciple of the Black Sky sect would come out of the demon pit. They saw a delicate and handsome youth with a dark red sword on his back standing on the brown stone. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and there was an indescribable confidence in his eyes. Whoosh! The youth jumped off the stone and whistled with a smile. Thank you for coming to pick me up. The stone is flying, go after it. Thank you my ass. Everyone cursed in their hearts. They were waiting for the brown divine stone, okay? However, after the youth's reminder, many people came to their senses and quickly chased after the stones. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian. Finally, someone recognized the youth. The members of the Divine Might group surrounded him with dark faces. They knew that Lin Xian's appearance was nothing good. Jiang Yulong frowned. He walked forward with a cold face, and his icy gaze fell on Lin Xian. I've thought about it. If I see you again, I'll wring your head off. Jiang Yulong said coldly. Chapter 40. Lin Xian's words caused an uproar among the crowd. Everyone looked at him with disdain. How dare you fight the 4 heroes of the outer sect? You're courting death. That's right. You want to defeat senior brother Jiang. Look at yourself. You think you're a god just because you're flying on a rock. You must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Everyone laughed at Lin Xian. Duan Fei, who was also one of the four heroes, also laughed disdainfully. Jiang Yulong, on the other hand, laughed wildly. Kid, although I don't know how you came out of the Devil's Abyss, it's a joke if you think you can defeat me with this. Kneel down and apologize now, and I might let you live. Lin Xian pulled out the crimson flame sword from his back. He now had complete control over the weight of the crimson flame sword. The dark red blade slid slowly, flashing a demonic light under the sunlight. Ha! I'm dying of laughter. Are you here to show off? You're actually holding a rusty sword. I know you're poor, but you don't have to use such a broken sword. You want to challenge senior brother Jiang with this? The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He did not care about what these people were saying. To him, action was the best weapon to use. With a swing of his arm, the crimson flame sword turned into a red shadow and slashed at Jiang Yulong. TSK, you don't even have spiritual power. Are you retarded? Senior brother Jiang, kill him. Lin Xian did not use any spiritual power. He was purely using his physical strength. He had already mastered the golden jade body tempering technique. Not only was his body extremely hard, but his strength had also reached a terrifying level. Jiang Yulong saw that Lin Xian did not have any spiritual power fluctuations. His eyes were full of disdain. He stood casually and did not use any spiritual power to protect his body. However, his pupils suddenly shrank and he quickly retreated. A red light flashed in the air, and the crimson flame sword instantly arrived above his head. The violent power brought about countless gusts of wind. With one sword, the wind and clouds moved. The surrounding disciples were forced back 3 steps by this gust of wind. Those with weaker cultivations had already begun to circulate their spirit energy to protect their bodies. They all looked at Lin Xian in horror. They couldn't believe that such a frail youth could release such a powerful force. After the first strike, Lin Xian swung his sword in reverse. The red flame greatsword once again slashed towards Jiang Yulong at an unbelievable angle. You're courting death. Jiang Yulong lost the initiative and took a step back in embarrassment. Then, he pulled out his sword and flew into a rage. In an instant, purple flames wrapped around the sword. In the air, the temperature suddenly skyrocketed, as if it was going to roast people. Boom! The long sword burning with purple flames clashed with Lin Xian's red flame greatsword. A circle of energy visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Many disciples were shaken to the point that their faces turned pale and their bodies swayed. The two forces were evenly matched and bounced off each other, causing a string of sparks to fly in the air. How is this possible? He actually managed to take on senior brother Jiang's attack. Am I seeing things? Many people began to rub their eyes hard. Impossible. Senior brother Jiang must not have used his full strength. When senior brother Jiang gets serious, this kid is dead meat. Damn it. How did this guy's strength increase so quickly? Jiang Yulong frowned. I have to get rid of him. Otherwise, he'll become a huge threat. Thinking of this, he waved his long sword and a strange aura gradually formed. Sword force. Lin Xian's eyes were deep and there was a flash of excitement. I'll use you to test the power of my new sword technique. Lin Xian held his sword with one hand and went up to meet the attack. His face was calm and there was a confident smile on his face. His body also formed an aura like a peerless divine sword that was incomparably sharp. The two forces were on the verge of colliding. At this moment, a voice came from afar and turned into a clap of thunder. Stop! This voice contained a strong energy, but Lin Xian and Jiang Yulong did not seem to hear it. They were still waving their long swords with all their might. Whoosh! A flying knife cut through the air and flew over from afar. It was as dazzling as a bolt of lightning. Ding! The dazzling flying knife touched the two long swords, creating a ball of white light and forcibly separating the two. Lin Xian felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. The force almost made him lose his grip on the big sword in his hand. What a terrifying force! Who is this person? Lin Xian was shocked. At this moment, a figure floated over. It was a handsome young man. He bent his fingers and pulled back, sucking a small flying knife into his hand. Lin Xian was slightly stunned when he saw the young man's palm. He could not help but exclaim in admiration. The young man's palm was abnormally white and his fingers were slender like jade. Lin Xian even felt that such a pair of beautiful hands should not be on a man's body. "Brother!" A clear voice rang out. Then, a fiery red figure rushed into everyone's eyes. It's Tang Yi. Lin Xian naturally knew the young man's identity after seeing Tang Yi. The top inner sect expert, Tang Yi. As expected of an inner sect expert. His strength is unfathomable. For the first time, Lin Xian had a clear understanding of the inner sect disciples. Tang Yi rubbed Tang Yu's head dotingly and walked over with a straight face. As a disciple of the Black Heaven sect, you must always remember not to disgrace these 3 words. Thank you for your advice, senior brother. Lin Xian will remember it. Seeing Lin Xian being so polite, Tang Yi's expression softened a little. He turned to look at Jiang Yulong. Jiang Yulong gritted his teeth and his expression changed a few times. Finally, he cupped his fists and said, Yulong will remember senior brother's words. Then, he stared at Lin Xian and said in an unfriendly manner, in the inner sect selection in a month's time, I'll break all the bones in your body in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked. Jiang Yulong was issuing a challenge. The genius of the outer sect's top 4 had issued a challenge. I'm looking forward to it. Lin Xian's expression was calm as if he was agreeing to something insignificant. Heavens! Lin Xian actually agreed to it. Is he crazy? The disciples of the Black Heaven sect were shocked. This matter would probably sweep the entire outer sect. Let's go. Jiang Yulong sneered and left with the members of the Godly Might group in a grandiose manner. Lin Xian finally returned to his hut. The events of the past few days were like a dream to him. It was extremely bizarre. After a good rest, Lin Xian once again immersed himself in intense cultivation. Now, he was gradually transforming. Whether it was his body or his spirit, they were both growing rapidly. Thinking about the competition in a month's time, Lin Xian's heart stirred. The inner sect selection could be said to be the competition that the outer sect disciples cared about the most. It determined whether or not an outer sect disciple could enter the inner sect. The ranking in the selection corresponded to the degree of importance one would receive after entering the inner sect. The higher the ranking, the more attention one would receive from the upper echelons of the inner sect. Moreover, the sect was willing to nurture such a genius. I want to get first place. Lin Xian said firmly. Chapter 41. In the following days, Lin Xian went to the mountains to practice his swordsmanship during the day and practiced the art of longevity at night. Occasionally, he would go to the mission hall to repair his long sword and earn contribution points. These days passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The atmosphere in the outer sect was also changing quietly. Many disciples had returned from Taihang Mountain to prepare for the inner sect tryouts. Only by entering the inner sect could one be considered a true disciple of the Black Heaven sect. Inside, not only could one learn profound martial arts, but one could also receive pointers from high-level cultivators. In addition to all kinds of rich cultivation resources, all the outer sect disciples could not wait to squeeze into the inner sect. At the same time, a new outer sect ranking list was released. Many outer sect disciples had been discussing this matter and checking their own rankings these few days. The outer sect ranking list only ranked the top 500. It was based on a disciple's cultivation and daily performance to estimate their combat strength. No one knew who created this list. There was once a disciple who was dissatisfied with a lower ranking and challenged a higher ranking disciple. The result was a crushing defeat. Except for hundreds of such cases, the final result was the same as the ranking list. Only then did the outer sect disciples accept the ranking list and use it as an important means to understand the strength of others. On the third training field, He Xiaobing looked at the exquisite booklet in his hand with a trace of anger on his face. This booklet was the outer sect ranking list. It was very exquisite, but it did not attract He Xiaobing's interest at all. Humph. He closed the booklet and crushed it in his hand. Soon, the name list was reduced to a pile of dust. This is too much. How dare they lower my ranking? He Xiaobing's eyes burned with anger. He was originally ranked 100th on the ranking list, which was a top disciple. Who would have thought that the ranking list would place him at 101st? Although it was only a difference of one place, the meaning behind it was very different. Among the tens of thousands of outer sect disciples, the top 100 were the top disciples. They were the geniuses of the first echelon and would receive special attention after entering the inner sect. Now that he was ranked 101st, he was a second echelon disciple. His status was completely different. The person who replaced him at 100th was a new outer sect disciple named Lin Xian. How can a new outer sect disciple be ranked in the top 100? I refuse to accept this. He Xiaobing clenched the long sword in his hand. Xiaobing, calm down. A slightly plump disciple by the side said, I've heard of this Lin Xian before. Recently, he's been in a huge mess with the Divine Might group. It's said that he's defeated many of the Divine Might group's disciples consecutively. He must have some strength. So what? You think I'll lose too? He Xiaobing said angrily. The outer sect of the Black Heaven sect was very big, and there were many disciples. Not everyone knew Lin Xian, and with so many things happening every day, they had long forgotten the name of a young disciple. It's not that I'm afraid you'll lose, but there's no need to do so. Can't you just defeat him fair and square during the inner court selection? He Xiaobing did not say anything, but a cold light flashed in his eyes from time to time. 7th Martial Arts Practice Field, Northwest Corner. Lin Xian held the Crimson Flame Greatsword and practiced meticulously. This was a new sword art he had learned, the Lonely Mountain sword art. It was a mid-grade yellow rank martial art. This sword technique was different from the ones Lin Xian had learned in the past. It wasn't known for its speed, but rather the kind that was heavy and powerful. Its speed was very slow, and each strike was filled with power. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Xian felt very good when he brandished the wide moves. He had been studying the fast sword in the past, but now that he was practicing the slow sword, he had a new understanding. The Lonely Mountain sword art was about stability, accuracy, and ruthlessness. Although it was slow, as long as the timing was right, it could definitely kill in one strike. After today's slow sword practice, Lin Xian's grasp of timing in battle was much stronger than before. The fast sword was about seizing the initiative and taking the initiative to control the enemy, while the slow sword was about seizing the opponent's mistake or creating a mistake. With the combination of fast and slow, Lin Xian's sword art had already surpassed the past. Just as Lin Xian was immersed in the sword art, a youth walked towards him. He was thin, had big eyes, and a cold gaze. You're Lin Xian. The youth's tone was unfriendly. That's right. Lin Xian stood with his sword and asked, "What's the matter?" "Defeat you and take back my rightful ranking." The youth was He Xiaobing. Lin Xian was a little confused. "What ranking?" "Stop pretending. You just need to tell me if you accept the challenge." He Xiaobing shouted. He Xiaobing's shout caused the surrounding martial arts disciples to turn their heads and look. At this moment, a slightly plump youth ran over from afar. He grabbed He Xiaobing's hand and said, "Xiaobing, let's go. Little Wei, don't worry about me. I must defeat him today." He Xiaobing said loudly. "The weak don't deserve that spot." "What's going on?" someone nearby asked. "You don't know. He Xiaobing's 100th place was squeezed out by that kid." Someone secretly pointed at Lin Xian. No wonder he was angry. A kid who just entered the outer sect climbed over his head. "If it were me, I would be anxious too." Lin Xian pricked up his ears and understood a little. "Since you want to fight, then come." Lin Xian wanted to verify the Lonely Mountain sword art. "Humph." He Xiaobing gritted his teeth and said, "You better use your full strength, or you will lose miserably." With a flip of his palm, he took out a disc array and sent out spirit energy with both hands. The large green flag rose in the wind and with a clang, it stabbed into the ground and formed a small arena. Array flag battle. Lin Xian was no stranger to this. He had fought this competition with the disciples of the Xinwei group before. Immediately, he pulled out the red flame greatsword and walked into the array flag with a lazy smile. He Xiaobing snorted coldly and with a move of his body, he entered. The surrounding disciples stopped what they were doing and gathered around. The disciple called Little Wei was waiting with a pair of big eyes, watching nervously. "Come." Lin Xian held the red flame greatsword in front of his chest and stood with rapt attention. Chi! A flash of cold light burst out, making a hurried sound. He Xiaobing's body swayed and he quickly charged forward. The long sword at his waist glowed with cold light. In the blink of an eye, he was already beside Lin Xian. With a flick of his wrist, the long sword pounced like a venomous snake. The speed was so fast that it caught everyone's attention. Fast sword flow. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. With a slight movement of his feet, he adjusted his body and at the same time sent out the great sword in his hand, intercepting He Xiaobing's sword move. Ding ding ding. He Xiaobing's long sword collided with the red flame greatsword and made a crisp sound. His attack failed and he immediately raised his sword. The tip of the sword emitted cold light and attacked Lin Xian's head. Chapter 42. He Xiaobing retreated in fear, but Lin Xian's sword was faster than him. A brilliant red light flashed past, as fast as lightning, stunning everyone. When everyone came back to their senses, they realized that Lin Xian's red flame sword was pressed against He Xiaobing's chest. With just a little bit of force, it would pierce through his heart. As for He Xiaobing, he did not dare to move. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. What a fast sword! What precise control! There were also experts in the top 100 on the martial arts field. When they saw such a battle, they could not help but take a deep breath. Lin Xian's strength was above their expectations. How much confidence did he need to dare to aim for a vital point like the heart? One must know that killing was not allowed in the sect. Especially for an elite like He Xiaobing who was likely to become an inner disciple, he was not allowed to be killed for no reason. However, Lin Xian actually dared to aim for his opponent's heart during a spar. This meant that he had enough confidence to control it well. Under such speed and power, to suddenly withdraw one's attack without the slightest mistake, these spectating disciples admitted that they couldn't do it. I lost. He Xiaobing said dejectedly. Whoosh. Lin Xian put away his red flame sword and left the array flag arena. Your sword technique is not bad, but your grasp of timing is not very good. You need to practice in real combat. Ha! He Xiaobing was stunned. Lin Xian was giving him pointers? He scratched his head. Lin Xian was right. He rarely hunted ferocious beasts, and he rarely sparred with his fellow disciples. Most of the time, he spent his time cultivating alone. Many, many thanks. He Xiaobing said seriously, your strength is enough to enter the top 100. I was too impulsive this time. Top 100. Lin Xian asked, what top 100? I really don't know why you fought with me. Because of this. The chubby youth called Little Wei walked forward and handed Lin Xian a roster. Outer Sect Ranking. Lin Xian was curious about the results and quickly looked through it. Ranked first was a disciple called Shengguan Luyun, followed by Jiang Yulong, Duan Fei, and the others. Lin Xian found his name in the 100th position, and then He Xiaobing's name in the 101st position. Only then did he understand what had happened. The eyes of this ranking person are really sharp. I really overestimated myself. He Xiaobing mocked himself. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Believe in yourself. Lin Xian smiled. He didn't think that he only had the strength of 100th place. His goal was to get first place. What? He Xiaobing's eyes widened. This Lin Xian didn't seem to believe the rankings on the leaderboard. The two of them hesitated for a long time, but in the end, they didn't say anything. You can always find me to spar in the future. Lin Xian patted He Xiaobing's shoulder. He Xiaobing was stunned for a moment, then said happily, yes, I'll definitely improve next time. With that, he left with his good friend Xiao Wei. Xiaobing, this Lin Xian seems to be different from the others. Xiao Wei said. Yes, I have a feeling that he's definitely not just in the 100th position. I really hope that someone can break the curse of the rankings. He Xiaobing's eyes were filled with anticipation. When the surrounding youths saw that Lin Xian wasn't arrogant after winning and even gave his opponent some pointers, they immediately looked at him in a new light. Other than the disciples of the three major factions who laughed in disdain, the disciples who didn't join any groups had an inexplicable feeling towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian, right? My name is Guan Yunfei. I wonder if I can spar with you. Not long after, a disciple went up to challenge him. Lin Xian gladly accepted. In his opinion, cultivating in seclusion wasn't as fast as improving in actual combat. After Guan Yunfei, many disciples came to spar with Lin Xian. There were two reasons. First, Lin Xian's swordsmanship was brilliant. They could learn a lot from fighting with him. Second, his attacks were very accurate. Those who fought with him didn't have to worry about getting injured. Soon, a day passed. Lin Xian fought with a dozen youths one by one. Finally, he sat on the martial arts field to rest. The sun was setting in the west. The afterglow shone on the martial arts field as if it was draped with a layer of golden gauze. Older brother Xian, are you even human? You're like a monster. After fighting so many battles, you're actually not tired at all. Guan Yunfei said enviously. That's right. We're all exhausted, but you're actually acting like nothing happened. Lin Xian laughed. When his secret art of long life opened the fifth spiritual vein, it gradually revealed its power. Although his cultivation was still at the fifth stage of the meridian's condensation stage, his spiritual energy was twice that of a normal fifth stage spiritual knight. It was even more than a normal willow stage spiritual knight. This greatly increased the duration of his battle. Older brother Xian, how about we fight again tomorrow? The youths asked expectantly. Okay, no problem. Lin Xian just happened to want to practice the shadow step to the large success stage, so he straightforwardly agreed. Under the illumination of the setting sun, the youths quickly ran towards the dormitory area. As the day of the inner sect selection approached, the number of disciples who went to the mission hall to accept missions decreased. Chen Dajing finally had a day of leisure. I really envy those who can enter the inner sect. Chen Dajing began to organize the information. Excuse me, senior brother, can I issue a mission? A weak voice sounded. What? The voice was too soft, so Chen Dajing didn't hear it clearly. So sorry, I want to issue a mission. This time, the voice was a bit louder, but it was still like the buzzing of a mosquito. Chen Dajing helplessly turned around and discovered that it was actually a young girl standing in front of him. She had a head full of jet black hair and a pair of eyes that were like gems. Because of shyness, there was a faint blush on her fair face. She had a weak and helpless appearance. Oh, sure. What mission do you want to issue? Chen Dajing seemed to have never seen such a delicate disciple before. He couldn't help but take a few more glances. The young girl shyly lowered her head and muttered, "My long sword is broken. I want to fix it." Finished speaking, she handed over the long sword in her hand. Chen Dajing glanced at it, then said, "Why don't you leave it here first? I'll issue the mission for you. When it's fixed, I'll inform you. However, there will be a handling fee and mission fee." Ah. The young girl didn't seem to think that it would be so troublesome. She whispered, then forget it." The young girl gently put the long sword away, then turned around and prepared to leave. Hey, wait a minute. Chen Dajing sighed. He quickly wrote a line of words on a piece of white paper and handed it over. "If you want to fix your long sword, go find him. In the entire outer sect, I'm afraid that only he can fix your weapon." The young girl took the slip of paper and curiously looked at it. She discovered that it was an outer sect disciple's dormitory disciple. She thanked him, then lowered her head and left. It was noon and the sun was just right. Lin Xian didn't go to the dojo today. He needed to digest what he had gained from cultivating these past few days and examine the results of his cultivation. First was the Thunder Movement sword art. The first stage had already reached the stage of great mastery, the second stage had reached the stage of small mastery and would soon reach great mastery. The Lonely Mountain sword art had reached the stage of perfection, the Flickering Shadow step had reached great mastery, and the Golden Jade Body Tempering Secret had reached great mastery. Right now, he could completely suppress a 5th-level Spirit Knight just by relying on the power of his body. Very good, the martial arts in his hands were pretty much practiced. The next step was to break through to Ningmai's 6th level. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with confidence. Dong dong dong. Chapter 43. Lin Xian pushed open the door, and found an unfamiliar young girl standing outside. "You are..." Lin Xian thought for a moment, and realized that he did not know this young girl. Excuse me, do you know how to repair weapons?" the young girl asked with a red face. "The senior from the Hall of Mission sent me here. He said that only you can repair it." Chen Dajing. Lin Xian understood. "There's more contribution points to earn. Come in," he said with a smile. The young girl's face was red, and she walked into Lin Xian's small room with light steps. Then, she stood there, her small hands so nervous that she did not know where to place them. She could only tightly grip the corner of her clothes. "Take out your weapon and let me have a look." Lin Xian sat down, looking like he was working seriously. The young girl handed over the long sword at her waist, and then looked at it with a nervous expression. Her large black gem-like eyes did not blink, as if she was afraid that she would miss something. Lin Xian looked at it carefully, and found that this was not an ordinary longsword, but a precious tool. There were inscriptions carved into it, but they were now blocked. It's actually a precious tool. It looked like this young girl was not an ordinary person. In the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something, and said in his mind, "Uncle Drunkard, it's time for you to shine." "Little Xian, what are you planning to do with me now?" Wine Lord said without any trace of politeness. "Hee, don't you know how to nurture swords? Why don't you teach me?" Lin Xian said. Wine Lord rolled his eyes. "Don't you always brag that you're a disciple of Swordpool Manor, and that your skills in nurturing weapons are high? Why are you interested in my techniques?" Lin Xian lampooned inwardly. For the girl to have a treasured artifact, she likely had a special identity. He didn't want to expose his identity in the artifact nurturing method like what had happened with Elder Fang. However, he wouldn't tell Lord Alcohol about this. "Didn't you call yourself a sword master? Are you lying?" Lin Xian curled his lips. "Nonsense. Brat, how dare you doubt me?" Wine Lord knew what Lin Xian was up to, but he still said angrily, "I'll let you know what a real weapon nurturing technique is." Wine Lord's voice was filled with anger, but his heart was bursting with joy. "Haha, little Xian, inherit my legacy and bring my inscription techniques to greater heights. Listen, my inscription technique can not only be used to nurture weapons, but when you learn it, it can also be used to increase the grade of weapons. Even refining weapons is not impossible." Wine Lord began to pass on his lost knowledge. Seeing Lin Xian remain silent for a long time, the young girl's heart sank. She whispered, "Senior brother, can you fix it?" Lin Xian acted as if he hadn't heard anything. He kept his head down and didn't say anything. The young girl's face fell. She bit her finger and was about to summon up the courage to take back the sword when she saw Lin Xian move. His slender fingers moved, drawing a strange rune on the sword. He flicked the sword lightly, causing the sword to emit a crisp sound. Lin Xian's movements were abnormally nimble. It was as if there was an indescribable charm to it that made people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. After a long time, Lin Xian flicked the sword again, completing the repair. The young girl was awakened and looked at Lin Xian with a red face. "It's fixed." Lin Xian handed over the sword. 30 contribution points. Ah! The young girl was stunned, but she immediately understood. However, her face became even redder, like a ripe red apple. I. The young girl nervously rubbed her small hands. "I don't have that many contribution points. How about I owe it to you first? When I have enough, I'll pay you back." The young girl whispered. Lin Xian frowned. "Could it be that I guessed wrong? You're not a rich second generation." Seeing that the young girl's expression did not seem to be faking it, Lin Xian laughed. "I'm just kidding. It's free service, no charge." "Really?" The young girl's red face lit up. She said happily, "Thank you, senior brother." "Don't call me senior brother. My name is Lin Xian." "What about you?" "Enchanting." The young girl said softly. "Enchanting." Lin Xian was stunned. "You're from the Qingyi Association." No, it's just the same name." The young girl was obviously shocked. "If there's any problem with the sword in the future, come find me. It's free service." Lin Xian smiled. Enchanting stole a glance at Lin Xian. Her small face also revealed a smile. She thanked him again and left. Lin Xian stood outside the door, looking at Enchanting's back with a smile. Just as he was about to go back, a disciple beside him suddenly joked, "Big brother Xian, if you can't bear to, then go after her." Go after your sister. She's here to fix her weapon. Lin Xian laughed and scolded. Fuck. Big brother Xian, you know how to fix weapons? The neighbors nearby all poked their heads out. These young people were all independent and did not belong to any group. However, they admired Lin Xian very much, so they had become familiar with him over the past few days. Big brother Xian, help me take a look. Someone took out his weapon. Lin Xian did not refuse. He was familiar with Wine Lord's inscription techniques. He realized that Wine Lord's techniques were very unique. It was not a common mainstream technique, but the results were indeed surprisingly good. Uncle, I didn't expect you to have some skills. Lin Xian praised in his heart. Little Xian, call me master. I've passed on my unique skills to you. Wine Lord said angrily. Lin Xian was speechless. Within a few days, most of the people in the dormitory district knew that there was a young man who knew how to raise weapons in the South District's Hut 25. Many disciples went there out of admiration. 3 days before the inner sect selection, a group of young people arrived in front of Lin Xian's Hut 25. Fuck. It's the East District's disciples. The nearby disciples whispered. The East District was different from the South District. The South District belonged to the commoners. Everyone had their own hut, and other than that, there was nothing else. But the East District was different. It was a place where only the rich and powerful disciples could live. There were independent courtyards with specialized training rooms. Some of them were even equipped with bamboo forest guards. These were definitely things that these ordinary youths would not have thought of. The group of youths escorted a young girl to Lin Xian's hut, their faces full of arrogance. Lin, hurry up and come out. One of the youths shouted. After shouting a few times, these people realized that there was no movement in the hut in front of them. The youth coldly snorted and then pushed the door open. The hut was empty, and there was no one in sight. Are you looking for older brother Xian? Lin Xian's left neighbor, Ding Xiaopeng, said, wait a moment, older brother Xian will probably be back at noon. What? You want us to wait for him? These people disdainfully said, brat, are you familiar with this Lin Xian? Hurry up and find him, our time is precious. Older brother Xian left early in the morning, I don't know where he went. Ding Xiaopeng whispered. Fuck you, if I tell you to look for him, then go look for him. What's with all this nonsense? The youth slapped Ding Xiaopeng's face. Ding Xiaopeng's body was sent flying. He covered his face, and tears of pain welled up in his eyes. What right do you have to hit him? The nearby youths couldn't stand it anymore. Io, you want to rebel? The group of youths disdainfully said, I came to your southern district to give you face, but this Lin Xian actually dares to make us wait for him, he's simply reckless. What right do you have to hit him, what right do you have to talk about older brother Xian? These youths refused to accept it. They were all young and vigorous, so naturally, they couldn't tolerate this kind of thing. What, you don't accept it? The youth laughed, attack. Beat them until they're convinced. Immediately, 4 or 5 youths from the eastern district pounced forward. Lin Xian went to Elder Fang's place in the morning to repair some weapons and earned a lot of contribution points. He hummed a little tune as he returned to the southern district, only to find that the atmosphere was a little strange. Normally, at this time, this group of people would have run out to discuss martial arts with him. Why didn't anyone come out today? Chapter 44. Brother Xian is back. A disciple from the southern district shouted excitedly when he saw Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and nodded, but when he saw the disciple's face, his heart sank. He hurriedly used his footwork and rushed over. Whoosh! A figure floated by, bringing with it a gust of wind. When everyone saw clearly, they realized that Lin Xian was already in front of them. What's going on? Lin Xian's voice was filled with anger. He saw that the disciples around him were all bruised and covered in blood. Some of them couldn't even stand up and could only lean against the wall and groan. Brother Xian. These disciples clenched their fists and looked at the other group of people unwillingly. You're that Lin Xian who can repair weapons? At this moment, a cold voice came from the side. Lin Xian suppressed his anger and turned his head. He saw a girl in green being surrounded by a group of people like a proud little peacock. He asked coldly, "You guys did it." "Humph. They're just a bunch of trash. They can't even take a beating," the Eastern District youth said. "How can they be called disciples of the Black Sky sect? I can beat them with one hand. Kid, I advise you to be sensible. Otherwise, you'll end up worse than them." These Eastern District disciples were very arrogant. "Hurry up and repair my weapon. I don't have time to waste. Brother Peng is still waiting for me in the inner sect." At this moment, the girl in green spoke. "So it was you guys who did it?" Lin Xian sneered. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the girl as if he had teleported. "You dare?" A youth stood in front of him with a sinister smile. A pair of silver-white fists punched towards Lin Xian's lower abdomen. Slap! Before the Eastern District youth could react, he was sent flying. His entire face was deformed. All of his teeth fell out, his nose caved in, and blood splattered all over the ground. Lin Xian was very angry, very angry. Although these neighbors of his didn't have outstanding strength, they were very nice people and got along well with Lin Xian. Lin Xian even felt a long-lost sense of closeness from them. However, these youths from the East Borough had actually attacked these innocent youths over such a trivial matter. Furthermore, they had been so heavy-handed. They were completely inhumane. "Since you're so willing to slap faces, I'll let you have a taste of it today." Lin Xian's tone was cold. You dare to make a move." The young girl was so angry that her whole body was trembling. "All of you, attack. Beat him to death. If anything happens, I'll take care of it." Whoosh! Whoosh! More than a dozen East District youths moved and pounced on Lin Xian. The youth at the front waved his hand, and a yellow light appeared in his palm. A powerful spiritual energy rushed towards Lin Xian like a whirlpool, whistling through the air. The Southern District disciples felt the cold wind blow on their faces, as if they were being cut by knives. "Older brother Xian, be careful." These South Region disciples were extremely nervous. The green-clothed girl, Lu Lan, raised her chin arrogantly. She looked at Lin Xian as if she was looking at a dead man. It was no wonder that she would have such thoughts. This group of disciples were all level 5 spiritual knights of the Meridian stage. Among them, there were some who were truly experts. For example, the one at the front was ranked 75th on the outer sect ranking list. When these people were added together, they were definitely a valiant force. Unfortunately, she met Lin Xian. Paw! Lin Xian took a step forward. His right hand passed through layers of fish shadows and directly slapped the face of the ranked 75th youth. Immediately, teeth flew and blood splattered everywhere. Paw 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 paw. Lin Xian continuously waved his hand and sent more than a dozen East District youths flying. Then, they fell in a sorry state in front of the Southern District disciples. When the Southern District disciples saw this, they all stepped forward and used all their strength to kick these arrogant guys. Lin Xian coldly looked at the green-clothed girl, Lu Ya. What are you doing?" Lu Lan's body continuously retreated. Her eyes were filled with shock. That was a group of level 5 spiritual knights. Unexpectedly, this youth in front of her swatted them away like flies. Was he still human? You also know how to be afraid. Lin Xian didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy for these people. He coldly said, although I don't like to hit women, you seem to be an exception. Lu Lan fearfully pulled out the long sword on her body and pointed it at Lin Xian. If you come any closer, I won't be polite anymore. This was a half artifact. Under the sunlight, it flashed with a faint cold light. That cold intent made people's heart palpitate. Lin Xian extended 2 fingers and clamped the sword tip. He secretly used the hidden energy of the thunderous sword art and forcefully twisted it. This half-artifact long sword was directly broken by Lin Xian. Ah! Lu Lan looked at the broken half of the long sword in her hand and screamed in fear. She was now completely convinced that this youth in front of her wasn't human. Get lost. If you dare to cause trouble again, your end will be the same as this long sword. Lin Xian coldly shouted. Lu Lan was so scared that her face turned pale. She threw away the broken sword in her hand and quickly fled like a defeated chicken. The East District disciples covered their faces and frantically fled. Good job, Brother Xian. Too cool, Brother Xian. The South District's youths cheered one after another. The depression in their hearts had completely dissipated. Lin Xian helped the youths apply the ointment and then used his spiritual power to dissolve it so that the ointment would quickly take effect. Only then did he return to his room. There were only 3 days left until the inner sect selection. Lin Xian's heart had a trace of excitement. Only by entering the inner sect would he have the possibility of becoming a core disciple. Just as Lin Xian was feeling emotional about the inner sect selection, Wine Lord interrupted his thoughts. Little Xian, I recently came up with something good. Do you want to try it? What good thing? Lin Xian was very interested. He understood Wine Lord very well. To be able to recommend something to Wine Lord, it definitely wouldn't be bad. Yes, it's about the art of longevity. Wine Lord said, this cultivation method is more mystical than you think. It's just that you haven't studied it yet. Art of longevity. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. He didn't study it too much. Regarding the art of longevity, he only knew that the spiritual power it produced was very strong and pure. Looks like I need to give you a good lesson. Wine Lord said seriously, spiritual power is divided into many attributes. You should know this. Lin Xian nodded. This was basic knowledge. Of course he knew. Spiritual power was divided into 5 major attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, etc. There were also some variant attributes such as wind, thunder, ice, etc. Each attribute produced a different effect. Since spiritual power has attributes, then the cultivation method for cultivating spiritual power would naturally be divided into different attributes. Have you ever thought about what attribute the art of longevity has? Wine Lord asked. Regarding this question, Lin Xian pondered for a moment, and then said, wood attribute. Lin Xian had his reasons for saying this. The art of longevity had a lot of content and a fast recovery speed, so it was very similar to wood attribute's spiritual power. This was why Lin Xian came to this conclusion. Up until now, the art of longevity has shown more wood attributes. Wine Lord continued, however, it's not only wood attribute. To be exact, it has no attribute. Chapter 45. Lin Xian had heard of many attributes, but he had never heard of attributeless before. There's a benefit to attributeless spiritual energy. It can transform into any attribute of spiritual energy, and it can be fused with each other. Wine Lord said. If you have thunder attribute's spiritual energy, then your thunderclap sword art will reach perfection. Really? Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. If the thunderclap sword art reaches perfection, then how powerful would it be? However, you need to absorb a lightning origin or cultivate a lightning elemental cultivation technique. Only then can your sword art reach perfection, Lord Alcohol said. After the inner sect selection, I'll go look for a thunder attribute cultivation technique or a thunder source. Lin Xian decided in his heart. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Today was the day of the inner sect selection. Tens of thousands of outer sect disciples started to move towards the testing area. Lin Xian also carried the crimson flame sword on his back and walked out of his house. Outside the house, the sky was cloudy and clear. The huge square was filled with countless disciples. Their faces were flushed with excitement. I wonder how many people will be able to pass the first round. Someone asked with concern. I hope I'll be able to pass. Look, it's Jiang Yulong. Many outer sect disciples exclaimed, he's one of the 4 heroes. In the crowd, Jiang Yulong was dressed in white. He was leading a group of Shenwei group disciples as he stood arrogantly. Duan Fei is here too. Another exclamation sounded, fuck, the 4 heroes of the outer sect are all here today. Even if I can't pass the first round, it'll be worth it. In another direction, the handsome young man, Duan Fei, stood with a smile on his face. He was surrounded by many female disciples. His delicate face and graceful figure made many male disciples spit fire in their hearts. Duan Fei smiled as he greeted the beauties. He casually glanced at Jiang Yulong. Jiang Yulong was also staring at Duan Fei. When their eyes met, sparks flew in the air. The two of them belonged to different forces. Jiang Yulong hated this pretty boy who was popular with women, while Duan Fei disliked this cold young man. Hence, the two of them had a bad relationship. Humph. When you're defeated, I'll see which female disciple will still surround you. Jiang Yulong said with a cold snort. Shen Qian my goddess. In the distance, a young girl in green slowly walked over. Her light and agile temperament made her seem like a fairy walking in the mortal world. Duan Fei and Jiang Yulong looked at the girl in green at the same time. Duan Fei nodded with a smile, but Jiang Yulong's expression was somewhat strange, and his gaze was somewhat evasive. Shen Qian bowed to the two of them. Then, a group of young girls greeted her, and she stood in another direction. At this moment, a group of youths from the southern district also walked over excitedly. Lin Xian wore a black robe and carried a dark red greatsword on his back. There was a faint smile on his delicate face and he looked extremely spirited. Older brother Xian, you must make it to the 3rd stage. When the time comes, we'll cheer you on. Little Fatty Ding said while dancing with joy. Little Fatty, I don't need you to say that. Older brother Xian will definitely enter the 3rd stage. Furthermore, older brother Xian will definitely succeed in entering the inner sect. These youths chattered non-stop. The whole process was very joyous. Wow! So many beauties. Little Fatty Ding's eyes, which were like door slits, suddenly widened as saliva continuously flowed down. It would be great if I could marry one. Little Fatty Ding muttered. The youths accompanying him also looked like pigs, but when they heard Little Fatty Ding's words, they all revealed looks of disdain. Little Fatty, stop dreaming. Go home and hug your doll to sleep. Lin Xian's right neighbor, Ho Xiao Shou, said. The doll was a cotton doll. Little Fatty Ding hugged it to sleep every day. These disciples often joked about this matter. Humph, don't be complacent. When older brother Xian becomes an inner sect disciple, he will definitely introduce one to me. Little Fatty Ding was not convinced. Lin Xian smiled and said, don't worry, when the time comes, I will find you a fairy to be your wife. A group of youths walked into the square laughing, but the passers-by revealed looks of disdain. TSK. A group of bumpkins still want to enter the inner sect, overestimating themselves. They're probably still dreaming. In a while, the first stage will shatter their dreams. Lin Xian and the others stepped onto the square and sighed once again. The square stretched as far as the eye could see, as if there was no end to it. In front of them was a majestic palace surrounded by multicolored light, like an immortal palace. Here, Lin Xian saw Jiang Yulong and Duan Fei. The latter directly ignored him, while Jiang Yulong revealed a cruel smile. Lin Xian did not bother with them. All the grudges could be settled in the arena. There was no need to waste his energy now. He slowly closed his eyes sharpening. However, not long after, he was shaken awake by the people beside him. Shengwan Luyun. It's Shengwan Luyun. Little Fatty Ding excitedly pulled Lin Xian. His expression was even more excited than seeing a peerless beauty. The surrounding friends were also excited as they stared unblinkingly at that figure. He is one of the 4 heroes of the outer sect, and he is also the #1 person on the outer sect rankings. It is said that his strength is even stronger than some inner sect disciples. Even Jiang Yulong, Duan Fei, and the rest are suppressed by him. Lin Xian was surprised. He turned his head and saw a person walking over from outside the square. This person was dressed in black and walked over step by step expressionlessly. Unlike the other geniuses, he did not have a group of supporters behind him, nor were there any beauties like bees or butterflies. Instead, he was alone. One person, like the sky, suppressed everyone to the point that they could not raise their heads. After he arrived, all the noise disappeared. Even Duan Fei, who had been smiling, had a cold expression as he looked at him with some hostility. Jiang Yulong gripped the sword in his hand tightly. His knuckles turned pale from the force. He stood in the middle of the square. The people around him subconsciously avoided him. No one could withstand his aura. It was as if he was born to be a king and needed everyone to look up to him. After a long while, someone dared to whisper. The surrounding atmosphere gradually returned to normal. At this moment, the clouds in the sky churned. In an instant, a strong wind blew, causing people's clothes to flutter. Everyone looked up in horror and saw a person standing on top of the clouds. It was a middle-aged man in purple robes. He stood on top of the clouds and coldly looked down as if he was a high and mighty god. Flying in the air. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He felt a huge pressure slowly being released from the middle-aged man in purple robes. It was as if an invisible hand was pressing down on him, making him feel suffocated. The middle-aged man in purple robes waved his hand. The clouds in the sky turned into a huge hand and pressed down on the void. In the next moment, everyone felt the ground shake as if there was an earthquake. What followed was a rumbling sound. When the surroundings returned to normal, the disciples found that there was a huge mountain on the side of the palace. It appeared like a dream in front of everyone. This mountain is called Thundercloud Mountain. It has a total of 99 floors. It is the first stage of the selection. You will be qualified to enter the next stage after crossing this mountain. The middle-aged man in purple robes in the clouds said loudly, spreading throughout the square. Chapter 46. With the purple-robed middle-aged man's order, the entire square was in an uproar again. Countless disciples used their movement techniques and ran towards Thundercloud Mountain, afraid that they would be a step too late and be beaten to it by others. Plop! Plop! Most of the first batch of disciples who ran up Thundercloud Mountain suddenly knelt on the stone steps. Their originally rosy faces instantly turned pale. What's going on? Many disciples didn't understand what was going on, but when they stepped onto the first stone step, they immediately understood. A huge force pressed down on everyone, like a mountain that wanted to crush them. Soon, some disciples couldn't hold on any longer. The spirit energy in their bodies had been exhausted while resisting the pressure, and they fell weakly on the stone steps. In the next moment, a white light rose from under their feet. Then, with a flash of white light, these disciples disappeared. Although they didn't know where they went, one thing was certain: they had been eliminated. Only by completing the 99 stone steps under this huge pressure could they be considered to have passed. Humph! A bunch of idiots. Some of the stronger disciples sneered. Not long after, nearly 80% of the outer court disciples were eliminated. Only a few people were left, and some disciples had not stepped onto the stone steps. It's about time, let's go. Jiang Yulong and the others walked forward and began to climb the stone steps. On the other side, Lin Xian and the disciples of the southern district also stepped onto the stone steps. So heavy. Ding Xiaopeng gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, I'm about to be squashed." Ho Xiaopeng cursed. Inject your spirit energy into your entire body and pay attention to your consumption. Lin Xian didn't feel that it was too strenuous. He didn't remind his companions. First step, second step, third step. After the 10th step, the pressure suddenly increased. Ding Xiaopeng and the others couldn't hold on any longer and turned into white light and dissipated. "Brother Xian, you must pass." The voices of Ding Xiaopeng and the others echoed nearby. Lin Xian nodded and set off alone. He moved forward quickly, attracting the attention of the surrounding people. Fuck! Where did this fierce person come from, running so fast? Someone was surprised. Idiot, wait until your spirit energy runs out and you cry. There were also some that were disdainful. Besides testing the outer court disciples' strength, the first test also tested their perseverance, strategy, and other external conditions. Those with high strength could naturally leave quickly. As for those with average strength, as long as they maintained the production and consumption of their spiritual energy and endured the pressure, they would eventually succeed. However, it was uncertain whether these disciples would be able to endure it. Ranked first was Shengguan Luyun. He had his hands behind his back and rushed forward as if he was flying. Occasionally, he would stop, but he would quickly move again. Behind him were Duan Fei, Jiang Yulong, and the others. These people also far surpassed the other disciples, but the expressions on their faces were not relaxed. Wine Lord suddenly said, "Hee hee, every 10 levels will double the pressure. At the end, it will be 9 times the pressure. Moreover, this pressure is different for everyone. The stronger you are, the more pressure you will feel. Looks like this isn't just a simple test of strength. There's also potential, perseverance, and many other aspects. Everyone's results are different." Lin Xian was stunned. He looked at the figure in first place, and for the first time, his expression changed. Yes, this is a battle with yourself. Break through your own limits and you will be able to enter the next test. Wine Lord said. Then let's do it. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. When they reached the 40th step, all the disciples' speed generally slowed down. Many people were recovering their spiritual energy on the spot. There was no other way. This was equivalent to 4 times the pressure, and no one was an exception. Ranked first was still Shengguan Luyun. He stood like a javelin on the 63rd step, silently recovering his spiritual energy. Below him was Duan Fei, 57th step. Jiang Yulong, 55th step. Shen Qian 55th step. Lin Xian stood on the 43rd step. His face was a little pale, but his breathing was not chaotic. It seemed that he was not tired, but he did not continue to go up. This was because when he stepped on the 40th step, Wine Lord's voice sounded in his heart. He told him that the stone steps contained a weak power of thunder and lightning. This mountain is called Thundercloud Mountain. It's not strange that it contains the power of thunder and lightning. Wine Lord said, "Little Xian Zi, your opportunity has arrived. As long as you absorb the power of thunder and lightning and refine it into your spiritual energy, you will have thunder attributes spiritual energy." Lin Xian obeyed and stayed on each step for a period of time. According to the method provided by Wine Lord, he silently absorbed the power of thunder and lightning from the stone steps. A blue arc of lightning came out from the stone steps and drilled into Lin Xian's feet. It entered his body and crazily swam around. Hiss! After the blue arc of lightning entered Lin Xian's body, it was like a fierce tiger returning to the mountain. It crazily ran around. The power of thunder and lightning was released continuously, causing Lin Xian to grimace in pain. Humph! You want to challenge senior brother Jiang with this little ability? I advise you to get lost. On the side, a Divine Might Group disciple proudly overtook Lin Xian and mocked him to his heart's content. You can't even withstand this little pressure. You are indeed trash. Lin Xian closed his eyes and concentrated. He was completely unaware of what was happening outside. He was concentrating the spiritual energy in his body to block the arc of lightning. That Divine Might Group disciple saw that Lin Xian had no reaction and thought that he had accepted his fate. He coldly snorted and went higher. At this moment, within Lin Xian's body, the blue arc of lightning was wrapped into a ball by the green spiritual energy and temporarily isolated. Lin Xian inwardly let out a sigh of relief. He curiously observed the blue arc of lightning. Wine Lord said from the side, looking at its power, "The grade of this thunder and lightning isn't too weak. Fortunately, it's only a strand and not the entire thunder source. Otherwise, with your current cultivation, you wouldn't be able to subdue it." "What should I do now?" Lin Xian asked. "Refine this strand first," Wine Lord instructed. "Use the Long Life Secret Arts Fusion Word Technique to fuse it into your spiritual energy." Lin Xian indicated that he understood. He then used the Long Life Secret Art to slowly melt the power of the thunder and lightning, outside, Thundercloud Mountain. More and more disciples overtook Lin Xian. Among them were quite a number of Divine Might Group disciples. When they saw Lin Xian, they looked at him with disdain. Some of the disciples who heard that Lin Xian wanted to challenge Jiang Yulong shook their heads after seeing Lin Xian's performance. "Humph, you still want to fight with our Divine Might Group? You don't know your place." On the 50th stone platform, Yan Kong sneered. "Wait till we become inner sect disciples. We can crush him with one hand." On the 49th step, Hua Yangping's eyes flashed with a vicious glint. At this moment, Lin Xian opened his eyes and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he stepped onto the 44th step. He's moving, he's moving. The disciples who were resting nearby all turned their heads. They wanted to see for themselves the strength of the legendary young man who could go against the Divine Might Group. However, to their surprise, Lin Xian stood on the 44th step and closed his eyes again. He's smiling like this after going up one more step. What a weirdo. Chapter 47. Time passed bit by bit, and everyone climbed higher and higher. Shengguan Luyun, who was in first place, had already reached the 85th step. His hands were no longer behind his back, but his entire body was suffused with spiritual light. He walked up step by step. It was clear that the pressure of 8 times was not easy for him. The person in second place was far behind him. Duan Fei stood on the 71st step, his handsome face covered in sweat. He gritted his teeth and looked at the figure in front of him. Once again, he moved his feet with difficulty. Jiang Yulong, who was following closely behind him, panted heavily. He said hatefully, "I will definitely reach there before you." Lin Xian stood on the 55th step. He had already absorbed a lot of the power of thunder and lightning. The spiritual power in his body had turned into a bluish color, and from time to time, electric arcs would flash. Crackle. A small portion of the power of thunder and lightning exploded in Lin Xian's hand, shaking his arm until it was numb. As expected of one of the most violent powers in the world. Lin Xian rubbed his arm. He had just merged with it and could not fully control it. When I finish the 99th step of the stone platform, I should be able to convert all the spiritual power in my body into the power of thunder and lightning, Lin Xian said with a smile. The spiritual power in his body was now abundant. Lin Xian. Just as he was about to reach the 56th step, a weak voice suddenly came from behind him. It's you. Lin Xian turned around. I realized that it's actually that shy girl, Enchanting, behind me. Enchanting wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand and said softly, "Hurry up and go. I can do it myself." Lin Xian smiled. "Do your best. I believe that you will catch up to me soon." With that, he stepped onto the 56th step and closed his eyes again. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that Enchanting was standing at the side and secretly watching him. "Ah! You're awake," Enchanting said with a red face. Let's go." Lin Xian stepped onto the next step again. Enchanting, who was beside him, followed suit. After a few times, Lin Xian realized that Enchanting was always in sync with him. It was not strenuous at all. Although Lin Xian was walking slowly, he was now able to quickly absorb and digest the tiny blue electric arcs after so many fusions. His current speed had left many people behind, but Enchanting was still able to keep up with him. Lin Xian smiled and stepped onto the next stone step with her. By the time he reached the 79th stone step, more than 90% of Lin Xian's spiritual energy was of the lightning attribute. At this time, most of the people in front of him had already passed. When the first person successfully passed, the first stage would enter a countdown. After 2 hours, it would end. The other disciples who had already passed the level were sitting on top of the mountain to rest, and they were looking at the disciples who were still climbing with a proud expression. "Look, it's that Lin Xian. He actually dares to challenge senior brother Jiang Yulong." Among the disciples below, Lin Xian received the most attention. He's only climbed to the 79th step now. Looks like his strength isn't that great. Many people were puzzled. Lin Xian ignored those people and stepped onto the 80th step. In the next moment, his body shook. A golden electric arc drilled into his body, causing the blue electric arcs to riot. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed. He could clearly sense the power contained in this golden electric arc. It was much stronger than all the blue electric arcs that he had merged with before. If he was not careful, he could be consigned to eternal damnation. Quick, look at that trash's face. I'm dying of laughter. Many disciples of the Shenwei group pointed at Lin Xian and laughed. He had just reached the 80th step and he was already like this. They reckoned that Lin Xian would not be able to finish the rest of the stone steps. Many disciples shook their heads. At the top of the mountain, other than Shengguan Luyun who was sitting alone with his eyes closed, everyone else was staring at the disciples below. Jiang Yulong looked at Lin Xian with disdain. What a piece of trash. He didn't even have the right to make me attack. Tang Yut stared anxiously. Her big eyes flashed. This can't be. How can this bastard be so weak? When she saw Enchanting beside Lin Xian, she could not help but pout and snort. Are you okay? Enchanting saw that Lin Xian's face was pale. She used her hand to tug at the corner of Lin Xian's clothes. In the next moment, a faint golden electric current rushed towards her and quickly touched her small hand. "Ah!" Enchanting cried out softly. The tip of the long sword in her hand was pointed downwards. Countless strange runes quickly formed around her, transmitting the golden electric current to the ground. All these things happened in an instant. The other disciples did not notice at all. Even if they did, they would not care. Who would care about a disciple who could only stop at the 80th step? However, above the clouds, there were a few figures sitting cross-legged. One of them was the middle-aged man in purple robes. He suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. The thunder and lightning of Thundercloud Mountain seems to be a little violent. Violent? What violent? Lei Yunzi, you are too sensitive. How could those little guys below cause such a disturbance in Thundercloud Mountain? The figure beside him said. He was also a middle-aged man, but he had a small mustache. Lei Yunzi used his consciousness to scan again. He did not find anything unusual. Only then did he dispel the doubts in his heart. Lin Xian, who was below, slowly opened his glasses. A golden light flashed across his eyes. It was too dangerous just now. The golden electric arc almost exploded in his body. However, he managed to suppress it in the end. The power of thunder and lightning behind is too violent. With your current strength, it's best not to absorb it anymore. Wine Lord reminded. Okay. Lin Xian nodded secretly. The spiritual power in his body had completely transformed into the thunder and lightning attribute. There was also a trace of golden light. Its power was twice as strong as before. I didn't hurt you just now, did I? Lin Xian looked at Enchanting apologetically. Enchanting shook her head. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly. Oh, it's almost time. Then let's go. Lin Xian said. The two of them began to climb with all their might. However, Lin Xian had merged with the thunder and lightning of Thundercloud Mountain. The pressure did not affect him at all. Although Enchanting walked slowly, it did not seem to be strenuous. Are you a sword array master? Lin Xian looked at Enchanting's strange sword technique and asked. Yes. Enchanting still held her sword in a reverse grip. The tip of the sword was pointed downwards. A translucent sword array formed around her, enveloping the two of them. This can transfer the pressure to other places. Enchanting explained. The two of them walked at a leisurely pace. It did not seem like a test at all. It was more like a couple taking a stroll. Finally, before the time was up, the two of them stepped onto the last step and passed the test. Humph. They wasted so much time. What a waste. Some of the disciples of the Divine Might group said disdainfully. I advise some people to get lost. They came up so late. I'm afraid they can't pass the second stage. Chapter 48. Lin Xian's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Although the disciples were indignant, they did not dare to make a move. They snorted coldly and turned away. Not long after Lin Xian arrived, the time for the first stage was up. The 99 stone steps were covered by clouds and became hazy. In the sky, the purple-robed middle-aged man appeared again. With a wave of his sleeve, hundreds of streaks of black light scattered and rushed towards the crowd. Lin Xian reached out with lightning speed and caught the object flying towards him. He discovered that it was a black token with the number 135 written on it. He looked at Enchanting's token and realized that her number was 134. He estimated that he should be the 135th person to pass the first stage. I didn't expect that out of the tens of thousands of disciples, only a little more than 100 would pass the first stage. This selection is really strict. Lin Xian sighed. Congratulations on passing the first stage. Next, you will proceed to the second stage. The purple-robed middle-aged man in the cloud said, "Go down the mountain. Someone will tell you what to do there." The crowd descended the mountain. When everyone reached the flat ground, Thundercloud Mountain behind them emitted a loud boom and then slowly disappeared. The others did not feel much about it, but Lin Xian looked at it reluctantly. "Ah, there are still so many golden electric arcs that I haven't had time to absorb." Shaking his head, Lin Xian suppressed the matter at the bottom of his heart and looked ahead. "All disciples, go to the Central Martial Arts Arena." A clear voice sounded in everyone's ears. Then, the disciples who had passed the first stage walked towards the Central Martial Arts Arena. Looks like the second stage is an arena competition, Lin Xian thought to himself. "Hey, you bastard. Why are you so slow in the first stage?" Tang Yu deliberately slowed down in front. When she reached Lin Xian's side, she asked angrily. I'm sorry. I've dragged senior brother Lin down, Enchanting said softly beside Lin Xian. "It's not like that." Lin Xian quickly comforted Enchanting and explained to Tang Yu, "I was too excited yesterday and didn't sleep well." With two beauties accompanying him, Lin Xian once again attracted the attention of the crowd. Many male disciples stared at him fiercely. If looks could kill, Lin Xian would have died 1,000 times over. The Central Martial Arts practice field was very spacious. When Lin Xian and the others arrived, they discovered that many people had already gathered here. In the north was a golden viewing platform. Seated on it were some elders of the sect. On both sides of the golden viewing platform, there were many ordinary viewing platforms. They were spread out in a fan shape and were filled with people. As far as the eye could see, there was a sea of people, and it was extremely lively. Lin Xian and the other 140 outer sect disciples stood in front of the stage, quietly waiting. However, the lively atmosphere had already ignited their fighting spirit. Who wouldn't want to defeat a strong enemy in front of so many people and display their heroism? Moreover, this was the inner sect selection. If they performed well, they might catch the eye of one of the inner sect elders. Thinking of this, the youths were excited. Soon, streams of light flashed, and a majestic aura surged. A few figures landed on the arena. Their bodies were glowing with a dazzling light, like flames dancing. The long robes on their bodies fluttered in the absence of wind. Every one of them was like a god descending to earth. The entire martial arts practice field suddenly quieted down. Lin Xian felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. The spiritual energy in his body boiled as he tried his best to resist the pressure. Whether it was Lin Xian or the other outer sect disciples, their faces turned pale as they looked at the figures on the stage in horror. Seeing this scene, the middle sect disciples must have known the content of the second round. On the stage, a middle-aged man with a square face said, "That's right. The second round is the arena battle. The number on the token in your hand represents your ranking in the first round. Each ranking will have a corresponding result and reward. The second round is the same. Now, let's talk about the rewards for the second round. First place will be rewarded with a pure spirit pill, a mid-mystic rank martial art, and a human rank artifact. Second place will be rewarded with a low mystic rank martial art and a small yellow pill." Hiss. All the disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. A mystic rank martial art and a human rank artifact. These things were extremely tempting to martial artists. Moreover, there was a pure spirit pill. All the disciples would go crazy for it. What is a pure spirit pill? Lin Xian didn't understand. Country bumpkin. Tang Yu once again looked down on him, a pure spirit pill is a third-grade pill. The spirit power it contains is extremely pure. If an ordinary pulse condensation stage martial artist swallows it, they can instantly break through to the next stage. Moreover, if a pulse condensation stage martial artist swallows it, it can greatly increase their chances of entering the spirit sea realm. This is a treasure that all pulse condensation stage martial artists desire. Increasing one's cultivation by one stage and increasing the chances of entering the spirit sea realm. Lin Xian sucked in a deep breath. He must obtain such a good thing. Not only Lin Xian, but the other disciples' faces were also red. They couldn't wait to start the competition. The square-faced middle-aged man saw that the atmosphere had been stirred up and smiled. Your ranking now represents the number of this round. If you are selected by the judges, you will go to the arena battle. Also, the first round's reward is that the top 10 do not need to participate in the first round. Now, the second round begins. 5 middle-aged men with profound cultivations stood on the 5 arena stages and began to draw lots. Everyone enviously looked at the top 10 of the first round and prayed that their opponents in the first round would be weak. Not long after, the 5 judges began to announce the competitors. First arena, number 38 vs number 53. Second arena, number 77 versus number 63. The 10 disciples who were called out went up the arena stages and prepared for the competition. Although the rankings in the first round were different, it didn't mean that number 38 would definitely be able to defeat number 39. After all, the first round was only a test of perseverance and potential. It couldn't directly reflect a martial artist's actual combat level. Sure enough, there was an upset in the first match. Number 53 defeated number 38 and obtained victory, advancing to the next round. Lin Xian and the others retreated to the side to watch. Shengguan Luyun directly sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Probably in his opinion, none of these people were his opponent. Soon, the competition on the arena stages finished. The judges called out the names again, and this time, Lin Xian was one of them. Number 135 versus number 88. On the 5th arena, Lin Xian calmly walked up the arena stages. His opponent was already standing on the arena stages. Too cool. My luck is off the charts. I can actually fight against number 135. Looks like I can easily win this time. This was an ordinary-looking youth. He looked at Lin Xian with eyes full of pride. Lin Xian's face was calm. No joy or sadness could be seen. Chapter 49. On the 5th ring, Lin Xian vs Jin Su. Hee, kid, consider yourself unlucky to meet me. Jin Su laughed wildly. If you were willing to admit defeat, perhaps you would suffer less. Lin Xian was expressionless, carrying a dark red greatsword on his back. He looked at Jin Su and said, "You talk too much nonsense. Kid, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Jin Su was furious. He slapped his scabbard and the long sword came out. He turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Lin Xian. Good sword technique. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. As expected of a disciple who passed the first round, your skills are indeed extraordinary. This sword technique already has a hint of sword force, incomparably sharp. Before the sword arrived, the sword chi had already arrived. Lin Xian was as immovable as a mountain. When the sword was about to arrive, he suddenly made a move. His palm was as fast as lightning and slapped the sword. Suddenly, the long sword that was stabbing towards Lin Xian deviated by 3 centimeters. Lin Xian did not stop. He flipped his palm, clasped his 10 fingers and flicked the sword. Ding! A clear sound rang out. A fierce force flowed along the sword and into Jin Su's arm. As if hit by a heavenly hammer, Jin Su's palm cracked. The long sword flew out of his hand and broke into several pieces in the air, scattering on the ground. You! Jin Su held his right hand and retreated. There was no longer any arrogance in his eyes. He finally understood why Lin Xian was expressionless. It was because the two of them were not on the same level. I lost. He seemed to have lost his strength. Number 135 wins. The referee's voice rang out. What happened? Why is it over? Those who looked at the second ring asked, wanting to know what happened. What? Flicking the long sword with a finger and injuring Jin Su. Are you kidding? Jin Su is the 88th disciple. No, I must watch number 135's next match. Just as those disciples were discussing, a deafening shout came from the fifth ring. Senior brother Lin is mighty. Brother Xian is handsome. Brother Xian took first place in one go. On the stands near the fifth ring, all the disciples of the southern district sat. There were also some disciples who often sparred with Lin Xian. When they saw that Lin Xian won in one move, they cheered. Other than the core members of the three major powers and the four heroes of the outer sect, there were very few disciples who could win so many cheers. Many disciples turned their heads to watch. Looks like that trash is very popular. Yan Kong sneered. Don't worry about him. He won't amount to much. Our goal is to suppress the combat group. Jiang Yulong didn't care about Lin Xian at all. Lin Xian returned to the resting area. At this moment, the battle on stage number 2 had yet to end. The battle group disciples wielding battle sabers and the divine might group disciples wielding long swords were locked in battle. The two figures were as fast as ghosts, and the sky was filled with their afterimages. Ordinary disciples simply couldn't see what was happening, and only some of the stronger disciples were able to catch their movements. Lin Xian was naturally able to see their movements clearly. Moreover, he also discovered that although the Divine Might Group's disciples' swordsmanship was graceful, they were surrounded by their opponents. Most likely, they would be defeated within 10 moves. Congratulations, the disciples of the battle group are about to win, Lin Xian said to Tang Yu with a smile. Tang Yu winked mischievously and didn't say anything. However, the Shinwei group's disciples nearby couldn't bear to listen any longer. Brat, what do you know? How dare you spout nonsense? That's right. Can you see the competition clearly? In order to please a beauty, you actually dare to lie through your teeth. I despise you. Those disciples didn't think that Lin Xian would be able to see the match clearly, let alone determine who won and who lost. But after 7 moves, these people almost bit off their tongues. The Divine Might Group's disciple had indeed lost. Moreover, he had lost immediately after Lin Xian finished speaking. Damn it, Jinx. Brat, if you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll teach you a lesson. The Divine Might Group's disciples glared fiercely at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly and ignored them. At this moment, he was recalling the battle in the second arena. These elite disciples were indeed good. Every one of them was very strong. He had also gained some experience from the battle. More than 100 disciples took turns to battle in the arena. All kinds of moves were used. The spectating disciples cheered and exclaimed in satisfaction. Finally, the first round of the competition was over. Other than the top 10 disciples in the first round who didn't need to compete, half of the 130 disciples won and moved on to the second round. As there were 65 people competing, one person would get a bye. Those disciples who advanced closed their eyes and prayed silently, praying that they would get a bye. Enchanting, you'll get a bye this round. The middle-aged square-faced man's voice rang out. Ah! Enchanting's mouth was half open. She had a shocked expression on her face. The others were extremely disappointed. Congratulations, you've advanced successfully. Lin Xian said with a smile. Thank you, senior brother Lin, Yin Qingyi said with a red face. Next, this is the second round of the competition. Number 135 against number 49. Such a big gap. Looks like it's going to be another blitz battle. Some spectators said unhappily. Lin Xian didn't expect to be the first to go up. However, it was good. After the competition, he could return to the resting area to watch the others compete. Thinking of this, he stood up and carried the dark red greatsword on his back. Then, he slowly walked up to the arena. Fuck, this is the guy who cursed our Divine Might group. Senior brother Shui, teach him a lesson. The disciples of the Divine Might group shouted. Senior brother Shui, beat him. Countless disciples in the spectator stands were shouting. Shui Huaqing strolled leisurely, enjoying the cheers from the spectator stands. He knew that the cheers belonged to him. However, to his surprise, an unusual cheer sounded from the arena not far away. It was like the waves of the sea, each wave louder than the last. Senior brother Lin, go for it. I have faith in you. Kill him, you must kill him. Lin Xian, kill him with your great sword. Brother Xian, we support you. The disciples of the Southern District are with you. That voice was so loud that it wasn't any weaker than the Divine Might groups. Many disciples who had advanced couldn't help but look over. I didn't expect that other than the three major powers, there would be someone with such a reputation. I'm looking forward to it. Near the golden spectator stands, a youth in black laughed. What, you want to rope him in? The youth beside him said. I'm just looking. The youth in black didn't say much. Instead, he looked at the arena. Kid, looks like there are many people supporting you. I wonder if they'll be sad when you're defeated. Shui Huaqing sneered. In his opinion, Lin Xian dared to steal his limelight. He was simply courting death. I finally know why you all want to join the Divine Might group. Lin Xian said expressionlessly. Why? Shui Huaqing asked subconsciously. Because you're all idiots. Will you die if you don't talk nonsense during a fight? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Chapter 50. Shui Huaqing shouted angrily, and a light yellow spirit power burst out from his body, covering his entire body in an instant. The surrounding air waves spread out. In his palm, a ball of yellow spirit power spun at high speed, forming a sharp wind blade, extremely overbearing. Thousand-blade palm. Shui Huaqing pushed his palms towards Lin Xian, and the sharp wind from his palms was like thousands of blades, making a deep sound. Pang! Lin Xian was as steady as Mount Tai, and his right fist suddenly punched out. This punch used all the muscles in his body, and the power was concentrated on his fist according to the thunderclap sword art. The two figures collided, and a terrifying energy wave swept out in all directions. The audience in the front stage was blown back by this gale. On the stage, Lin Xian was as tall as a mountain, and his face was as calm as water without a trace of change. On the other hand, Shui Huaqing was pushed back a few steps, and his breathing became rapid. The audience in the stands felt a chill, especially the disciples of the Godly Might group. They were clear about Shui Huaqing's strength. He was at the peak of the 5th level of the pulse condensation period, and his thousand-blade palm was practiced to the large success stage. Under normal circumstances, he could even contend against a 6th-level pulse condensation period disciple, but now he was pushed back by a single punch. Duan Fei, Jiang Yulong, and the others were also surprised. Even the silent Qian looked at Lin Xian a few more times. If we don't get rid of this kid, he'll be a disaster. Jiang Yulong suddenly remembered his agreement with Lin Xian. He had forgotten about it, but Lin Xian's stunning performance made him remember. Damn this guy, how can he be so strong? Xue Huaqing's face was ugly. He had already said that he wanted Lin Xian to crawl out of here. If he couldn't do it, then he would lose face. Yellow wind step. Xue Huaqing ran quickly, and his body became blurry. Gradually, his afterimage appeared on the stage. Wind dashed the world. Xue Huaqing, who was moving at high speed, attacked again, fusing the wind from his palms into his movement technique. Originally, his movement technique was a mid-grade yellow rank martial art, and his palm technique was also a mid-grade yellow rank martial art, but when the two were combined, the power actually broke through the mid-grade yellow rank and faintly had the power of a high-grade yellow rank martial art. This brat has some ideas, Jiang Yulong said solemnly. Lin Xian took a deep breath when he sensed the ferocious wind coming from the palm. Then, he stomped his foot on the ground and dashed forward. Rolling thunder. His right fist punched out without any fancy moves. It was purely relying on brute force to crush his opponent. Boom! The palm wind that Xue Huaqing was so proud of couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lin Xian. It shattered like an exquisite porcelain. Puff! His body slid back more than 10 meters and flew out of the ring, falling to the ground. What powerful strength! Some of the disciples who had advanced began to pay attention to Lin Xian and secretly estimate his strength. Some of them had already regarded him as an opponent and began to search for his weakness. Duan Fei narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that the little sword slave he met 3 months ago would have grown to such an extent. Looks like your godly might group situation isn't too good. Luo Yi laughed as he crossed his arms. Humph. Yan Kong's face was gloomy. He couldn't wait to go up and kill Lin Xian. Jiang Yulong's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. As for Shengguan Luyun, who was ranked first, he closed his eyes and pondered. It was as if nothing could attract his attention. The competition continued. The disciples on the ring fought with all their might. Brilliant light overflowed, terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations, and cheers shook the sky. Duan Fei's appearance pushed the scene to its climax. His handsome face was enough to kill most of the female disciples. Coupled with the title of the outer sects for heroes, the entire martial arts practice field was calling Duan Fei's name. This guy, after entering the inner sect, is a pretty good seedling, said a black-clothed youth near the golden stands. But he's from the combat group. I'm afraid you won't be able to poach him, right? The youth beside him didn't hold back. Humph, what big 3 organizations? It's just a name made up by a group of bored people. Now that the situation outside is urgent, the safest relationship is obviously in a small group, said the black-clothed youth. The youth beside him shook his head helplessly and didn't say anything else. On the golden arena, some sect elders looked at Duan Fei and said with a smile, "There are a few pretty good little fellows in this selection competition. Oh, I wonder which one's elderly has taken a fancy to." "I think the outer sects for heroes are pretty good," said elderly with a smile. "You old fox, you're too greedy." Another elder blew his beard and said, "I still think the top 10 are pretty good." "Old Fong, which little fellows do you think are pretty good?" Someone asked Elder Fong. Elder Fong stroked his beard and said with a smile, "I think that Lin Xian is pretty good." "What do you think?" "Lin Xian? I don't remember." These elders shook their heads. Elder Fong didn't mind. He changed the topic and talked in another direction. On the ring, Duan Fei moved like a gust of wind. His speed was so fast that no one could react. In the end, his opponent was stunned. When Duan Fei stepped down from the ring, countless female disciples screamed. This made Jiang Yulong very unhappy. When he went on the ring, his opponent was unlucky. He was sent flying by the sword and kept vomiting blood. After that, Shen Qian, Yan Kong, Luo Yi, Tang Yu, and the others went on the ring and won. However, when the referee announced the next round, the entire martial arts practice field suddenly became quiet. There was only one name that could have such magical power, and that was Shangguan Luyun. His opponent was number 23, but his opponent directly forfeited, which made everyone feel quite disappointed. The second round ended and the third round began. Fortunately, Yin Qingyi got a bye once again. This made her a little dazed, and it made countless disciples jealous to death. In the third round, the contestants who were ranked at the top once again displayed their powerful strength. In the third arena, disciple number 15, Wei Yong, looked at Jiang Yulong in horror. One move, just one move, and he was defeated. He didn't dare and was helpless. However, he didn't dare to challenge again. In the first arena, disciple number 17, Guo Fangu, wielded his long sword. The gorgeous sword light filled the entire space. He stabbed out 1,300 times in a row. Even the void was trembling, but he didn't touch the corner of Duan Fei's clothes. After 1,300 sword strikes, Duan Fei sent him flying with a palm. In the fifth arena, Lin Xian's opponent was Luo Yi. "Ha, brother Lin, I didn't expect you and I would have such a battle." Luo Yi laughed. Yeah. Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh. He remembered that when he first came to the duty hall, he got to know Luo Yi. Later on, Luo Yi's footwork aroused his interest. "I hope senior brother Luo won't show mercy," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Luo Yi was stunned. Usually, when they were polite, they would say that they hoped for mercy. However, Lin Xian actually said that he hoped for mercy. However, he knew that Lin Xian didn't want him to have any misgivings. Chapter 51. Fast. Extremely fast. Luo Yi's footwork had reached an unimaginable level. In an instant, he was in front of Lin Xian. The disciples in the stands were in an uproar. Most of them did not see Luo Yi's movements clearly. However, this did not hinder their support for Luo Yi. His footwork has improved again. In the resting area, Duan Fei looked at Luo Yi on the stage and whispered with a smile. "I'm afraid that other than Duan Fei, few people can match Luo Yi's footwork." Hua Yangping said in a low voice. Humph. Yan Kong's face was gloomy. He did not like the two people on the stage. It's best if both of them are injured. Silently, it arrived in an instant. Luo Yi's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Meridian stage. His high-grade yellow-rank martial art, wind-walking steps, had been practiced to the large success realm. In terms of footwork, other than Duan Fei, he was not afraid of anyone. Misty Traceless Sword. The sword came out silently, like an antelope hanging its horn, untraceable. There was no shadow of the long sword in the air. There was only sword qi that filled the sky, turning into a sword net that surrounded Lin Xian. What a terrifying sword art! This sword art was far above the ordinary 6th level of the Meridian stage. The battle group was indeed full of elites. The unparalleled sword qi cut the ground around Lin Xian into countless pieces. It was a shocking sight. The space Lin Xian could stand was getting smaller and smaller. He was about to be injured by the sword qi. At this time, Lin Xian moved. The red flame sword swept out, drawing a full moon in front of him. Ding! 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 The sword chi hit the sword body, bursting into sparks and cutting the sword net. At the same time, on the red flame sword, the figure of a giant mountain was faintly discernible. Lonely Mountain Sword Art. Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. It was as if a mountain was crashing down, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The net of swords in the air was crushed into pieces before finally shattering into pieces. Whoosh! Luo Yi did not expect Lin Xian's sword art to be so powerful. He could only retreat hastily. At the same time, he knew that he had met his match. Sword Shadow Mountain Force. This is sword force. He actually managed to condense sword force. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian in shock. No one would have thought that a disciple with such a low ranking would have sword force. Damn it, why is this guy so powerful? Yan Kong's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Hua Yangping, who was beside him, was also silent. Even Jiang Yulong and the others looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Duan Fei and the others were still fine, but Jiang Yulong's eyes were incomparably cold. Good boy, I didn't expect you to grow so fast. It just so happens that I'll deal with you on the arena this time and let you know that even if you've condensed sword force, you're still trash. On the golden spectator stands, the elders were also slightly surprised. Elder Fong, on the other hand, was all smiles as he stroked his beard, looking as if he had known all along. Sword force was a kind of aura that would be displayed after the sword art had reached a certain level. Its power was incomparably great. To be able to display sword force, one must have at least reached the perfection realm in sword arts. Very clearly, Lin Xian's Lonely Mountain sword art had long reached the perfection realm. A thick sword aura slashed out, cutting a deep trench in the ground. Luo Yi relied on his outstanding movement technique to continuously move around the arena. Misty Ripple Traceless Sword. The sword light was like water ripples, rippling out, incomparably dazzling. The spiritual energy in the air fluctuated violently, surging towards Lin Xian like a tide. Lin Xian was very calm. He was neither hurried nor slow. On the dark red greatsword, the Lonely Mountain's reflection was incomparably ethereal. Each sword had the force of 10,000 pounds. He did not take the initiative to attack, but assumed a defensive posture, blocking Luo Yi's sword moves one by one. The arena was filled with dazzling sword light and ear-piercing rumbles. Luo Yi's sword art became increasingly smooth. He had never displayed the Misty Ripple Traceless sword to such an extreme realm. The sword art soared into the air, and the sword was traceless. Every move had an ethereal feeling. He was completely integrated into the sword art, unable to extricate himself. He had been stuck in the great success realm for a long time, but could not break through. But now, that stubborn bottleneck had loosened a little. At this time, if he was hit or Lin Xian was hit by him, this wonderful state would be interrupted, and Luo Yi would lose a chance to break through. However, with so many sword thrusts, not a single one injured Lin Xian. They were all blocked. Moreover, Lin Xian's moves were clearly coordinated, allowing his sword art to proceed smoothly. One attacked and one defended. The attack was incomparably fierce, dazzling, and the defense was watertight, as solid as Mount Tai. The disciples in the stands were stunned for a moment. They could not see this kind of incisive battle normally. Every move contained a wonderful change. Many disciples were delighted, as if they had comprehended something. However, there were also many disciples who could not understand the situation on the stage. Some of the members of the battle group were dancing with joy. Senior brother Luo is so powerful. His opponent has no strength to fight back. Senior brother Luo, go for it. Defeat him in one go. Just as the disciples of the battle group were cheering, the situation on the stage changed. With a boom, the long sword in Luo Yi's hand shone brightly, almost covering half of the stage. Sword hums were constantly emitted. Senior brother Luo is going to use a big move. Some disciples of the battle group who did not know what was going on shouted. When the sword was unleashed, the sky was filled with cold light. It was like the autumn shadow of a cold pond, chilling to the bone. On Luo Yi's long sword, there seemed to be something special condensed, causing its power to be more than doubled. Sword force again. The participating disciples were shocked. How can Luo Yi have sword force? Could it be that his sword art has reached the great perfection realm? Only a few outstanding disciples, such as the top 10 disciples and the elders, knew what happened just now. Damn it, this Lin Xian actually helped Luo Yi break through. Why is he so kind? Yan Kong gritted his teeth. Jiang Yulong's face was also ugly. Lin Xian's strength had once again exceeded his expectations. Moreover, there was another strong opponent in the battle group. How could he be happy? On the other hand, Duan Fei was smiling. He was in a good mood. Even the fairy-like Shen Qian took a few more glances at Lin Xian. She seemed to be very interested in him. After the sword light disappeared, Luo Yi's face was filled with excitement. He could not wait to roar to the sky. He could not remember how long it had been. His swordsmanship had not been able to improve, but now he had broken through to the perfection realm. How could he not be happy? However, he knew that all of this was thanks to the young man opposite him. Brother Lin, thank you. I, Luo Yi, will remember this favor. Lin Xian smiled. Your swordsmanship is very exquisite. A breakthrough is only a matter of time. In fact, Lin Xian did not go all out. Instead, he chose to help Luo Yi because he felt that Luo Yi was a good person. He was not as arrogant as the others. Moreover, Luo Yi's footwork had once broadened his horizons. Now, it was nothing for him to help. Moreover, he could also feel the sword force brought about by different swordsmanship. He also had a new understanding of it. Wait until I fully comprehend the sword force. I will fight with you again. Luo Yi said seriously. The top 10 disciples are very strong. You have to be careful. This bold and unrestrained youth laughed heartily and then jumped down from the arena. The judge was also convinced by Lin Xian's bearing. He had never seen someone who took the initiative to help his opponent break through. Just based on this, Lin Xian was enough to make him look at him in a new light. Chapter 52. Number 135, Lin Xian wins. The referee's voice echoed in the martial arts practice field. In the stands, a group of disciples from the battle group were dumbfounded. They had no idea what had happened. In the following matches, Lin Xian defeated his opponents in just a few moves. He appeared to be very relaxed. Too strong. Does he have the strength to be in the top 20 of the outer list? Many disciples exclaimed. At this point, everyone had listed Lin Xian as a genius expert. Many disciples even looked forward to Lin Xian breaking the current situation. For example, becoming another top expert in the outer sect. It's too difficult. Although Lin Xian's performance is very powerful, there is still a gap between him and the outer sects for heroes. Even if it's the top 10, he might not be able to squeeze in. Some people didn't think highly of Lin Xian. Not necessarily. Lin Xian doesn't even have spiritual power now. He must have reserved his strength. I think he definitely has the chance to reach the top 10. Maybe he's a body cultivator and his spiritual power isn't outstanding. Many people didn't believe that Lin Xian still had a strong spiritual power. If that was the case, he was too scary. Next match, Shangguan Luyun vs Yan Kong. Those who were discussing Lin Xian stopped talking. All of them looked at the first arena with burning eyes. Shangguan Luyun, the #1 disciple in the outer sect and the leader of the four heroes. He didn't belong to any faction, but no one dared to provoke him. Yan Kong's face was darker than charcoal. He couldn't help but curse. He wanted to forfeit, but due to his status, he could only bite the bullet and go up. As the person in charge of the outer sect of the Divine Might group, if he lost without a fight, it would have a huge impact on the Divine Might group. Fortunately, he was also an expert ranked 9th. Although he couldn't defeat Shangguan Luyun, he believed that he could still hold on for a while. Whoosh! Yan Kong leaped up and landed on the arena. Opposite him, Shangguan Luyun was like a demon. He stood with his hands behind his back. He didn't even open his eyes. Arrogant, too arrogant. Yan Kong was trembling from head to toe. Even if his opponent was the first-ranked disciple, he was still the 9th-ranked genius. In addition, he was the person in charge of the outer sect of the Shenwei group. His status was incomparably noble. When had he ever been disregarded like this? Therefore, he used his strongest move right from the start, intending to teach this first place a lesson. 8 Directions Limitless Saber. Yan Kong slashed out with his saber. The saber aura came from all directions and surrounded Shangguan Luyun. Humph. This is a high-grade yellow-ranked martial art, and I've already practiced it to the large success stage. I don't believe you won't open your eyes. Yan Kong clenched his teeth and said. Crack. Just as Yan Kong was secretly pleased with himself, Shangguan Luyun, who was standing in the middle, stretched out his palm and made a fist action. The blade aura in all directions shattered like a broken mirror. What? Yan Kong's face turned frighteningly pale. The disciples in the stands were also shocked by this move and forgot to cheer. Jiang Yulong suddenly straightened his body, his cold eyes staring straight at Shangguan Luyun. Has this fellow improved again? I'm really looking forward to fighting with you. I want everyone to know that I'm the first in the outer sect. Duan Fei, Shen Qian, and the others' eyes flickered. No one knew what they were thinking. On the golden stands, Elder Leet said in a deep voice, "This child is not bad." On the stage, Yan Kong watched his attack shatter in an instant. He didn't even have the ability to resist. Shangguan Luyun was like a dazzling divine spear, standing straight on the stage. His tightly shut eyes still didn't open. Boom! In the next moment, Yan Kong was directly sent flying by the condensed spiritual energy and fell outside the stage. Winner, Shangguan Luyun. Until the end of the match, the crowd regained their senses. They were completely shocked by Shangguan Luyun's imposing manner. Unfathomable. This was Lin Xian's evaluation. He didn't expect that there would be such a person in the outer sect. Humph, the world is so big. There are so many geniuses and geniuses. When you leave Yunzhou in the future, you'll find that the outside world is more exciting and the geniuses are stronger. Wine Lord said in Lin Xian's heart, let's not talk about others. A disciple from the Palace of War Gods in Zhongzhou can destroy the entire Yunzhou by himself. Lin Xian was stunned. It seemed that the outside world was more terrifying than he had imagined. When I have the chance, I must go to the Palace of War Gods to take a look. Lin Xian decided in his heart. The match continued. During this period, there were many exciting battles that intoxicated the crowd. However, a strange match attracted the attention of most people. Number 3 versus number 134. Jiang Yulong versus Enchanting. The difference between the two rankings was huge and it attracted everyone's attention. Many people asked about Enchanting and only then did they remember that lucky disciple. I'm afraid her luck has come to an end after meeting Jiang Yulong. Which one is Enchanting? I must see. On the spectator stand, the disciples were looking forward to it. Don't force yourself. If you can't do it, just give up, Lin Xian said with concern. That's right. Jiang Yulong is despicable. You'd better not fight, Tang Yu advised from the side. I want to give it a try, Enchanting lowered her head and said softly. What? You? Tang Yu wanted to say something but was stopped by Lin Xian. Then, all the best. Lin Xian's voice was very warm. It was like the noon sun that shone into the young girl's heart. Ah. Enchanting lifted her small face and looked at Lin Xian in surprise. A trace of excitement appeared in her clear eyes. Yes. She nodded heavily. From the crowd, a skinny young girl walked out slowly and walked step by step towards arena number 5. She lowered her head and her small hands gripped the corner of her clothes tightly as she walked into the arena. Humph. It's a young girl. Jiang Yulong stood arrogantly in the arena. He snorted coldly and said, admit defeat. It's meaningless to compete with a low-level disciple like you. In the spectator stands, many people sympathized with Enchanting because she was too weak. In front of Jiang Yulong, she was like a tree that could break at any time. However, this seemingly weak young girl insisted, Senior brother, please enlighten me. You don't know what's good for you. Jiang Yulong sneered. He pointed his finger like a sword and a bright red sword chi shot out from the tip of his finger. It whistled as it pierced towards Enchanting. The crowd was nervous. They wanted to see how this weak young girl was going to dodge this fierce attack. Unexpectedly, Enchanting did not dodge at all. Instead, she stabbed her long sword into the ground and her fingers formed a strange sword gesture. A translucent sword array appeared around her. There were faint runes flowing around it. As the young girl's hand gesture changed, a light screen formed in front of her and protected her well. Chi. The red sword chi collided with the light screen and emitted the sound of ice and snow colliding. In the end, the two reached a stalemate and dissipated in the air at the same time. No one expected this weak young girl to be able to withstand Jiang Yulong's attack. Many people could not help but shout. Among them, the disciples of the battle group were even jeering and mocking Jiang Yulong. Get lost. Jiang Yulong was already in a bad mood. Lin Xian's sudden emergence, Duan Fei's calmness, and Shengguan Liuyun's unfathomable strength all made him feel a deep sense of danger. A ray of sword chi shot out like a red waterfall and rushed towards Enchanting with a roar. Ah! The young girl exclaimed and hurriedly activated the sword array. However, she was quickly enveloped by the red light. Her weak body gradually flew into the sky. Amidst the audience's exclamations, her body gradually descended as if she was about to fall into the boundless darkness. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight pierced through the darkness. A pair of strong arms caught her. Immediately after, spiritual energy filled with vitality rushed into her body. Enchanting slowly opened her eyes and whispered, Lin Xian. After Lin Xian caught Enchanting, he quickly injected his spiritual energy into her. He was terrifyingly calm, like a ferocious beast that was about to explode. Chapter 53. What? You can't even stand this little bit of pain. Jiang Yulong joked. Kid, you better pray you don't meet me. Otherwise, you'll end up miserable. You and I finally have a battle. When the time comes, I'll completely defeat you. Lin Xian supported Enchanting back to the resting area. He actually dared to challenge Jiang Yulong. Too bold. Your news is outdated. This Lin Xian had already issued a challenge half a month ago. It seems like this time, it's going to be a fight to the death. Everyone was discussing, but most of them were not optimistic about Lin Xian. Returning to the resting area, Lin Xian checked on Enchanting's injuries. Fortunately, the sword formation had absorbed most of the power. Enchanting was only sent flying by the aftershock and did not suffer too much damage. The competition continued, and the top 8 were finally decided. Lin Xian successfully advanced. He could be the dark horse of this competition, attracting everyone's attention. Many disciples remembered this handsome youth with a dark red sword. His explosive moves and lonely mountain sword momentum were unforgettable. In the quarterfinals, the first match was between Shangguan Luyun and Lu Ming. The silent Shangguan Luyun still did not open his eyes. He defeated his opponent with just one move. This silent strength shocked everyone. It seemed that until now, no one could make this youth take it seriously. The second match was a battle between two geniuses. Duan Fei versus Shen Qian. Both of them were part of the 4 heroes of the outer sect. Both of them were well liked by many disciples because of their outstanding looks. It could be said that both of them were evenly matched in terms of strength and reputation. Unfortunately, between the two of them, only one of them would be able to continue. Shen Qian was dressed in green. Her figure was graceful like a fairy descending to the mortal world. The falling flower mysterious jade palm was even more dazzling. A pair of slender hands were flawless like white jade. Palm shadows filled the sky like falling flowers. Falling flower mysterious jade palm. A high-grade yellow rank martial art. When practiced to the large success stage, it could cut through gold and break jade. It was impervious to fire and water. However, because it was easy to learn but difficult to master, it was ranked as one of the top 10 profound martial arts in the outer sect. However, not only had Shen Qian succeeded, but she had also reached the Great Circle. The palm shadows that filled the sky were like dancing petals, sparkling and translucent. However, Duan Fei knew that each of these beautiful petals contained fatal killing intent. Dozens of palm shadows lined up in the air, forming a huge jade palm that covered the sky. This is palm force. Many disciples exclaimed. Swords have sword force, palms also have palm force. When all martial arts are practiced to perfection, they will form a kind of force. Any martial arts that can form a force will be extremely powerful. Is this the strength of the 4 heroes of the outer sect? They are indeed terrifying. The disciples on the viewing platform exclaimed in surprise. Even some of the elders were looking over carefully. Duan Fei's expression was solemn as he continuously walked around the arena. His movement technique was very graceful, and he always passed through the layers of palm shadows without any injuries. His white robes fluttered in the wind, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the void. This was an extremely profound footwork. Compared to him, Luo Yi was simply like a beginner. Lin Xian stared at Duan Fei's figure and constantly compared it with his own footwork. In the end, he was surprised to find that Duan Fei's footwork seemed to have surpassed the Great Circle realm and reached a mysterious level. He carefully experienced it, and a pair of star-like eyes became more and more clear. At that moment, his heart was particularly clear, and he experienced something that was beyond the footwork itself. At that moment, the situation on the arena suddenly changed. The mysterious jade palm in the sky suddenly fell, like a giant palm seal that could destroy the world, enveloping the arena. Rumble. As the palm fell, the ground trembled. The rumbling sound shook the front row of disciples, and their faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. Gravel flew everywhere, and a deep palm print was left in the center of the arena. It was bottomless, and Duan Fei had disappeared. In the sky. A disciple exclaimed. In the sky, Duan Fei jumped high, stepped in the air, and glided for a short time. Fuck. What kind of footwork is that? He can stay in the air for a short time. Everyone stood up excitedly, and they were stunned. Even Shangguan Luyun, who meditated all year round, opened his eyes. His dark eyes stared at the white figure in the sky, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. On the golden grandstand, the elders exclaimed again and again, and they did not hide their admiration. I didn't expect there to be such a talented young man other than Shangguan Luyun. I'm afraid no one in the outer sect can beat him in terms of footwork, Elderly said with a smile. Yes, there are 2 seed-level disciples this time. It seems that our Black Heaven sect is going to prosper. The other elders also laughed. In the sky, Duan Fei took 7 consecutive steps, and his body left a stream of light in the air. At the same time, a long sword appeared in his hand. The sword light shone, and the sword chi soared into the sky. White feather sword. In the sky, countless sword lights seemed to have turned into white feathers, whistling and shooting toward the arena. Each of them was lifelike and as sharp as a knife. Shen Qian also cried out. Her pair of jade palms were suffused with a green light, and the palm shadows that filled the sky collided with the white feathers, making clanging sounds. The 2 of them fought fiercely for hundreds of rounds. The exquisite moves in their hands were endless, and it was amazing. On the entire second arena, there were pits of various sizes, and there was not a single place that was intact. In the end, Duan Fei's skills were better. He won the match with his ghostly footwork. When the 2 of them stepped down, there was a deafening applause and countless cheers from the grandstand. Everyone seemed to have gone crazy, and they roared with all their might. Since the beginning of the match, this was the most thrilling match. There were no instant kills, and there was no complete abuse. The 2 of them were evenly matched, so the fight was naturally interesting to watch. The cheers lasted for a long time before it stopped, and the referee announced the next match. Jiang Yulong vs. Wang Mang. The whole scene could be said to be one-sided. Jiang Yulong slashed 3 times in a row, and each slash was like a fire dragon. The horrifying high temperature made many people's expressions change. This is a fire attribute spirit power. An elder exclaimed, he actually condensed an attribute. It was no wonder that the elder was surprised. Ordinary disciples could only condense and attribute spirit power after entering the inner sect and learning a profound rank cultivation technique. Almost no one in the outer sect could condense it. Even Shangguan Luyun and the others did not show it. Of course, this could also be because they deliberately hid their strength. However, to be able to condense and attribute spirit power in the outer sect was enough to show Jiang Yulong's talent. Jiang Yulong's expression was wild, and his black hair danced wildly. His entire body was covered in a fiery red spirit light, as if a fire god had descended. 3 slashes sent the 7th-ranked opponent flying, showing his strength. Shangguan, the first place this time will be mine. Jiang Yulong pointed his flaming sword at Shangguan Luyun, and his voice was full of confidence. Whoosh! Shangguan Luyun opened his eyes again, like a sleeping beast that was gradually waking up. His cold eyes turned into 2 purple lights that shot toward the arena. Jiang Yulong was not afraid at all. His eyes condensed 2 fire dragons and rushed toward the purple light. Boom! The 2 collided in midair, and sparks flew in all directions as terrifying energy swept in all directions. He actually dares to challenge Shangguan Luyun. Is the outer sect's first place going to change hands? Chapter 54. As the 2 of them confronted each other, an invisible aura instantly shrouded the crowd, making it hard for them to breathe. You have the qualifications to make me fight. This was the first time Shangguan Luyun spoke. His voice was a little low, like a dull thunderclap hibernating in the clouds. Shengguan Luyun was a man of few words. With just a few words, he went silent again. The purple light and invisible pressure dissipated like flowing water. Fight! 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 After a brief silence, the outer sect disciples in the stands burst into thunderous cheers. Of course, they hoped that the two of them would fight. This kind of duel between geniuses could only be seen in the inner sect qualifiers. It was impossible to see it at any other time. However, they also knew that if they wanted the two of them to fight, they would have to wait until the finals. The disciples in the stands temporarily suppressed their excitement and waited for the next match. The next match, Lin Xian vs. Hua Yongping. Hua Yongping, the genius disciple ranked 5th on the outer sect rankings, was second only to the outer sects for heroes. He was in charge of the outer sect's law enforcement team and had extraordinary power. Some even suspected that his strength was very close to the outer sects for heroes. His combat strength was almost invincible among those of the same level. Lin Xian was the dark horse of this competition. He went from the 135th place in the first round to the top 8. His strength was obvious to all and he was the idol of the ordinary disciples. "Humph, kid, I didn't expect to fight with you. Don't worry, I won't go easy on you." Hua Yongping's voice had a hint of ridicule. Back then, his casual attack was blocked by Lin Xian, causing him to lose face. In the end, he didn't even manage to catch him. "Don't go easy on me. You don't even have a chance," Lin Xian said coldly. Lin Xian didn't have a good impression of this person. Back then, he wanted to catch him indiscriminately. Lin Xian had already blacklisted him. Following the referee's order, Lin Xian pulled out the red flame sword from his back and slashed out. A lone mountain appeared. It was as heavy as 10,000 pounds, causing the void to buzz as it smashed towards Hua Yongping. "Humph! Do you really think you're invincible with sword force?" A mocking smile appeared on Hua Yongping's face. He pulled out the long sword from his waist and stabbed it into the ground. With a swipe of his finger, a black sword formation appeared beneath his feet. It was as black as ink, and its shape resembled an abyss. Sword array. Lin Xian was stunned. He did not expect Hua Yongping to be a sword array master. After a moment of surprise, Lin Xian regained his composure. "I don't care what you are. The sword in my hand can cut through everything." Within the black sword formation, Hua Yongping was smiling. He had enough confidence in this sword formation. Apart from the 4 heroes of the outer sect, no one else could break through his defense. With this formation, he could be said to be invincible. "Lin Xian, oh Lin Xian, I'll let you know that there are some people you can't afford to offend. Even if you have Elder Fong's support, I can still cripple you in the arena." Hua Yongping could almost see Lin Xian's helpless expression as he fell to the ground. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh wildly. At this moment, in the resting area of the spectator stands, Enchanting looked nervous. Her small hands gripped the corner of her clothes tightly, and a trace of anxiety appeared on her pale face. She was also a sword array master, so she could clearly feel the terror of the black sword formation. "Lin Xian, nothing must happen to you," Enchanting said to herself. Swoosh! Just when the red flaming sword was 1 meter away from Hua Yongping's head, the black sword formation suddenly emitted a black light. Strands of black sword chi intertwined with each other, forming a flashing sword chi defense. Boom! Lin Xian's sword carried the power of a mountain. The violent sword chi caused the surrounding air to whistle as if a real mountain was pressing down. The sword slashed down on the black sword chi defense. Countless chi waves rolled around the two of them. The power overflowed from the slash, leaving deep grooves in the ground. They were at least a foot deep, extending all the way to the bottom of the arena. One strike was so terrifying. However, the black sword chi only rolled violently a few times. Then, to the horror of the crowd, it remained intact. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xian, is this your strongest attack? It's so weak. Hua Yangping laughed wantonly. He could now torture Lin Xian as he pleased. Captain Hua is mighty. In the spectator stands, a group of disciples from the law enforcement team cheered loudly. Get rid of that ignorant brat. Kill him in seconds. Finish him in one move. The disciples from the law enforcement team could not stop laughing. The other disciples could not help but sigh. Although he's a new dark horse, there's still a big gap between him and the veteran genius disciples. Yeah, which of the geniuses on the ranking list doesn't have a trump card? I'm afraid Lin Xian will lose this time. Is this what you're counting on? Lin Xian asked calmly. He did not show any signs of irritation when his attack failed. The attack just now was just a warm-up, and he did not use much of his strength. Keep showing off. I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy later. Hua Yangping did not expect Lin Xian to be so calm. He was instantly enraged. To deal with you, 3 moves are enough. Lin Xian clenched the big sword in his hand again. I've already used 1 move. Now, there are 2 more. Lin Xian's voice was not loud, but it clearly spread throughout the martial arts practice field. What? Did I hear wrongly? He wants to defeat Captain Hua in 3 moves. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He can't even break through his defense, and he wants to win in 3 moves. The disciples from the law enforcement team cursed. Even some of the elite disciples looked suspicious. To be honest, they did not think highly of Lin Xian. Of course, they did not believe that he could win in 3 moves. Even Jiang Yulong sneered. His eyes were full of disdain. Idiot! Shangguan Luyun suddenly whispered. His voice was so low that only Jiang Yulong, Duan Fei, and other genius disciples heard it. Shen Qian's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. She did not expect that the always silent Shangguan would curse. Even Duan Fei could not help but shake his head. He did not know who Shangguan was cursing. In the arena, Lin Xian made another move. The dark red big sword was rusty, but under the rust, there was a strange red light surging. Lin Xian combined the thunderclap swordsmanship and the lonely mountain swordsmanship, using the multiple forces of the thunderclap swordsmanship to activate the lonely mountain swordsmanship. Boom! Lin Xian's sword hit the black sword array, bursting out a string of blazing sparks. His posture was exactly the same as before. Ha, don't waste your strength. Hua Yangping wanted to laugh loudly, but before he could finish his words, the black sword array changed. With a crack, visible cracks appeared on the sword chi emitted by the black sword array, and then spread out like a spider web. How is it possible? How can he break it? Hua Yangping's face changed greatly. Does he have the strength of the 4 heroes? He hurriedly mobilized the spiritual power in his body to control the sword array, wanting to quickly repair the cracks. However, before he could do anything, the 3rd sword slashed again. Lonely Mountain as one. This blow directly shattered the black sword curtain. Layers of hidden forces surged like waves, each stronger than the last. Hua Yangping was submerged in the mountain-like power and had no power to resist. Chapter 55. Hua Yangping was like a kite with a broken string. His body kept spurting out blood before he finally landed heavily on the ground. The scene was terrifyingly quiet. Lin Xian really won the match in 3 moves. This made everyone feel like they were dreaming. One had to know that Hua Yongping was the strongest person under the four heroes. He was actually defeated in 3 moves. Could it be that Lin Xian already has the strength of the four heroes? This was everyone's question. Hua Yongping was too careless. Otherwise, the battle wouldn't have ended so quickly. Duan Fei whispered. Jiang Yulong's face was terrifyingly dark. He had just mocked Lin Xian, but the result of the match gave him a slap in the face. Recalling Shangguan Liuyun's words of idiot not long ago, Jiang Yulong had the urge to kill. Of course, he knew that Hua Yongping was careless and underestimated his opponent. But so what if he knew? I didn't expect a trash to be able to enter the top 4. However, your path ends here. No matter who you face, you will lose miserably. Jiang Yulong said hatefully, I really hope you can meet me. Lin Xian once again exceeded everyone's expectations and successfully entered the top 4. Next was the semi-finals. Among the top 4, other than Lin Xian, the dark horse, the other 3 were all young geniuses who had been famous for a long time. Every one of them was so dazzling. Duan Fei with his unparalleled Qing Gong movement technique, Jiang Yulong with his condensed elemental spiritual energy, and the unfathomable Shangguan Liyun. Who would obtain first place? After resting for 2 hours, the square-faced referee announced the start of the semi-finals. The first match, Shangguan Liyun vs Duan Fei. Everyone suddenly became excited. They didn't expect to see the 2 strongest people fight in the first match. Shangguan Liyun was ranked first in the outer sect while Duan Fei was ranked second. His ranking was even higher than Jiang Yulong. The semi-finals were the 2 strongest people. Wouldn't the finals be one of them fighting with Jiang Yulong for first place? Everyone automatically ignored Lin Xian. They knew that Lin Xian was powerful, but in front of the 3 geniuses, no one was optimistic about him. Looking at the 2 people on the stage, Jiang Yulong's mouth curled into a cold smile. Very good, I will personally deal with that trash. On the arena, the 2 were 30 meters apart. Shangguan Liyun was dressed in black and stood upright. He had withdrawn all his aura into his body. He looked at Duan Fei opposite him. His finger flicked the ring on his left index finger, and a purple spear appeared in his hand. With his spear in hand, Shangguan Liuyun's imposing manner completely erupted. The spiritual energy in his entire body pulsed. 1 man and 1 spear, it was as if they were going to tear the sky apart. Duan Fei focused his attention. Facing the number 1 person in the outer sect, he had no choice but to use his full strength. With a shake of the sword in his hand, Duan Fei's body turned into a beam of light and rushed over. His speed was very fast, even faster than when he was competing with Shen Qian. He left a series of afterimages in the air. The silver sword light condensed into a thin line and almost disappeared. Lin Xian frowned slightly. He had no choice but to concentrate fully to see Duan Fei's movements. In the distance, Jiang Yulong's expression also changed slightly. It seemed that Duan Fei's speed had surprised him once again. However, Shangguan Liyun, who was in the arena, was as still as a mountain. He held the purple spear in his hand very steadily. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and retreated 30 feet, instantly disappearing from his original spot. At the place where he was originally standing, several sword lights appeared out of thin air, turning the ground into fragments. Chi. Duan Fei's body appeared in front of Shangguan Liyun. The sword Qi pierced out like a waterfall, whistling through the air. His sword was like an antelope hanging its horn, untraceable. Even the sound was very soft, making it impossible to guard against. Facing such a terrifying swordsman, Shangguan Liyun finally attacked with his spear. It was a simple stab without any fancy moves, but it was like a peerless overlord attacking with all his might. At that moment, everything in the world seemed to have disappeared, leaving only this spear. The spear was like a dragon. The purple spear seemed to have turned into a purple dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. It roared and dispersed all the strange and sharp sword lights. Furthermore, its imposing manner did not diminish as it pounced towards Duan Fei. Caw caw caw. There was a series of explosive sounds in the air. The vast spiritual energy rushed in front of Duan Fei and pierced through him. Ah! On the spectator stands, all the disciples exclaimed. Was it going to end like this? As if in response, the Duan Fei that was stabbed gradually faded and dissipated. Finally, he disappeared without a trace. Afterimage. Lin Xian muttered, using his own speed and combined with his spiritual energy, he left an afterimage on the spot while his real body was hidden. It's indeed a good method. His gaze was like lightning as he quickly scanned the stage and finally found Duan Fei's figure. This guy is so fast. Lin Xian exclaimed. Shengguan Luyun naturally also discovered Duan Fei's figure. His spear trembled and pierced out again. Pooh pooh pooh. Every time Shengguan Luyun attacked with his spear, it would pierce through a Duan Fei. However, they were all afterimages. Duan Fei's afterimages were pierced one by one and disappeared. In the end, the entire stage was filled with Duan Fei's figure and Shengguan Luyun's spear. The disciples in the spectator stands watched nervously, afraid that they would miss any detail. This terrifying speed had already exceeded their imagination. On the golden spectator stands, a few elders laughed out loud. These little fellows are really not bad. Their potential is limitless. On the stage, Shengguan Luyun stood with his spear like a demon god. His gaze quickly swept across his surroundings. Suddenly, he twisted his body and the purple spear turned into a cold light as it pierced to the right behind him. Clang clang. A figure was shaken out as Duan Fei retreated in a sorry state. There was a trace of surprise on his face. The game is over. Shengguan Luyun said in a deep voice. Suddenly, an even more intense aura erupted from the two of them. The rich spiritual energy was like two balls of dancing flames that constantly flickered. Ding ding ding. Duan Fei's sword was like a rainbow as countless sword beams scattered out. They were like millions of white feathers that covered the entire space. However, Shengguan Luyun's rich purple spiritual energy condensed on the spear as if it had formed an invisible vortex that sucked in all the white feathers. Revolving spear style. Shengguan Luyun shouted in a low voice. On the purple spear tip, the rich spiritual energy crazily rotated. Together with the sharp spear tip, it constantly compressed the surrounding air. The surrounding air seemed to have been compressed until it was deformed. Duan Fei suddenly felt as if his body had sunk into mud. His complacent speed also decreased. What is this? He was alarmed and had no choice but to use all his strength to break through. In the spectator stands, when the disciples saw Shengguan Luyun's spear blast away all the sword beams, they immediately exclaimed. This spear art. Lin Xian frowned. Chapter 56. Duan Fei's phantom-like movement technique lost its effect and he was immediately at a disadvantage. The two of them engaged in close combat. Purple beams soared into the sky as sword beams crisscrossed. However, Duan Fei had lost his speed. He was like a bird in the sky that had lost its wings. It was difficult for him to use his full strength. Shocking wind sword. Duan Fei stabbed out with his sword. His muddy body became more agile. On the tip of the sword, the figure of a white condor appeared. Sword force. It's sword force again. As expected of one of the outer sect's four heroes. Other than his insane speed, he has also comprehended sword force. Shangguan Liuyun's eyes shone. The spear in his hand transformed into a flood dragon as it pounced at the white condor. Immediately, the entire stage emitted an intense collision sound. Boom! After a shocking tremor, the two of them separated once again. A cross-shaped crack appeared where they were originally standing. It almost split the entire stage into four. Duan Fei retreated more than 10 steps before stabilizing his body. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Shangguan Liyun in horror. He saw Shangguan Liyun standing with his spear. The divine flames on his body pulsed and his aura did not have any signs of disorder. I admit defeat. Duan Fei put away his sword. His identity had been restrained. It was futile to continue fighting. He might as well conserve his strength to prepare for the third stage. Shangguan Liyun put away his purple spear and cupped his fists at Duan Fei before walking down the stage. Shangguan Liyun wins. The referee's voice sounded. Shangguan Liyun is too powerful. Even Duan Fei's insane speed was restrained. Furthermore, he did not seem to use his full strength. I'm afraid the first place will be Shangguan Liyun. Everyone was discussing Shangguan Liyun. As for Lin Xian, he closed his eyes. He was comprehending the movement technique that Duan Fei had just used and Shangguan Liuyun's unique whirlpool spear technique. According to Wine Lord, Shangguan Liuyun's whirlpool spear technique was actually an application of spirit energy. Every strand of spirit energy was precisely controlled and circulated at high speeds, forming something like a whirlpool. This technique was similar to Lin Xian's thunderclap sword technique. They were both precise control of the energy, allowing it to display its greatest effect. Second match of the semi-finals, Lin Xian vs Jiang Yulong. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the referee's voice sounded out once more. The victor of this battle would be decided, and it would be the final battle with Shangguan Liyun. It's finally my turn. Lin Xian, just wait for your death. With a leap, Jiang Yulong gracefully landed on the arena. He crossed his arms and looked very relaxed. Judging from Jiang Yulong's expression, he doesn't seem to care about Lin Xian at all. Of course. He has the confidence to challenge Shangguan Liyun. How can he lose here? Amidst the crowd, the disciples of the Divine Might group let out thunderous cheers, as though Jiang Yulong had already become the champion. Where's Lin Xian? Why haven't they gone up yet? Someone asked doubtfully. Could it be that he's afraid? Under normal circumstances, both sides should already be standing on the stage, but Lin Xian was nowhere to be seen. The result is the same whether they go up or not. But this is the first time I've seen such a cowardly piece of trash. The disciples of the Divine Might group sneered. Damn, look at Lin Xian. What's he doing? Is he resting with his eyes closed? Is he asleep? Someone noticed that Lin Xian was sitting in the leisure area with his eyes closed, deep in thought. He did not seem to want to go up the stage at all. Damn, what's with the act? If you don't dare to go up, just say it. Lin Xian, Yin Qingyi whispered from the side. Hey, you bastard, don't tell me you're really scared. Tang Yu muttered softly. Lin Xian opened his eyes and rubbed his head helplessly. He was still recalling the battle just now. He had basically figured it out, and all he needed to do was to put it into practice. If anyone knew what Lin Xian was thinking, their jaws would probably drop. How heaven-defying must one's talent be to be able to understand the essence of someone else's martial arts just by looking at it once. He stood up and slowly walked onto the arena, facing Jiang Yulong. You still dare to come up? Jiang Yulong said disdainfully. I think it's better for you to stay down there. At least a coward can still live. You talk too much nonsense, Lin Xian said calmly. keep pretending. Do you really think that you can challenge me just because you defeated Heartwarming? Let me tell you, you're too weak. I don't know who gave you that confidence, but from now on, your confidence will be useless in front of me. Lin Xian pulled out his dark red greatsword with a flip of his hand. Do you want me to give you 3 moves? Jiang Yulong was very arrogant. Otherwise, you'll lose in 1 move. How boring would that be? Give me 3 moves. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Thank you very much. After saying that, his body disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Jiang Yulong. The distance of 10 feet was covered in the blink of an eye. That speed was too terrifying. Before the crowd could react, Lin Xian's red flame sword slashed down like red lightning. It was extremely fast. The red sword was like a huge mountain. It was incomparably heavy and pressed down on Jiang Yulong. Jiang Yulong could not dodge that speed and could only block it with his sword. Clang! The 2 swords clashed and a metallic sound rang out. Didn't you say you'd give me 3 moves? Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. The benefits are cancelled. Now, I want you dead. Jiang Yulong swung his sword away from Lin Xian's sword. His face was extremely ferocious. He had almost suffered a loss just now. I'll let you know what a real genius is. Jiang Yulong's long sword was suddenly covered with a layer of red flames. It was as dazzling as the sun. After the flame-like spiritual energy appeared, the temperature in the air suddenly rose. Black spots appeared on the ground. That was the result of being roasted by the high temperature. In front of my fire attribute spiritual energy, you're no different from an ant. Jiang Yulong swung his long sword. Layers of heat waves spread out, almost melting the air. Flame Dragon Sword. Jiang Yulong stabbed out. The fiery red spiritual energy turned into a fire dragon, roaring as it rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, the fire dragon was already in front of Lin Xian. It was about to swallow him. Lin Xian activated the secret art of long life. The spiritual energy in his body quickly circulated. Ever since he absorbed the golden arc of lightning, his spiritual energy had turned pale gold. A faint golden light covered his body as if he was wearing a layer of golden armor. This was the first time Lin Xian used spiritual energy on the stage. Looking at the golden light on Lin Xian's body, someone exclaimed, 5th level meridian condensing stage, is there a mistake? What, 5th level meridian condensing stage, you didn't see wrong. A 5th level meridian condensing stage defeated Heartwarming. That's too monstrous. Lin Xian's current aura was indeed that of a 5th level meridian condensing stage. However, his strength far surpassed the average 6th level meridian condensing stage disciple. Is he going to take this sword head-on? The disciples realized that Lin Xian didn't have any intention of dodging. Is he crazy? That's elemental spiritual energy. How can his 5th level meridian condensing stage take it head-on? Chapter 57. Lin Xian's actions surprised everyone. In their opinion, he was courting death. Die for me! Jiang Yulong roared. The moment the fire dragon touched Lin Xian, the sword in Lin Xian's hand turned into a golden lightning and went against the flow. A shocking scene appeared. The ferocious fire dragon was split into 2 halves from the forehead. With a wail, the fire dragon turned back into flames and scattered on the ground. This. The disciples in the stands were stunned. What did Lin Xian do? He actually split the fire dragon condensed from the fire attribute spiritual power. God, what did I just see? Strike me to death. Not only did the ordinary disciples not believe it, but even the elite disciples were also stunned. For the first time, Shen Qian's beautiful face showed a surprised expression. Even Shangguan Luyun was no longer calm. His purple eyes stared at Lin Xian without blinking. How did you do it? This is impossible. The most shocked person was of course Jiang Yulong. No one knew the power of this move better than him. He originally wanted to rely on this move to defeat Lin Xian, but he did not expect it to be broken so easily. Is my fire attribute spiritual power not perfect? Jiang Yulong was suspicious. No one thought about the attribute spiritual power because it was too difficult to find. Unless there was a high-level attribute cultivation method or martial arts, it was almost impossible to find in the outer sect. In addition, Lin Xian did not fully mobilize the spiritual power in his body. Although the golden spiritual power looked special, it did not show the characteristics of the thunder attribute. Therefore, no one thought that Lin Xian had mastered the attribute spiritual power. Jiang Yulong's face was frighteningly dark. He could not accept this fact. Only by ruthlessly defeating Lin Xian could he relieve the hatred in his heart. Raise the fire and burn the sky. Jiang Yulong urged the spiritual power in his body to the extreme. His body was surrounded by blazing flames as he rushed toward Lin Xian. The flaming sword was quickly waved, forming a sea of fire. Ding 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 ding. Lin Xian also met Jiang Yulong's attack with his giant sword. His dark red sword was covered with a golden radiance. Every strike of his sword pierced through the sea of fire and collided with the tip of Jiang Yulong's sword. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had swung their swords dozens of times. Every sword strike was like a needle against an awl, colliding and canceling each other out, causing the disciples below to gasp in amazement. Such fast swordsmanship, such precise control. Their swordsmanship had long surpassed the realm of perfection. Every strike seemed to carry an indescribable power. However, they controlled it very well and did not overflow the arena. Blazing diffraction sword. Jiang Yulong's swordsmanship suddenly changed. Several sword shadows flew out from his body and pierced toward Lin Xian from different directions. The angles were so tricky that it was impossible to guard against them. Thunderous sword technique. Lin Xian swung his sword continuously, each strike as fast as lightning, accurately shattering all the sword lights. The sword lights fell to the ground and formed small fire snakes about an inch long. They quickly slithered around and blocked off all of Lin Xian's escape routes. Startling snake explosion. Dozens of small fire snakes suddenly exploded. The terrifying energy instantly blasted a deep pit in the ground. Lin Xian was completely submerged in the violent explosion. Shadow step. A black figure escaped from the explosion in an instant. The golden spiritual energy shield on his body was deformed in many places. There was a fist-sized hole on his back. However, it was fortunate that he had escaped. Shadow pursuit. Lin Xian did not stop. Instead, he rushed toward Jiang Yulong with his sword. This young man gave him a very dangerous feeling. He had to take the initiative to meet the attack and end the battle quickly. Otherwise, the consequences might be unexpected. His thunderous sword technique had already reached the second realm of perfection. He could perform it as he wished. He stuck close to Jiang Yulong. The long sword in his hand pierced, swept, and lifted. All the basic sword moves in his hands turned into deadly moves in his hands. The more Jiang Yulong fought, the more shocked he became. He was almost being suppressed by Lin Xian. Every strike of the red sword was as heavy as a mountain, but it was also as fast as lightning. He had no choice but to use all his strength to deal with it. Moreover, every time his sword was about to stab Lin Xian, it would always be a little short. All the moves were exquisitely dodged by Lin Xian. He knew that this footwork had been trained to an extremely profound level. In addition to perfect control, he could perform it as he wished. Even Duan Fei, who was below the stage, was shocked when he saw Lin Xian's footwork. Although Lin Xian was still inferior to him in terms of speed, Lin Xian was almost on par with him in terms of exquisite positioning and precise control of distance. Although it is a mid-grade yellow-ranked martial art footwork, the effect is better than a high-grade yellow-ranked martial art. It seems that we have underestimated him, Shangguan Luyun said in a deep voice from the side. Duan Fei glanced at Shangguan Luyun and said indifferently, "I'm afraid there will be more surprises. I saw him once 3 months ago. At that time, he used a sword technique. If he uses it now, I'm afraid Jiang Yulong will immediately lose the match." "What sword technique is so powerful?" Shen Qian asked curiously. Even Shangguan Luyun had a curious expression. "I don't know. Maybe he doesn't know how to use it. I believe that everything will come to an end soon." Duan Fei's voice was a little low. He recalled the heavenly meteor. At that time, Lin Xian was still a little sword slave participating in the outer sect assessment. Who would have thought that 3 months later, he would be able to compete with geniuses like the 4 heroes of the outer sect? Heavenly meteor. I wonder if I can dodge it. Duan Fei was very curious. Although his movement technique was extremely fast, he wasn't 100% confident. In the arena, Jiang Yulong was irritated by Lin Xian's close-range attacks. He let out an angry roar, and the aura on his body suddenly more than doubled. Fiery fury. With an angry roar, the fiery red spirit power on Jiang Yulong's body suddenly spread out. It was like a wave of fire that burned everything around him. The golden spirit power on Lin Xian's body turned into a golden war saber that split the sea of fire in half. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of moves had passed. The two of them fiercely clashed and separated again, facing each other from a distance. Huff! Lin Xian slowly let out a breath. The battle just now could be said to be evenly matched. He didn't use his full strength, and presumably, his opponent was the same. Sure enough, after a few breaths, Jiang Yulong, who was dozens of feet away, seemed to have made a decision. That cold gaze made Lin Xian's heart tremble. "I didn't expect you to grow to this extent." Jiang Yulong's heart was filled with hatred. If he had known earlier, he would have killed Lin Xian outside the Devil Abyss. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. He could only helplessly accept this fact. "But if you think that you can defeat me like this, then you're too naive." Jiang Yulong's voice suddenly became very urgent. This was originally prepared for Shangguan Luyun. "I didn't expect to use it on you." Chapter 58. You should be proud to die under this move. Jiang Yulong said coldly. He placed the long sword horizontally in front of his chest and bent his left hand in the air. His originally normal palm suddenly turned fiery red. He gently stroked the body of the sword. Suddenly, the entire long sword seemed to come alive and became extremely red. This set of movements was very slow. After he finished, his face was abnormally pale. The long sword was as red as blood and emitted a throbbing that made people's hearts tremble. The terrifying temperature was twice as high as before and the surrounding space was blurred. Drip. Jiang Yulong gently waved the long sword. The red flame was like a liquid. A few drops fell on the ground and immediately burned the ground and quickly spread in all directions. A drop of red liquid the size of a water droplet actually burned all the bluestone slabs within a radius of a few feet. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He felt a fatal danger from the long sword. Clenching the dark red sword in his hand, Lin Xian was ready to fight with all his strength. Don't waste your energy. Even a 7th level Meridian Spiritual Knight would not be able to block this move. Jiang Yulong's voice was a little tired, but there was a trace of excitement in it. Although I paid a big price, it was worth it to get rid of you. Mysterious Fire Sword. A deep voice sounded. The bright red long sword carried a dazzling red light and formed a sword energy that was 3 feet long. Just the aftermath of the sword energy caused the ground to be shaved off a foot. The sword energy was as dazzling as the sun. It was so bright that the audience could not open their eyes and could not look directly at it. Lin Xian felt the threat of this sword. He crazily urged his spiritual power. The golden spiritual power attached to the sword edge and small electric arcs constantly flowed. Lin Xian's body was also covered with golden thunder. He was like the thunder god. The thunder sword in his hand pierced out like lightning. Fury of the thunder god. On the stage, a golden light flashed and then there was an earth-shattering explosion. Half of the stage was covered by an energy barrier and it quickly spread out. Countless stones flew up and the air was stirred up rapidly. It formed a gust of wind and blew the stones in all directions. Many stones flew towards the stands. The disciples in the front row retreated one after another. The broken stones hit the stone steps, leaving holes in them. The disciples in the front row had lingering fears and did not dare to move forward. Fuck, just the power of the shockwaves is so strong. Are they still human? I'm afraid that even the inner sect disciples are nothing more than this, right? Why do I feel that they have already surpassed most of the inner court disciples? What a freak. These disciples discussed animatedly, their tone full of envy. I wonder what's the situation inside. But this Lin Xian is really surprising. Yeah, no matter what the result is, Lin Xian is the true dark horse of this selection competition. Do you think Lin Xian has a chance of turning the tables? I'm really looking forward to it. Above the arena, a cloud of dust curled up, making it impossible for the crowd to see what was happening. They could only guess below. Duan Fei stared at the arena and frowned slightly. He turned to look at Shangguan Luyun and asked, "What do you think?" Lin Xian's final shroud of golden lightning seemed to be lightning attribute spiritual energy, so the outcome is hard to predict. Shangguan Luyun said in a deep voice. Lightning attribute. Duan Fei muttered, "It's really a rare spiritual energy attribute, but why didn't he use that heavenly meteor?" Not only were the disciples guessing, even the elders on the golden stands were so shocked that they pulled their beards. Their eyes were wide open. It's actually lightning attribute. Who is this youth? Such a monster. Elderly exclaimed. It was already rare for outer sect disciples to cultivate an attribute, but now the most violent lightning attribute had appeared. How could he not be surprised? Hee, this little fellow is really surprising. Elder Fong chuckled as he stroked his beard. Old Fong, you know him. A group of old men looked at Elder Fong. On the stage, the dust finally dispersed, and 2 figures appeared. Look, the results are coming out. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. The referee in charge of the competition waved his sleeves and formed a gust of wind, blowing away the remaining dust. Finally, the 2 figures appeared clearly in front of the crowd. The 2 youths, one on the left and one on the right, stood upright. The doctor on the left was dressed in white, his eyes full of arrogance. It was Jiang Yulong. On the right, Lin Xian was dressed in black, his delicate face expressionless. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yulong suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. Oh no, did Jiang Yulong win? Seeing this, Tang Yu, Yin Qingyi, and the rest's faces changed. I didn't expect you to be able to withstand this move. Jiang Yulong's body suddenly leaned back, blood spurting out of his mouth, and he fell straight down. Senior brother Jiang. The disciples of the Divine Might group ran up to the arena and hugged Jiang Yulong nervously. Their faces were full of panic. They did not believe that the outer sect pillar of the Divine Might group would lose, especially to a youth who had just made a name for himself. Carry him down. His life is not in danger, just some injuries. The referee's words put the Divine Might group's disciples at ease. They glared fiercely at Lin Xian, then quickly carried Jiang Yulong down the arena. Little guy, you're not bad. The square-faced, middle-aged referee suddenly said to Lin Xian, you have the strength and know your limits. The future of the Black Heaven sect depends on you disciples. Lin Xian respectfully bowed to the square-faced referee, then slowly walked down the arena. When he stabbed Jiang Yulong just now, a voice rang in his ears, telling Lin Xian that he only needed to win and not kill. That was why he withdrew 30% of his strength at the last moment. Otherwise, Jiang Yulong would have been dead. Lin Xian and Jiang Yulong were both young geniuses. The sect did not want to lose such disciples, so the square-faced referee warned them. When Lin Xian walked down from the stage, the entire martial arts arena rang out with his name. The ordinary disciples had already treated him as their idol and were cheering non-stop. Their voices shook the heavens. And Lin Xian's experience was spread among the disciples. 3 months ago, he participated in the Outer Sect assessment as a sword slave and successfully entered the Outer Sect of the Black Heaven sect. And 3 months later, he grew from a little sword slave to a genius disciple who could defeat the 4 heroes of the Outer Sect. This magnificent transformation deeply stimulated these youths. Lin Xian did not know that his deeds had gradually become a legend in the Outer Sect. Many disciples had set him as their goal and cultivated madly. After the celebration, the disciples were deeply excited. The finals had finally arrived. Who would be the final champion? The finals will begin in an incense stick's time. The square-faced referee announced. Everyone knew that he was giving Lin Xian time to recover, so everyone waited patiently. Lin Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, the art of longevity in his body quickly circulating. The spiritual energy that he had consumed was quickly recovering, and even some of his wounds were quickly stitched up. The power of the art of longevity finally manifested at this moment. His originally exhausted body was quickly filled with vitality, and those wounds were also smoothed out. Lin Xian's strength was rapidly recovering. Chapter 59. As Lin Xian stood up, the atmosphere in the martial arts practice field became lively again. Shangguan Luyun versus Lin Xian. One was the recognized #1 outer sect disciple, the other was a young genius who suddenly emerged as a new force. Who would be the final champion between the two? The two of them were more than 10 feet apart as they faced each other. Shangguan Luyun flicked his ring and a purple spear appeared in his hand. Suddenly, his aura became completely different. From the original calm and reserved, it became unstoppable. The pulsating purple spirit energy seemed to pierce the heavens. Lin Xian held the dark red greatsword. He did not release any spirit energy and just stood there calmly. However, no one doubted his strength until now. He was like a treasure sword. It was fine if he did not leave the sheath, but once he did, the wind and clouds would change. Everyone was amazed. Lin Xian, you are worthy of me making a move. Shangguan Luyun said, between you and me, how about we decide the victor in 3 moves? 3 moves to decide the victor. Hearing this, the people below were completely ignited. They did not need to think to know that these 3 moves were definitely killing moves. It seemed like Shangguan Luyun planned to end the battle quickly. 3 moves. That's exactly what I want. Lin Xian did not want to drag it out. As soon as his words fell, Shangguan Luyun suddenly shouted. The purple aura on his body suddenly exploded, revealing a shocking battle intent. It was like a purple divine spear that wanted to tear the heavens apart. Shangguan Liuyun's aura continued to rise. The purple aura tumbled like a demon king was born. What a terrifying aura! Duan Fei stared at Shangguan Liyun on the stage. His expression was uncertain. Whoosh! Feeling this shocking aura, Lin Xian no longer suppressed the power in his body. Pale golden spirit energy rushed out and instantly covered his entire body. Around him, the air suddenly became violent. Countless golden lightning arcs were faintly discernible as they constantly wandered around his body. Lightning, it's actually lightning. Lin Xian actually had elemental spirit energy. At this moment, all the disciples stood up in shock. Their eyes were filled with shock. On the stage, Lin Xian was like a thunder god descending to earth. His black hair danced in the wind, and his entire body was enveloped in golden arcs of electricity. Even his eyes were imprinted with a golden hue. No wonder he could defeat Jiang Yulong. It turns out that he also has elemental spiritual energy. Moreover, it's the most violent lightning energy. These disciples didn't know what had happened at the last moment of the last match, but when they saw Lin Xian's current situation, they all came to a realization. On the arena, the two of them were fighting. Purple and gold clashed against each other, constantly rubbing against each other in the air, producing crackling sounds. Boom! The two energies collided, forming circles of ripples that spread out in all directions. With the two of them as the center, the ground around them turned into powder. Even some of the stone steps in front of them were shattered. Soul-stirring 3 spears. First spear, Vortex. Shangguan Liyun shouted. Endless purple spirit energy poured into the spear, and the air trembled. The moment the spear was unleashed, the winds and clouds moved. It was as if a purple dragon had emerged from the sea. Facing this peerless spear, Lin Xian's expression turned solemn. This was the first time he felt a sense of danger. His body faintly trembled. It wasn't because of fear, but excitement. Yes, it was excitement. Lin Xian's eyes were as bright as the stars. A strong fighting spirit burst out from his body. He was like a golden war king, holding a dark red greatsword. With the power of wind and thunder, he angrily faced the attack. Bang! The golden light flashed and fiercely collided with the purple spear, producing a thunder-like vibration. Those disciples with weaker cultivation felt as if their ears had gone deaf. They couldn't hear anything. On the purple spear, a purple vortex with endless suction force seemed to want to devour Lin Xian. This was the move that defeated Duan Fei. Thunder movement. Lin Xian shouted in a low voice. The dark red greatsword suddenly overflowed with a scarlet light, resonating with the golden electric current on the sword body. Layers of dark energy surged towards Shangguan Liyun like waves, just in time to resist the suction force. Shangguan Liyun was shocked. He didn't expect that Lin Xian's seemingly ordinary sword would contain so many dark energies. It was like the divine thunder from the 9 heavens, constantly accumulating power. For the first time, his vortex spear art had lost its effect. Furthermore, the golden electric arc constantly seeped into his spirit energy, releasing the power of thunder and lightning, causing his body to feel a sense of numbness. Humph! Shangguan Liuyun's spear trembled and forcefully interrupted the attack. Both of them kept retreating and looked at each other warily. With one move, the two of them seemed to be evenly matched. The disciples in the stands were excited. They would not forget that the spear just now defeated the second-place outer sect disciple, Duan Fei. However, Lin Xian calmly received it. These two people have probably far surpassed the other outer sect disciples. Many elite disciples felt a sense of loss. Everyone could only roughly see and did not know what happened. However, Shangguan Luyun knew in his heart that he lost in the first move. If he didn't shake off Lin Xian's long sword in time, the golden electric arc would have penetrated his spirit energy defense. What is that golden arc of lightning? How can he control such terrifying lightning? Shangguan Luyun couldn't understand. This kind of lightning, even in the inner sect, no disciple could control it. However, it actually appeared in Lin Xian's hands. However, it was impossible for him to admit defeat just like that. Shangguan Luyun was very confident in his spear art, especially the last two moves. He could even win against a rank 7 Meridian Condensing Spiritual Knight. The second move, Purple Ray. The 8-foot-long spear had a purple light flowing on it. It was mysterious. This spear didn't care about the strange power, but the abnormal speed. Fast, it was extremely fast. That kind of speed made people unable to react. Even Duan Fei, who was always proud of his speed, after seeing this spear, his pupils shrunk and his back was covered in cold sweat. He thought about it again and realized that he still couldn't dodge this spear. Lin Xian only felt the cold purple ray flash. Soon after, the long spear was like a dragon and instantly arrived in front of him. Speed. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth slightly raised. This Shangguan Luyun's moves were really similar to his. The first move was a strange use of power, and the second move was abnormal speed. Wrath of the Thunder God. Lin Xian's long sword turned into a red and gold light and collided with the cold purple ray. He blocked it. Shangguan Luyun's expression changed again. If it was a comparison of power, he admitted that he lost by 1 level. However, in terms of speed, he had absolute confidence. Even Duan Fei wouldn't be able to dodge this spear, but Lin Xian actually blocked it. The tip of the purple long spear and the tip of the dark red greatsword collided. The two different powers devoured each other and then dissipated. Chapter 60. Shangguan Luyun's expression was extremely solemn as he did not win after 2 moves. There's still 1 more move. Lin Xian, if you can take this move, you will be this time's champion. Shangguan Luyun's voice was cold. What else do you have? Come on out. Lin Xian changed his usual gentleness. His words were filled with a domineering aura. The third move, Bright Sun. The purple spear was raised high by Shangguan Luyun. On the tip of the spear, a purple vortex spun rapidly. A large amount of purple spirit energy surged towards the tip of the spear. Under the effect of the vortex, it formed a fist-sized energy ball that was constantly expanding. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. The energy ball on the purple spear tip made him feel flustered. The power of the third move was probably greater than the first 2 moves combined. Other than the heavenly meteor, Lin Xian had used all his other moves. Furthermore, he did not want to use the heavenly meteor to resist. After all, that was his life-saving move. I can only try the 3rd level of the thunderous sword technique. Lin Xian did not have much confidence in his heart. He did not have time to think carefully. Shangguan Luyun had already condensed the purple energy ball. He used the purple light and rushed over. With that speed, Lin Xian's shadow step had no way of dodging. Frantically circulating the longevity secret, Lin Xian raised the spirit energy in his body to the limit. The red flame greatsword in his hand was suffused with a golden glow of thunder as it swept out. Boom! The dark red greatsword that was originally able to withstand Shangguan Luyun's second move was retreating in front of the purple energy ball. Lin Xian's small face was illuminated purple, looking somewhat powerless. Break for me. Shangguan Luyun exerted his strength once again. The purple energy ball resisted the dark red greatsword and slowly moved towards Lin Xian. This was almost half of the spiritual power in Shangguan Liuyun's body. All of it was compressed into this fist-sized energy ball. After this move, his combat ability would be greatly reduced. This was also the reason why he said that victory would be decided in 3 moves. Facing this unbelievably powerful energy ball, Lin Xian's entire body tensed up. It was as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. It's over. Lin Xian is going to lose. Everyone saw the situation on the stage. Lin Xian's struggling figure was reflected in everyone's eyes. As expected, Shangguan Liyun is still better. Someone let out a sigh. Are we going to lose? No. How can I lose here? If I can't even beat these people, how can I face my family? How can I face those even more abnormal clansmen? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He wanted power, more power. Ah! His eyes were filled with madness. Under the thunderclap sword technique, the strength of his muscles was constantly squeezing out the potential in his body. Bang! Under this pressure, the spiritual energy in his body began to circulate crazily and finally broke through the 6th spiritual pulse. A powerful aura began to spread out from his body. On the golden grandstand, Elder Fang's expression froze. His eyes sparkled as he stared at Lin Xian. Originally, he also thought that Lin Xian was going to lose. To be honest, Lin Xian's current results were already beyond his expectations. He did not expect the situation to change again. Not only Elder Fang, but even the ordinary disciples noticed the change in Lin Xian. Their originally calm hearts were once again in suspense. In fact, the most surprised person was Shangguan Liyun. He had already clearly felt Lin Xian's weakness. As long as he persevered, victory would be his. But he did not expect that at this critical moment, Lin Xian would actually break through. Yes, Lin Xian had broken through. He was originally at the peak of the 5th level of the meridian condensing stage and was just a step away from breaking through. Now, in this environment, he had successfully broken through to the 6th level of the meridian condensing stage. In 3 months, he had broken through from the 3rd level of the meridian condensing stage to the 6th level. This speed had never happened before in the Black Heaven sect. Lin Xian's current strength could be said to have more than doubled compared to before. With the art of longevity, he was now able to compete with Shangguan Liyun. A tyrannical aura emanated from his body. The purple energy ball that was about to fly to his body was now controlled by Lin Xian. It even had the power to resist. However, just as everyone thought that the two of them were about to enter a protracted battle, the fist-sized energy ball constantly deformed as if it was about to explode at any time. Sure enough, after a few breaths, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The entire arena was covered by a purple light. This. In the golden grandstand, Elder Li and the others stood up one after another. They paid close attention to the situation in the arena. Many ordinary disciples were also nervous and restless. Whoosh! A figure flew out from the arena and quickly landed on the open ground. It was the square-faced elder. He was also carrying 2 people in his hands. They were Shangguan Liyun and Lin Xian. The purple energy ball had clearly broken away from Shangguan Liyun's control, causing the situation to go out of control. At the critical moment, the referee intervened and saved the 2 of them. The sect would not let such a genius disciple fall. Shangguan Liyun was covered in blood and his face was pale. He had suffered serious injuries. Lin Xian, who was beside him, only had a pale face. If one looked carefully, they would notice that his skin was covered with a layer of black patterns. From afar, it looked like a black lotus. The square-faced referee thought that Lin Xian had a secret treasure on him, so he did not ask anything. However, from his eyes, one could see that there was a hint of shock. Chi. The black lotus patterns gradually faded and finally disappeared completely. Ever since Lin Xian could cultivate, this lotus had been very strange. As long as Lin Xian's life was in danger, it would come out to protect him. On the other hand, the mysterious small sword did not move at all. Little Xian, are you all right? In the Black Heaven sect, Wine Lord did not dare to casually make a move. Otherwise, he would expose himself. When that happened, even Lin Xian would not be able to escape. I'm just a little injured. It's nothing serious. Lin Xian said weakly. After receiving Lin Xian's reply, Wine Lord nodded and did not say anything else. The scene was a little chaotic for a moment. Many disciples were discussing the scene just now. Some were excited, some were worried. However, most of them wanted to know how the situation would end. Was it a draw? You won. Shengguan Luyun struggled to support himself and said softly. He and Lin Xian were both affected. He was injured, but Lin Xian did not bleed at all. This difference made him feel uncomfortable. When the square-faced referee heard Shengguan Luyun's words, he nodded. After giving the two of them a pill, he said in a deep voice, "The winner, Lin Xian. The winner, Lin Xian." This voice echoed in the martial arts practice field and did not dissipate for a long time. Perhaps no one would have guessed that the champion would be Lin Xian. This delicate youth had broken the pattern of the outer sect for many years and successfully obtained the title of number 1 in the outer sect. Chapter 61. Early in the morning, the sun shone brightly. 3 days had passed since the second stage of the competition. In these 3 days, Lin Xian had already recovered from his injuries and stabilized his cultivation at the 6th level of the meridian condensing stage. In these 3 days, many people had come to see him, but he had rejected them all with the excuse of recuperating. He knew that these disciples wanted nothing more than to form a relationship with him and gain benefits. During this time, the black lotus in his body appeared again, shocking him and Wine Lord. Lin Xian had also asked Wine Lord about the origin of the black lotus. This time, Wine Lord did not beat around the bush and directly said that he did not know. Lin Xian asked again and again. Wine Lord muttered a few words, and he vaguely heard something about not being in the same reincarnation cycle. However, Wine Lord decided to make a move. He took out the black lotus and let Lin Xian study it carefully. In my current state, I can only make a move once. You have to seize the opportunity, Wine Lord said. Okay. Lin Xian nodded solemnly. He closed his eyes and looked inside his body, carefully scanning every inch. Not long after, the mysterious small sword in his body suddenly trembled, and a small sword wave spread out like a wave. Immediately after, a black object appeared at Lin Xian's 7th spirit meridian. It gradually turned into a black lotus. It was incomparably beautiful. Lin Xian looked over. The black lotus suddenly swished and wrapped around the mysterious small sword. It kept twisting, wanting to cover the entire sword. In the next moment, in the independent space inside the mysterious small sword, a black lotus suddenly appeared on the desolate ground. It kept growing, as if it wanted to pierce through this small world. Wine Lord's expression was serious. He condensed a wisp of sword energy and attacked the black lotus, but it had no effect. He sighed helplessly. There was nothing he could do. He was too weak now. If not for the mysterious small sword, he would have died long ago. Moreover, the black lotus was very mysterious. It had existed in an era before him, so it was normal that he could not do anything about it. The black lotus grew larger and larger, about to occupy the entire space. At this moment, the withered tree suddenly emitted a weak light that swept towards the black lotus. The lotus flower seemed to have encountered something frightening. It swayed its leaves and branches, continuously shrinking, and quickly left the mysterious little sword. Lin Xian sensed that the black lotus had transformed back into a black object. It was being chased by a beam of divine light. It kept running until it was finally enveloped by the beam of divine light. Wine Lord's hands kept changing seals. He controlled the godly light and slowly melted the black object inside. Then, he absorbed the golden lightning from Lin Xian's body and fused it with the godly light. Finally, the divine light returned to the small sword. Wine Lord's voice came from inside. I have planted a swordwell seed in your body. It will grow as you grow. As long as you don't die, you will become a powerful being in the world. Sword intent, seed. Lin Xian murmured. He knew that above sword force, there was something called sword will. However, it was very vague. It required great comprehension and luck. Ordinary people could not grasp it. It seemed to only exist in legends. But now, Wine Lord was telling him that he had a swordwell seed in his body. It was the first time he had heard that swordwell could be planted as a seed. He was once again very curious about the mysterious little sword and Wine Lord in his body. With the swordwell seed, my strength will increase greatly. Lin Xian was excited. He closed his eyes and tried to communicate with the mysterious little sword in his body. This time, the mysterious little sword finally reacted. Lin Xian could feel that there was a weak golden light inside the mysterious little sword. Although it was weak, it had a terrifying aura. Is this my seed of sword intent? Lin Xian looked at it carefully and realized that the golden spot of light also had a lightning attribute. This swordwell seed was formed by the lightning in your body. You can call it the lightning sword will. Wine Lord's voice was weak. I can only help you with this. You will have to find the swordwell seed yourself in the future. Can I plant it again? Lin Xian was puzzled. Yes, you will know in the future. Wine Lord smiled mysteriously. Okay, I am going to sleep for a while. Be careful. Wine Lord's voice was very weak. He had used too much energy just now. Remember to help me find medicine that can restore my soul. Otherwise, I will never wake up. Wine Lord reminded him. Don't worry, uncle. I will help you find it. Lin Xian said seriously. After Wine Lord fell into a deep sleep, Lin Xian began to study the swordwell seed. He found that the moment the golden swordwell seed was planted, he suddenly understood a lot more about lightning. He did not need to deliberately control the lightning in his body. With just a thought, he could achieve the situation he wanted. I wonder how my thunderous sword technique is doing. Lin Xian could not wait to try it out. To his surprise, he could easily perform the third level of the thunderous sword technique. The swordwell seed is so magical. Lin Xian felt that the thunderous sword technique was not difficult for him at all. He could even easily perform the third level of the sword technique, lightning slash. At this point, he had completely mastered the thunderous sword technique. This result made Lin Xian very happy. He decided to cultivate the swordwell seed with all his strength. Immediately, he sat cross-legged and urged the spiritual power in his body to nourish the seed. The golden swordwell seed was like a living body, constantly absorbing the lightning attribute in the spiritual power. At the same time, it also transmitted a very magical concept. Above the 9 heavens, a golden sea of lightning kept rolling. Every bolt of lightning was thicker than a person and pierced through the void. It was extremely violent. Lin Xian felt as if he was in this sea of thunder, feeling the fury of thunder. However, this concept could not last. It could only last for a few breaths. However, Lin Xian believed that as the sword will seed grew, he would feel that concept again. If he were to fight with Shangguan Luyun now, he was confident that he could defeat him in 3 moves. This was the advantage that the sword will seed gave him. Chapter 62. In the following days, Lin Xian studied the sword intense seed while waiting for the 3rd test. A few days later, someone from the inner sect informed Lin Xian to receive the reward for the 2nd test. The person who came was Elder Fang's doorman. He led Lin Xian to Elder Fang's small courtyard and then went to inform Elder Fang. In the quiet courtyard, other than Lin Xian, there were 2 other people. They were Shangguan Luyun and Duan Fei. They were 2nd and 3rd place, so they naturally had rewards. Lin Xian greeted the 2 of them and then stood to the side, waiting for Elder Fang. A moment later, Elder Fang, who was dressed in a Daoist robe, walked out with a smile. I will be responsible for the rewards for the 3 of you. According to the rules, the 1st place will be rewarded with a pure spirit pill, a mid-profound rank martial art, and a human rank artifact. The 2nd place will be rewarded with a low-profound rank martial art and a small yellow pill. The 3rd place will be rewarded with a profound rank martial art. Elder Fang said unhurriedly, Lin Xian, Shangguan Luyun, the 2 of you are here to receive your pills. Lin Xian and Shangguan Luyun walked forward and took the 2 white porcelain bottles. Then, they respectfully retreated. Lin Xian opened the bottle and found a longan-sized pill inside. There was a faint green color flowing on top of it. The medicinal fragrance made people feel refreshed. This pill can actually raise one's cultivation by a small realm. It's really abnormal. Lin Xian carefully put it away and waited for what would happen next. Elder Fang saw that Lin Xian could remain calm under the temptation of a 3rd-grade pill. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He took out another item and threw it to Lin Xian. This is the human rank artifact rewarded by the sect, a storage ring. Lin Xian received the ring and put it on happily. With this, he would have a lot of things to carry. He immediately used his divine sense to touch the storage ring and put the pure spirit pill inside. Alright, let's go to the martial skills pavilion. Elder Fang waved his hand and covered the 3 of them. Then, he flew away like a breeze. The 3 of them only felt a hazy fog wrap around their bodies. Then, their bodies left the ground and flew quickly. They couldn't see what was happening outside, but based on their senses, they were flying upwards. Not long after, Lin Xian and the other 2 stood on the ground again. The 3 of them circulated their spiritual energy and immediately woke up. Follow me closely. Don't get lost, Elder Fang instructed. Then, he walked in a certain direction. The 3 of them hurriedly followed behind, afraid that they would lose him. However, the 3 of them looked around curiously, their faces filled with curiosity. The path made of bluestone slabs was winding, leading into the distance. On both sides of the path, there were many flowers and trees. In the distance, there were a few grand palaces. They were covered by clouds and mist, making them seem unreal. During this time, they also encountered some disciples. These people all looked hurried and their auras were abnormally powerful. Lin Xian and the other 2 could not compare to them. Is this the inner sect? Lin Xian whispered. Yes, the inner sect and outer sect are on 2 different mountains. Usually, they don't move around. Ordinary outer sect disciples don't know the inner sect situation, and inner sect disciples don't return to the outer sect, Duan Fei said. Shangguan Luyun took a deep breath and exhaled after a while. The spiritual energy here is much richer than the outer sect. Cultivating here will probably be twice as fast as cultivating in the outer sect. The three of them discussed in whispers. They were filled with yearning for the inner sect. Lin Xian thought that he would be able to cultivate here soon and immediately felt excited. If there were no accidents, he would soon become an inner sect disciple. His next goal would be to become a core disciple. Only then would he be qualified to return to his family. The deeper they went, the fewer trees on both sides. Instead, there were some buildings and terraces. Furthermore, there were more and more people. Many inner sect disciples looked at the three of them with interest. Elder Fong led the three of them through the buildings and houses. Finally, they stopped in front of a building. Lin Xian looked up. In front of him was an octagonal pavilion. There were 3 floors, and each floor was 50 to 60 feet tall. Above the main entrance of the first floor, there was a black plaque. On it, there were 3 large golden words, Martial Skills Pavilion. These 3 words were written forcefully and deeply, and they emanated a grand imposing aura that caused others to feel awestruck just by looking at it. Old Man Mo, an old friend is here to see you. Elder Fong laughed. Whoosh! As Elder Fong's words fell, Lin Xian and the other 2 felt their vision blur. When they blinked again, they found that a somewhat hunchbacked old man in gray was standing in front of them. The 3 of them were shocked. They did not see where the hunchbacked old man came from. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. Moreover, the hunchbacked old man looked like an ordinary person. There was nothing special about him. Alchemy Maniac Fong, you're still willing to come out of your alchemy room? The hunchbacked old man laughed and scolded, why did you bring 3 little babies? Old Mo, I'm here on official business. These 3 disciples are the top 3 of this year's tournament. According to the rules, they will enter the Martial Skills Pavilion to choose a profound class skill. Arrange it for them. Humph, I was wondering why an alchemy maniac like you was willing to come out. It turns out that you have a mission. The hunchbacked old man snorted, if you don't drink with me today, I'll eat all your pills in 2 days. Without waiting for Elder Fong's response, the hunchbacked old man said to Lin Xian and the other 2, you 3 go to the first floor. According to your ranking, each of you will choose a martial skill. The time limit is 1 incense stick. Lin Xian and the other 2 respectfully agreed. Then, they excitedly walked into the Martial Skills Pavilion. Pushing open the vermilion door, Lin Xian walked in. Inside were rows of bookshelves, but there was no one. In the entire hall of the first floor, there were only Lin Xian and the other 2. It seems that the Martial Skills Pavilion is open on a daily basis. Let's hurry and find a suitable martial skill. Duan Fei said. The 3 did not delay and began to busy themselves. Lin Xian walked to a row of bookshelves and picked up a book to read. However, he found that there was only a name and a brief introduction. There was not a single word about the cultivation content. After thinking for a moment, he understood. The Martial Skills Pavilion was an important place in the sect. Of course, it would not easily place martial skills here. It should be that the inner sect disciples chose a martial skill according to the brief introduction, and the elders would teach them the real cultivation content. Lin Xian sorted out his situation and found that he did not need to change his swordsmanship for the time being. The thunderclap sword art was still his strongest martial skill. For the time being, he did not need a new swordsmanship. As for the footwork and body refining martial skills, he cultivated them to the middle yellow rank. Moreover, he had cultivated them to the great perfection stage. As his cultivation increased, these 2 martial skills fell behind. Whether it was footwork or body refining martial skills, Lin Xian decided to choose footwork. He did not particularly need body refining martial skills, but in terms of footwork, he fell behind by a lot. If he encountered a speed-type disciple like Duan Fei, he would not have any advantage. Chapter 63. On the first floor of the Martial Skill Pavilion, most of them were low-level profound rank martial arts. Only a small portion were mid-level profound rank martial arts. Lin Xian quickly flipped through them and searched for them according to his own characteristics. Crane Shadow Steps low-level profound rank martial arts. Created by imitating the movements of flying demonic birds to hunt. Nimble and fast. Able to cross a river on a reed when practiced to large success. Traceless Steps mid-level profound rank martial arts. Graceful and agile. Able to walk on snow without leaving a trace when practiced to large success. Suddenly, the name of a book attracted his attention. Phantom Thunder Steps mid-level profound rank martial arts. Able to cultivate to large success. Speed is like thunder. Able to use thunder and lightning to leave behind afterimages in the air. It is difficult to distinguish between real and fake. Can also detonate afterimages to attack enemies. Note, this cultivation technique requires thunder attribute. Also, its difficulty far surpasses ordinary mid-level profound rank martial arts. Must be chosen carefully. Although it was only a few sentences, it clearly introduced the advantages and disadvantages of this movement technique. Lin Xian just happened to have thunder attribute spirit energy. This Phantom Thunder Steps was very suitable for him. After making up his mind, Lin Xian didn't look at anything else. He looked around and found that Duan Fei and Shengguan Luyun were still searching. Thus, he took the book and walked out of the door. Elder Fong, Elder Mo, disciple has already chosen. Lin Xian saw the two elders as soon as he walked out, so he said respectfully. Oh, so fast. The two elders were slightly surprised. The first floor of the Martial Skill Pavilion contained thousands of martial arts, and they were all profound rank cultivation techniques. Ordinary disciples would be fascinated by the variety of martial arts inside when they went for the first time. But this little guy in front of them didn't even take half an incense stick of time to choose. How could the two not be surprised? This child's temperament is very decisive. Not bad, not bad. Elder Fong smiled and nodded. In addition to a martial artist's own talent, belief and character were also very important. Lin Xian was a very decisive person, which made Elder Fong very gratified. Little kid, let me see what you chose. Elder Mo was also curious. Lin Xian originally planned to ask the two elders for the cultivation method of the Phantom Thunder Steps. Now that he heard Elder Mo's words, he straightforwardly handed it over. It's actually the Phantom Thunder Steps. Elder Mo was surprised. He looked at Lin Xian in surprise and said in a low voice, "You are a thunder attribute martial artist?" Yes. Lin Xian nodded. All the disciples who had watched the competition knew about this, and he had no intention of hiding it. After all, only by displaying a certain level of strength would the sect vigorously nurture you. At that moment, he stretched out his palm and activated his cultivation technique. A layer of faint golden light surged onto his palm. Tiny golden arcs of electricity shuttled back and forth continuously, emitting a faint sound of thunder. Golden lightning. Elder Hiroshi was even more surprised. Normal lightning was blue, and the more powerful ones were purple. However, this golden lightning arc was very rare. Furthermore, he felt a sense of familiarity from it, but he couldn't recall what it was. Although this Mirage Thunder Steps is a middle profound rank martial art, it's even harder to train than a high profound rank martial art. You have to think clearly and not waste your time. Elder Mo reminded. Many thanks for old Mo's reminder. This disciple is confident that he can master this Phantom Thunder Steps. Lin Xian said gratefully. Elder Mo nodded and didn't say anything else. Lin Xian held the book and waited by the side. The second to come out was Shangguan Luyun. When he saw Lin Xian, he was stunned for a moment. It was as if he didn't expect Lin Xian to come out earlier than him. When the time was almost up, Duan Fei came out. At this point, the three of them had finished choosing their cultivation techniques. Elder Mo brought the three of them to the side door of the Martial Skills Pavilion, then took out 3 copies and handed them to the three of them. Following that, his face sank. Suddenly, an aura surged out from his body. It was like 100,000 mountains, making it hard for people to breathe. He said in a deep voice, "The cultivation techniques of the Martial Skills Pavilion can only be trained by yourself. You cannot pass it on to others. Otherwise, you will be punished according to the sect rules." This aura made people feel a sense of despair. No one would have thought that this seemingly ordinary old man would have such a profound cultivation. Lin Xian and the other two nodded in agreement and promised that they would not leak it out. Elder Mo's face relaxed, and the pressure faded away like a tide. Lin Xian and the other two received the martial arts. Under Elder Fang's lead, they returned to the outer sect. Lin Xian bid farewell to Elder Fang and Duan Fei and returned to his residence. He stroked the ring on his finger and pondered. The 3 rewards for first place were too important to him. First of all, this storage ring would make it very convenient for him to travel in the future. Although it was only a low-grade human-level storage ring, it was enough for Lin Xian. In about 10 cubic meters of space, there were only these 2 things. One was a small white porcelain bottle. Inside it was a 3rd-grade spirit-gathering pill. The other was a middle-grade mystic-ranked martial art, Phantom Thunder Steps. With a thought, the small white porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. This pill that could raise one's cultivation by a small stage made him very excited. As for when to use it, he was a little hesitant. "I have just advanced to the 6th rank of the meridian condensing stage. If I continue to advance, it will cause my cultivation to become unstable. It is not good for me. It is better to keep it and wait until it stabilizes before using it. The effect will be better. Moreover, if I encounter danger, this pill is also a life-saving method." Thinking of this, Lin Xian turned his palm and put away the small white porcelain bottle. He then took out the Phantom Thunder Steps and carefully read it. After half an incense stick of time, he put down the book, his face uncertain. The book was right, it was really difficult to practice. This was his first time coming into contact with a high-grade mystic-ranked martial art. He didn't know how difficult a high-grade mystic-ranked martial art was, but he knew that this Phantom Thunder Steps was much more difficult than the Thunderclap Sword art. The Thunderclap Sword art was a high-grade yellow-level martial art. Its difficulty lay in precise control and abnormal speed. Moreover, Wine Lord had said that the Thunderclap Sword art in his hand was only a simplified version. The true Thunderclap Sword art's power was infinite. With one sword, thunder from the 9 heavens would descend. The Phantom Thunder Steps and the Thunderclap Sword art were similar in terms of speed. However, it also had a unique aspect. It was the word phantom. It used the power of thunder to condense an afterimage. Not only could it confuse the enemy, but it could also be used as a means of attack. In other words, thunder was the core, and illusion was the means. Lin Xian had grasped the core. As long as he learned all the means, this Phantom Thunder Steps would be considered a success. It seems that attributes are really important. Lin Xian sighed. As long as he had the core attribute, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort when learning other martial arts of the same attribute. Wine Lord said that my secret art of long life can transform into any attribute. What kind of cultivation method is this secret art of long life? Lin Xian really wanted to know, but Wine Lord was currently in a deep sleep. Even if he asked, that guy probably wouldn't tell him. Let's not worry about this for now. I'll try to master the Phantom Thunder steps first. Lin Xian decided. When he said goodbye to Elder Fong, he learned that the third stage would begin in 5 days. In other words, he had 5 days to practice the Phantom Thunder steps to the entry stage. Chapter 64. 5 days passed in a flash. Tomorrow was the day of the third round of the inner sect selection. Lin Xian had mastered the basics of the Phantom Thunder steps in these 5 days. His speed was almost 1.5 times faster than when he used the flickering shadow steps. Even if he met Duan Fei, Lin Xian was confident that he could compete with him in speed. It's worthy of being called an intermediate profound level martial art. It's so powerful just at the beginning. Lin Xian was looking forward to the results when he mastered it. A quiet night passed. The next day, Lin Xian arrived at the martial arts practice field early in the morning to prepare for the third round. After him, more and more disciples arrived. They were all disciples who had passed the first 2 rounds. There were a total of 103 people. Lin Xian knew many of them. Beside him stood Tang Yu, Enchanting, Luo Yi, and the others. Everyone was chatting casually. Not long after, a few black dots appeared in the sky and quickly flew towards the martial arts practice field. Ever since Lin Xian's right eye fused with the Black Lotus, not only could it form a black vortex, but his vision had also become super good. He could see things very far away. He raised his head and found that the black dots were large ships flying rapidly in the sky. Rumble. The 3 ships were very fast. One of them landed on the martial arts practice field, bringing with it a wave of air that caused the disciples to retreat. The cabin door opened and 3 middle-aged men in purple robes walked out. The leader was the square-faced middle-aged man. He stood at the bow of the ship and looked down at the 103 disciples. He said loudly, "Line up and get on the ship. I'll take you to the third round." Everyone was puzzled. They didn't know where they were going, but they didn't slow down. One by one, they jumped onto the ship. The ship was very big. Even with 103 disciples on it, it didn't seem crowded. Lin Xian stood on the ship and looked at it curiously. He found that although the ship was made of wood, it was extremely hard. It wasn't something that a meridian condensing realm cultivator could damage. "Rise!" the square-faced middle-aged man ordered. The ship that was more than 100 feet long shook a few times. Then, it slowly rose into the sky and flew away with the other 2 ships. When the ship took off, the square-faced middle-aged man ignored the crowd and walked into the cabin. The 100 or so people looked at each other, feeling uneasy. Furthermore, the ship was getting faster and faster, and the wind was getting stronger and stronger. When the wind blew on their bodies, they felt a faint pain. With the exception of some disciples with special body refinement techniques and those with profound strength, the rest of the disciples revolved their spirit power to form a protective layer around their bodies to resist the cold. After all, Lin Xian had practiced the Golden Jade Body Tempering Mantra, so he could withstand this kind of wind. However, Tang Yu and Enchanting, who were beside him, had both condensed protective spiritual light around their bodies. Under such strong winds, it was impossible to speak. Many people sat down cross-legged to cultivate. Lin Xian had nothing to do, so he looked around curiously. Finally, his gaze landed on the neighboring ship. The distance between the 2 ships was more than 100 meters, but Lin Xian could still see clearly with his right eye. He found that there were also some youths on the ships, but they were generally older than him. Among them, very few had activated their protective spiritual energy. They were all sitting in silence, wiping the weapons in their hands. Judging by their attire, they should be disciples of the Black Heaven sect. Could they be inner sect disciples? Lin Xian guessed in his heart. However, he had no idea why these people wanted to travel with them. After sailing for about 6 to 8 hours, the ship gradually slowed down. Many disciples stood up, knowing that they were about to reach their destination. In the last part of the journey, the ship slowed down, allowing Lin Xian and the others to see the scene below. However, the scene gave them a fright. Below them was a city. To be exact, it was a city that had been destroyed. Half of the 10-meter city wall had collapsed, and most of the buildings in the city were almost destroyed. There were broken stones and bones everywhere, and there was also a glaring scarlet color. The outer sect disciples were all stunned by the scene before them. After a while, someone muttered, "This is a city that was invaded by demonic beasts. We have arrived at the front line of the war." What? The front line of the war? Many people exclaimed. The Great Xia Kingdom was not peaceful, especially the areas that were in contact with the primeval forest. There were often wars, and Lin Xian and the others must have come to a battlefield. We are so weak. How can we defeat those demonic beasts? Aren't they sending us to our deaths? Someone said unhappily. Yeah, I don't want to be eaten by demonic beasts. Many disciples said. Shut up, a bunch of trash. Jiang Yulong said coldly in the crowd. I don't think the sect will send us directly to the front line. Everyone, don't be impatient, Duan Fei said in a low voice. Lin Xian looked at the ruined scene on the ground, and his mood was slightly gloomy. This was a cruel world. The weak would be eaten, and only the strong could survive. Suddenly, his eyebrows twitched, and he quickly turned around. The muscles on his body were all tensed up, and he stared at the sky with a serious expression. A sharp cry rang out, shaking everyone's eardrums and making them dizzy. The outer sect disciples all channeled their spiritual power to resist. At the same time, a layer of light green energy shield appeared on the ship, covering the entire ship. So scary. What is that sound? Everyone was shocked. Whoosh! A huge shadow was cast on the ship, and a large gray bird that was more than 10 meters long came to the top of everyone's heads and swooped down. Damn, it's an iron-clawed eagle. It's so big, it's already beyond the pulse condensation stage. Someone recognized the strange bird above their heads. Boom! The pair of silver claws hit the green energy shield, causing it to shake. However, the green energy shield was only slightly deformed, and then it was as good as new. At this time, the cabin door opened, and a square-faced middle-aged man walked out. Behind him were 2 young men in their 20s. Evil beast. The square-faced middle-aged man looked at the iron-clawed eagle above his head and snorted. Then, a sword light lit up like a red waterfall, and instantly pierced the chest of the iron-clawed eagle, leaving a 2-meter-long wound. Blood splattered in the air, and gray feathers fluttered in the air. The iron-clawed eagle screeched miserably, and quickly flew away. What a terrifying sword! Lin Xian looked at the square-faced middle-aged man with fear. The sword just now was too sharp, and it could almost kill a group of outer sect disciples. After repelling the iron-clawed eagle, the square-faced middle-aged man said lightly, I'm the person in charge this time. You can call me Elder Gu. This time, the content of your assessment is a battle, a real battle. I will send you to a small battlefield. There are no demonic beasts inside, only some fierce beasts. Their strength is similar to yours, and your task is to kill these fierce beasts. After you kill the fierce beasts, you need to cut off their left ears as proof. Finally, you will be ranked according to the number of beasts killed. Chapter 65. After 10 breaths, no one backed out. Cultivation was to go against the heavens and seize one's life. In addition, there were no real demonic beasts in the test. Hence, none of the disciples chose to back out. That's good. Remember your choice. Elder Goose smiled cheerfully. The big ship landed on an open space. This was a human stronghold. There were no demonic beasts around. The disciples disembarked and waited for the test. The other two big ships also stopped. The disciples on the ships quickly jumped off and walked towards the stronghold, completely ignoring Lin Xian and the rest. They are true warriors. If you can enter the inner sect, you may become one of them in the future, Elder Goose said. Now, you will automatically be divided into 4 groups. Each group will go to a small battlefield. You will live there for 3 days. Enjoy the rest of your life. Elder Goose smiled. Then, 4 young men in purple robes walked out. Each of them was in their 20s. Their auras were far stronger than the disciples. Each of them led a group and ran towards the ruins. Lin Xian was in the 3rd group. The leader was called Enchanting. His cultivation had reached the spiritual sea realm. His aura was unfathomable. The place you are going to is called Battlefield Number 3. It is in the west of the original city. There are no demonic beasts there, only ferocious beasts, Enchanting said. The highest level is rank 3. I suggest you form a group. We're here. Enchanting stopped in front of a tall building. Battlefield Number 3 was just ahead. Remember, don't enter the forest. I will come back to pick you up in 3 days. Enchanting said and left, leaving the group of disciples standing there alone. A whoa! In the distance, the roar of a beast could be heard. Lin Xian's group of 25 people included Yin Qingyi, Hua Yangping, Luo Yi, and the rest. These people's strength varied. Each of them had their own small groups. After Enchanting left, these small groups immediately took action. Luo Yi bid farewell to Lin Xian and left with the members of the combat group. Let's go, Lin Xian said to Yin Qingyi who was beside him. Ah, just the 2 of us. Yin Qingyi whispered. Don't worry. The 2 of us are enough, Lin Xian said with a smile. The 2 of them used their movement techniques and advanced toward the depths of Number 3. The 3rd stage was a test of hunting ferocious beasts. The more ferocious beasts one hunted, the higher one's ranking would be. The ranking in the 3rd stage would determine the distribution of resources after entering the inner sect. Therefore, if he wanted to have a good time after entering the inner sect, he had to kill as many ferocious beasts as possible. Lin Xian's cultivation was at the 6th level of the meridian condensing stage, and Yin Qingyi was at the peak of the 5th level. Moreover, she was a sword array master, and was very suited for teamwork. What sword formations do you know? Lin Xian asked. He had to understand before making a decision. Yes, I know the illusory sword formation for energy transfer, the silver light sword formation for attack, and the bright moon sword formation for defense, Yin Qingyi said. I'll lure the fierce beasts in a while, then you use the silver light sword array to attack them. Lin Xian made a plan and then went to find the fierce beasts. Vicious beasts weren't too strong. Generally, a rank 3 vicious beast was equivalent to a rank 7 meridian condensing period, a rank 2 vicious beast was equivalent to a rank 6 meridian condensing period, and a rank 1 vicious beast was equivalent to a rank 5 meridian condensing period. However, these ferocious beasts were very ferocious, and their bodies had a very heavy killing intent. If one was timid, their legs would probably go soft from fear. Lin Xian observed for a while and found that the fierce beasts here were usually in packs, and most of them were more than 5. If it was a single person, it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. He found that 6 rank 1 vicious beasts, crimson flame wolves, had fur that was like flames, burning fiercely. Lin Xian used the phantom thunder step, turning into an afterimage as he rushed over. Without needing him to do anything, these crimson flame wolves bared their fangs and pounced on him. Their sharp claws left streaks of cold light in the air, incomparably swift and fierce. Lin Xian nimbly passed by the 6 crimson flame wolves, and then led them to the trap. The 6 crimson flame wolves chased after him like crazy. In their eyes, Lin Xian was a very delicious meal. Silver light sword array. Lin Xian led them closer, and then shouted at Enchanting. Wang! A silver light was inserted in the middle of the crimson flame wolves, forming a sword array that was about 10 feet long. Enchanting's face was tense as she activated the sword art. Suddenly, dozens of silver sword rays appeared in the sword array, whistling as they pierced towards the crimson flame wolves. Awoo! The 6 crimson flame wolves were attacked, and the fur on their bodies immediately stood up. Like burning flames, they pounced on Enchanting fiercely. Bang! Lin Xian attacked from the side, and with a slash of his sword, a crimson flame wolf fell to the ground. After smelling the fresh blood, the remaining 5 crimson flame wolves seemed to be stimulated and became abnormally violent. Soon, they rushed out of the sword array. 3 of them pounced on Lin Xian, and 2 came in front of Enchanting, opening their mouths to bite her. Enchanting's small face was pale with fright. With a wave of her small hand, she hurriedly used the bright moon sword array. Behind her, a silver moon was faintly discernible, and the bright moonlight formed a protective shield, protecting her. Bang! Bang! 2 crimson flame wolves collided with the silver moon and bounced back violently, letting out mournful cries. However, they quickly got up and pounced on Enchanting again. Enchanting gritted her teeth and used the silver light sword array again. The 2 arrays were used at the same time, and immediately injured the 2 crimson flame wolves. On the other side, Lin Xian fought 3 crimson flame wolves alone with ease. Golden electric arcs flashed under his feet, and he shuttled between the 3 crimson flame wolves. The crimson flame sword in his hand stabbed rapidly, and he could kill a crimson flame wolf in 2 or 3 strokes. In the blink of an eye, the 3 crimson flame wolves were easily killed by Lin Xian. He cut off their left ears, and then looked at Enchanting. Under the 2 sword arrays, the 2 crimson flame wolves did not hurt Enchanting. Instead, more and more wounds appeared on their bodies, and they were gradually unable to hold on. Poof! A crimson flame wolf's throat was pierced by the silver light, and it fell to the ground, dead. The other ferocious beast was also pierced. It roared unwillingly, and then it fell to the ground, unable to get up. Lin Xian gave Enchanting a thumbs up, and then walked over with a smile. Looks like the 3rd stage isn't that difficult. At our speed, we should be able to kill many ferocious beasts. Enchanting nodded. At the same time, the other disciples also killed some ferocious beasts. They worked together and soon killed the ferocious beasts. Looks like these ferocious beasts aren't that powerful. A disciple laughed. That's right. When I enter the inner sect, I'll come to the front line of the battlefield to earn some battle merits. The disciples talked and laughed. In their opinion, the 3rd stage was much easier than the previous 2 stages. Awoo! A wolf's howl pierced through the sky, and it sounded sad and distant. Let's go, kill the ferocious beasts, and enter the inner sect. The disciples were excited. However, it did not take long for them to realize that something was wrong. As the wolf's howl fell, a large number of figures suddenly appeared around the ruins. One by one, the crimson flame wolves stuck out their long tongues. They stared coldly at the Black Heaven sect disciples and walked toward them step by step, you're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.